The hero introduces himself as Nozaki Hitoshi, 31 years old, single. Other people say that he is supposedly wild because of his name and appearance. He sits in the middle of a forest in another world, without clothes, only something homemade from leaves to cover his lower body and frying something on a fire. While eating the prepared food, he ponders how this could have turned out. On his way to work, Nozaki helped a student and was hit by a truck instead of her. While his consciousness was fading, the guy thought that maybe reincarnation does exist after all, and then asked why he was even thinking about it. Opening his eyes, Hitoshi woke up in a completely white room. A stranger was calling him. The man asks if the hero knows who he is, and the man can't believe that there is someone in front of him. The stranger says that he will resurrect Nozaki in another world, and that the decision has already been made and the guy has no right to refuse. The hero is surprised by what is happening, but the stranger is already saying goodbye to him, and the man is trying to detain him. The stranger stops and calls Hitoshi his pain in one place. He says that the previous god made a contract with the god of reincarnation to regularly exchange souls, and even after he replaced him, the contract is still in effect. Nozaki is shocked and thinks that things are bad for him. Considering that he is supposed to be reborn in another world, he has a bad feeling about it. He turns to the stranger demanding an explanation before rebirth. However, he refuses and says that, as the hero imagines, there will be levels, abilities, magic, and monsters. Hitoshi is surprised that the man in front of him can read minds. The stranger adds that the boy will not be reborn as a child, but will be reincarnated in his current body. The man says that this is no longer reincarnation, but some kind of transference or journey. The unknown person replies that he will recreate a body identical to the hero, but in another world, and specifies that since he will be reborn in a new body, this means reincarnation. He adds that Nozaki won't have some kind of cheating ability, which greatly surprises the guy and begins to say goodbye to him. Starting the reincarnation, he says that Hitoshi can handle it himself, and that he is already tired of him. The hero tries to stop him, but doesn't have time, and starts falling somewhere. Nozaki wakes up among the leaves in the forest. Completely naked, he begins to complain in his mind about that god, and that he was not given either a cheating ability or even clothes. However, the guy tells himself to calm down, and first he needs to look around. He climbs a tall tree, and at the top he sees only continuous forest. Hitoshi complains about this and says that he was sent to such a ridiculous world and it will be quite dangerous to walk around there madly. He says that right now we need to find a source of water, and when we find something to drink, we will need to build a base next to it and get supplies. However, before climbing down from the tree, he is going to tear off some tree bark and make a straw skirt. After making it, Nozaki says that it's pretty good, although it's a bit uncomfortable and will be hard to move around in. The hero thanks the Discovery Channel that now he will be able to defend his honor as a human being. Now that this issue has been resolved, he decides to take up survival. While climbing over the large plants, Hitoshi says that it is difficult to even walk there, and asks how he is supposed to find water. Nozaki hears rustling in the bushes and freezes. He says it sounded like a small animal and realizes his eyes aren't as effective in the forest, but he gets a lot of information from his ears. The guy thinks that he needs to constantly pay attention to the sounds around him and, again passing through the bushes, simultaneously concentrates on the sounds. He notices a certain sound and starts running towards it. The hero sees a large stream. Hitoshi goes into the river and washes his face, happy that he found her. After this, he decides to find shelter and says that animals gather near water, so it is better not to settle too close to it. Nozaki comes to a large hollow at the bottom of a tree. Looking at it, he says that water is a 2-minute walk away and compares this tree to a 300-year-old one-story wooden house. The man decides to stay in that hollow after all. He drops some fruit juice on his skin, and after 5 minutes there is no irritation, and he decides it is good enough for nourishment. Hitoshi takes a bite of the fruit and says that you need to wait a couple of hours, and if there is no allergic reaction, then this fruit can be eaten. He is reassured that there are many plants nearby that look edible, and the hero decides to gradually increase the variety of plants that he can eat. Nozaki begins to light the fire. He puts a lot of effort into starting the fire and adding the leaves he finds to it. The hero praises his work, calling it wonderful, and sits down next to him. Hitoshi yawns and ponders how many days it will take him to get out of the forest, adding that he needs food that can last a long time and plans to make smoked meat. He thinks that if he succeeds, he will have the skin, and the next day he wants to start preparing for the hunt. A man sees a sign in front of him and begins to guess what it is. He looks at the system in front of him in surprise. Hitoshi sees that his status is written in it, which says that he is level 1 and in karate skills. The hero is surprised that he has only one ability. He smiles and says that karate suits him perfectly. The guy says that this is more than enough and decides to get down to business. Having climbed a tree, he monitors the situation. He built a trap for herbivores heading for the water. Nozaki made it from memory and is not sure if it will work, and suddenly he hears a sound. An animal similar to a rabbit, but with a large nose, emerges from the bushes. The man says the creature is too small to be a trap, but he sees that the rabbit heard someone. Someone's footsteps are heard, and the animal runs away. The hero looks around, trying to understand who is approaching, and notices someone. A trio of goblins can be seen approaching from the trees and bushes. Hitoshi is very surprised and cannot believe that these are the same classic fantasy monsters, goblins, and notices that they only make some sounds, not words. He sees that they are heading towards his trap. The hero thinks this is his chance to gain some experience. One of the goblins approaches the trap, but suddenly stops. After a long silence, the monster begins to sniff and look around, and the man guesses that they have figured out what is going on. The goblin orders his comrades to clear away the leaves, and then they see a large hole. Nozaki, watching what they are doing, suddenly falls out of the tree. As he falls, he swings a large branch in preparation for an attack, saying he has no choice but to intervene, and aims it at the head of one of the goblins. He hits the head so hard that the branch breaks and the goblin begins to fall from the impact. The monster falls to the ground and the hero decides to attack the second one. As the creature looks at its comrade in surprise, Hitoshi kicks it in the neck. The goblin flies back and the hero decides to deal with the third one. However, the monster is already swinging its weapon at the man. Nozaki gets into a fighting stance, thinking that the enemy is leaving himself wide open with such a wide swing. The goblin tries to hit the man, but he quickly dodges it. Clenching his fist, the man hits the monster, causing it to fly away. The hero praises himself for using a Seiken Suki strike right on the goblin's nose. However, this same monster gets up, which surprises the man, and he thinks that the vulnerable points of people and goblins are different. The creature starts a series of attacks, and the guy dodges, but due to the furious attack, he cannot get close to it. Tree root, and he loses his balance. The goblin swings at the guy again, but he says that he opened himself up on purpose to force the monster to attack from above. The hero dodges the blow to the side and plans to attack by swinging his hand. He hits the goblin on the back of the neck. The monster falls to the ground and Nozaki raises his leg to crush the enemy's head and presses down hard on it. Looking at the dead goblins, he is glad that he defeated them. At night, by the fire, he hung the monster's ears on a tree sprout. Hitoshi checks his status and sees that his level has increased to 2 and is happy about it. Looking at the sky, the man says that he will cope in this world. Nozaki, already with a beard, new clothes, and equipment, runs after the animal, shouting that he will not let it escape. It's been 3 months since he got into this world. He reached level 8, and as his level grows, his senses become more acute. The hero sees how the animal's center of mass shifts and guesses that it turns left. He grabs the animal by the hoof and stops it. His physical abilities also improve. Carrying his catch on his shoulder, the man notices a plant. It was a chili pepper, and the hero is happy to have found them. Peppers can be used to sterilize and repel insects, and they also have tonic properties. This plant is identical to chili peppers. He takes them and is going to put them on his belt, but he hears some sounds. Looking behind the tree, he sees a couple of goblins. The monsters argue with each other, and Hitoshi tells himself that they are very noisy. He adds that after he reached level 8, he did not increase further, although he had already defeated 50 goblins and the hero was going to simply ignore them. Nozaki muses that he was worried that he had become the king of this forest over the past 3 months. He sees how the goblins suddenly became silent and looked somewhere. A loud roar is heard throughout the forest. The surprised hero asks himself what that roar was. In front of the goblins, behind the leaves, a huge silhouette of a monster can be seen. It was also a goblin, but of enormous size, with equipment much better than its brethren, and with a large, sharp weapon. Hitoshi can't believe that this is an evolved hobgoblin. He notices its large size, and sees how the little goblins are confused and afraid of the big monster. The hobgoblin grips his weapon tightly. He tears 2 goblins in half with one blow. Since Nozaki came to this world, this was the first time he saw a monster stronger than him. The big monster notices the man, and with a loud roar begins to run towards him. Running away from the hobgoblin, he thinks that for the first time it is not he who is hunting, but him. While running, Hitoshi turns around and sees that the monster is a little behind him. The hero says that the goblin is still chasing him, but the distance between them is increasing, because the monster's large body constantly bumps into obstacles in the forest. However, he adds that goblins have a keen sense of smell, and he is afraid that he will not be able to escape from it, especially considering that the creature has evolved. The hobgoblin won't stop looking for Nozaki, and the forest is no longer safe. The man decides to get out of there, because he can't defeat them on his own. Having collected all his supplies, he says goodbye to the Hollow, calling it his first home in this world, and thanks it for helping him for 3 months. Hitoshi climbed the rocks, wandered through the trees, and stopped near the water and took a small sip from it. A 2-headed ungulate animal came to the same pond. During the rain, a man hid in a cave and asked how many days had passed since he left his home. Trembling, he says he wants to find some city where he can at least sleep safely, and at the moment, he wants more than anything to meet another person. Another day, a predatory animal walks through the forest, and when it has gone further away, Nozaki emerges from the swamp saying that he was saved thanks to it. Having cleansed himself of dirt, the guy walks through the forest and wants to talk to at least someone. He hears some sounds and realizes that there is someone nearby and hides behind a tree, thinking that it is another animal or even a goblin. The hero is watching someone and notices something and comes out of his hiding place, looking up. At the top of the hill, he sees a man looking at something in his hand. An unknown person collects plants into a basket. This girl notices Nozaki and the hero raises his hands to greet the stranger. She shouts at him not to come near, which surprises the man and tells him to run. The stranger shouts something about a goblin, and Hitoshi replies that who is she calling a goblin? However, at this time, the girl has already run away. The guy complains that he finally met a person, and this has already happened. Suddenly, he hears a loud roar. He realizes that the roar came from a hobgoblin and runs towards the sound. The man can't believe that the monster won't leave him alone, and apparently the goblin decided to finish him off at any cost when they first met. He says that it is possible that he was hanging around in the hobgoblin territory. Hitoshi sees him and the same girl in his arms, and the hero is reassured that she is safe. Nozaki calls the monster back and loudly orders it to take its hands off the girl. The goblin notices the man. The guy jumps up and starts falling towards the monster. He picks up the vine and quickly heads towards the goblin. Hitoshi knees the monster in the face, causing it to lose its balance and let go of the girl, causing her to fall. Landing on the ground, the man sees that the goblin is still standing on his feet, but covering the area of his face that was hit. He asks the stranger if she is okay and if they can go and receives a positive answer. Nozaki tells her to leave the monster to him and run. She asks if he got separated from his group and he tells her not to worry about him and to just run. The girl runs away and the man, getting into a fighting stance, realizes that he has no choice and decides to fight. The evil goblin looks at Hitoshi, who thinks that he only experienced such fear when he wrote a love letter. He wants to escape from there, but he can't while the girl is still there. The hero calls the monster to attack, and the goblin runs towards him, swinging his weapon. Nozaki quickly dodges the attack. He realizes that the blow was strong but slow and decides to try to attack when the monster opens up and punches him in the side. After the blow, he feels that the goblin's body is hard and the blow is of no use at all. The hobgoblin swings at the hero again, and Hitoshi notices that the monster now hits much faster. Dodging, the man thinks about what to do because the goblin's body is too hard. He decides to attack the soft spot. Nozaki kicks the enemy right in the groin. The monster, shocked by this blow, steps back, and the man is about to attack again. He hits his opponent's face with his head with all his might. The hobgoblin tries to dodge attacks to the face, but the hero stabs his finger into his eye. Hitoshi is glad that he hit him, but the goblin continues to hit the man anyway. The guy dodges and says that the enemy's strength is incredible, and the monster swings his fist at him. Due to the strong blow, the man flies back and hits the ground, rolling backwards. He stands up in pain and wipes the blood from his mouth. His eyes multiply, and he can't believe that the goblin easily broke through his block. He realizes that he was naive. The monster hits the hero again, and he continues to dodge. Hitoshi wants to find the enemy's weak spot because his left eye is crushed, so there is a blind spot. The man moves to his right, shocking his opponent. He attacks the monster with a kick to the head. The hobgoblin loses his balance, and the hero hopes that he will fall. However, suddenly, the monster gets to its feet and reaches out to Nozaki. He grabs the man and bites his shoulder until it bleeds, causing him to scream in pain. Hitoshi understands that now the enemy will bite off his hand, and raising his middle finger, he decides that it should not end like this. He sticks this finger into the goblin's ear, to which he also screams in pain. The monster kicks the man hard in the stomach. This causes Nozaki to fly back and hit a tree. The guy, weakened, covered in blood and with a broken finger, understands that his consciousness is fading. He thinks this is his end and notices a chili next to him and picks it up. The man remembers the first time he ate it, the pepper was unbearably hot, although it was edible. Hitoshi scolds himself for thinking such a thing when a monster is coming towards him. The angry hobgoblin runs towards the hero, and at this time the second one asks himself if he will die. Nozaki tells himself that he will not repeat his fate again because of a girl. He eats the pepper. The goblin approaches the man. With tears in his eyes, Hitoshi quickly dodges the blow. He spits all the pepper on the monster's face. The pieces fall on the goblin's second eye, causing him to cover it with his hand. A man tells his enemy that if the pepper is hot on the tongue, it is even more so for the eyes, as if a bomb had exploded. He jumps up and knees the monster in the jaw. At the same time, the hero hits the enemy's head with his elbow. They fall to the ground, and the goblin's head is completely flattened, and Hitoshi is surprised by what is happening. He can't believe he won. The man feels weak, cannot move his muscles, and gradually closes his eyes. Lying on the ground, he hears someone calling him. That same stranger calls him Mr. Goblin and runs to him. Nozaki sees her, but feels his eyes slowly closing on their own. A small town with houses is visible. A man wakes up indoors and is very surprised by this. He lies on the bed and cannot understand where he is. Trying to get up, he feels pain in his shoulder. Looking at his bandaged wound, and the last thing he remembers is fighting with the hobgoblin and hitting a tree. Hitoshi is curious about the possibility that that girl helped him. He understands that he is in a human dwelling. Sitting at the edge of the bed, the man holds his head and says that after months of wandering around another world, he has finally reached his destination. He thinks he never dreamed he would sleep in a bed again. Looking at the bed, the hero thinks that the girl's entire family uses it. A stranger bursts into the house, shouting that she is glad to see that the man has finally woken up, still calling him a goblin. He waves his hand and says that he hasn't touched anything yet. The girl says that he needs to run away from there immediately. Pointing out the window, she says that the villagers have come for him and they will attack him, which greatly surprises Hitoshi. They approach the window and the hero asks why they are doing this. He sees a huge crowd with swords, pitchforks, and scythes heading towards the house. Nozaki asks the girl if she really saved him. The man asks why the villagers want to kill him and what he did. She replies that materials from hobgoblins, such as bones and skin, are very rare and can be traded for a very good price. He asks again that the villagers are here to kill him and take the materials, and thinks that there are savages among the villagers too. One of the residents with a sword orders the others to wait. He knocks on the door, asking to open it, and calls the girl a healer. Hitoshi asks her that she is the local doctor, and the stranger makes a gesture for him to be quiet. She yells at the man outside to go home and lets them lay a finger on the patient, to which he replies that they will get along with him. He says that his father is the mayor of this city, and he once already offended her old woman. He starts bragging that his dad is an important person there, adding that they are completely different and offering to open the door for him. And if they don't get along, he'll just kill Hitoshi. The girl replies that it has not yet been proven that it was her patient who killed the goblin and orders not to enter through the back door. She gives Nozaki some ointment and tells him to apply it to the wounds at least 3 times a day. The hero asks what she will do, to which she is surprised that he is also worried about her. The girl says that patients should be left alone. Hitoshi hears how the residents want to kill them already. He thinks they're crazy, and people are talking about how, if they kill the witch doctor, there will be problems later, and that she might be useful. The mayor's son says that he is already looking forward to his sweet days with her, adding that if his father allows it, he will drug her and have fun. Nozaki heard all this. Clenching his fist, he says he can't hear it. The girl tells him to be careful and not break his arm again, adding that the hand is not yet completely healed, and the hero is surprised by something. He wonders in his mind if she can hear the villagers talking. The healer says that she is a qualified healer, and it is unprofessional to drive a patient into a dangerous forest. She apologizes that this treatment is all she can give him. The girl asks the hero to be careful and thanks him for saving her from the hobgoblin. She runs towards the exit, and Hitoshi tries to stop her, but due to the pain he is unable to do so and falls. From outside, a girl covers the door with her body. Lying on the ground, Nozaki screams that he can't stay there and needs to get up. In the forest, the hero climbs to the top. He realizes that he is losing strength faster than he thought and will pass out. Looking back, he notices something. The mayor's son comes out of that house and shouts that the man has escaped. He approaches the healer, who was captured by one of the residents, and curses at her. The man screams that she deceived them and hits her in the face. Hitoshi sees everything that is happening. The mayor's son orders the rest of the residents to find the hero, because he must be somewhere nearby, and says that he will drag him to where the sun does not shine, and orders to find him alive or dead. Nozaki looks at them and says that he will remember this. At night, the hero roasts food over a fire. While eating, he thinks that the girl did it in vain, adding that she sent him without strength into a dangerous forest, risking herself in the process. Looking at the sky, the man says that he must return there. The next day, having found a new base, he lights a fire inside. He thinks that she is more and more, and that there were many shortcomings in the last one. In the pit, Nozaki searches for something and finds it. After laying out what he found on the ground, he says that the plants in this world are similar to those on Earth, and he found a fruit that looks like jicama, and at first he thought it was a sweet potato. He adds that it would be difficult for him to survive by hunting with such wounds, so root vegetables are just right. Hitoshi is going to put this food off until later. Inside the base, he sees that his status has changed to that of having leveled up 2 levels, and feels like he is starting to recover. Now, he can see the status again, and after the battle with the goblin he received waves of anger. Hitoshi says that he met people in this world for the first time, fought a hobgoblin, and now the villagers want to kill him, adding that people in this world are the same as in his. Remembering the healer, he says that some people are kind to him, and remembering the mayor's son, that some are not. If those who want to kill him do not change their minds, they will die. Nozaki decides not only to get his body in order, but also to mentally prepare for battle, asking himself if he can kill a man. As he falls asleep, he sees a dream that someone wants to attack the girl, and she demands help. The man wakes up in shock from this. A snake wants to attack him, but he quickly grabs it and thinks that this is not rich, but it will do. He fried it and is happy that he can finally eat meat. While eating the snake, he remembers the words of the mayor's son and realizes that the girl's parents were killed and she inherited the profession of a healer, adding that there is no one to protect her or even just help her. He decides to do it, although at the moment he needs to think about recovery and not about this. By finishing the snake, he gives himself another week to regain his full strength. So, until that moment, he tells himself to hold on. A week later, Hitoshi rises from the swamp. He says that fighting humans is no easier than fighting a hobgoblin, and that one cannot go into the open. The man wipes dirt off his face in stripes, repeating the movies and saying that contractions should be avoided. He comes out of the swamp saying that it's time to hit the road. 2 city residents are sitting at the healer's door. One of them complains about how much longer they have to sit and wait. Another one replies that at least they get paid for it and what was the girl thinking about. His friend says that even though their mayor is still young and inexperienced, it is still not worth angering him. Hitoshi, hiding by the wall of the house, sees 2 people and thinks it would be better to go around and look for a back door. The resident asks how much they will be paid if they find the man. There is only one guard at the other entrance, and the hero is happy about this. He throws a rock to the side to distract the villager and attacks him from behind. Entering the house, he sees a tied-up healer. Nozaki asks if she's okay, and she looks at him in surprise. He asks if she was hurt, and the girl says that he really came for her. The hero gives a positive answer, suggesting that she leave the village. She asks him to untie her. The girl says that she will stay in the village, which surprises the guy, and he asks why. The healer replies that all her patients are there, and Hitoshi says that how can she say such a thing when she is in such a state? Smiling, she tells him not to worry and that she will be released soon, and that all these people from good families, if they did something like this, does not mean that they are bad. The man replies that he is, of course, a fool, but she is the same. He frees her. Hitoshi notices that the marks from the ropes on her legs have cut her to the point of bleeding. He was about to untie her hands, but someone outside shouted that his comrade had been knocked out. The resident orders an inspection of the house and that Nozaki should still be there. The girl says that there are too many of them and asks them to run. Receiving no answer, she calls him Mr. Goblin. One of the guards happily enters the house, saying that the man has been caught. However, he is suddenly surprised by something. He flies back so hard that he breaks the door. He is kicked by Hitoshi and leaves the house. The man prepares to fight the rest of the residents. The mayor's son runs towards them with a shield and sword, ordering the rest of the guys to attack. The blonde says that he was careless last time, but now he won't let the man get away. One of the residents tells the victim to get up, because now they will finish off the hero. Mizaki tells the mayor's son that if he complies with his demands, he will let them live. The guy asks him to repeat his words. Hitoshi demands that he promises that he will not touch the Yakushi's daughter again and apologize for everything he did. He adds that the compensation will be the Hobgoblin's materials, but the blonde refuses his demand. The mayor's son orders one of the boys to attack, and Nozaki thinks that's all he expected from them. He dodges the blow and punches his attacker in the face. The guy falls to the ground, and the rest of the villagers approach him asking if he is okay, and the blonde says that he will figure it out himself. Nozaki realizes that he is feeling much better now. The blonde shouts and asks that the hero has come to fight with bare fists. He says that the man will now become just an unpleasant memory, but the villager tremblingly calls him by his name, Philip. The mayor's son doesn't hear this, and continues to shout that he will cut Hitoshi into pieces and throw him into the forest. The resident continues to call him back, causing Philip to get angry and look at him. The guy points to his injured comrade, saying that he is dead. He screams that Hitoshi killed Ruben. The hero realizes what he has done, asking himself whether it is true that people are so weak. He tells the other residents that he is not surprised by this, and that they are living in vain. Philip, after a long silence, turns to the man, saying that he didn't even use a weapon. The rest of the villagers surround Nozaki with weapons. He thinks that with his fighting skills he can teach them a lesson. There should be enough blow for each, and that there are only 8 of them. 3 have good weapons, the rest have only farm tools. However, he understands that he does not have the ability to fight against the crowd, and he must be careful with weapons. He thinks that they probably don't notice his every move, and while he's nearby, he should be able to handle it. Hitoshi runs towards Philip and sees him using a shield. The blonde swings his sword, but the hero quickly dodges it. The man lifts his leg, and the opponent thinks he is going to hit the shield. Nozaki suddenly raises his leg higher, surprising the enemy. The hero kicks the blonde in the face with all his might. Falling Philip thinks about what kind of reception this was and finally falls to the ground. He no longer shows any sign of life, but another villager with a spear wants to attack Hitoshi from behind. The man dodges the attacks, and the opponent says that now the first one is not so cool. At this time, a villager from behind Nozaki swings a sword at him. However, the hero notices this and hits the guy with the sword in the stomach with his elbow. He grabs the enemy and throws him to the ground, then begins to strangle him. After winning, the man turns to the rest of the villagers and sees them retreating back and calls them cowards. He thinks that there is only one step left to victory. A villager with a spear approaches Hitoshi, saying that it will hurt. However, the hero grabs the spear by the handle, and the opponent tries to take the weapon back. The man suddenly releases the spear, causing the villager to fly back. Mizaki says he will do everything he can to stop them for good. He hits the enemy in the face, drawing blood on his fist. The remaining residents are horrified by what is happening, and some run away from there. The fleeing people call Hitoshi a monster. The man thinks he has dealt with them, but he hears someone calling Philip. It was his father, and he was panicking and asking what was going on. He approaches his son's body and looks at Nozaki with tears in his eyes and asks if he killed him. The hero asks the mayor if he is the one in charge there. The mayor orders Haggard to kill Hitoshi, and someone in armor approaches them, and the man continues to say that he kept him for just such an occasion. Haggard is told that because of his outrageous behavior, his father, a feudal lord, banished him from the city, and now he will repay the mayor for sheltering him. The man in armor raises his sword, addressing Nozaki as the imposter, saying that he will fall by his sword. However, the hero in a fighting pose notices the iron armor of his opponent. He thinks about what to do, because the man in front of him is very different from the others, and besides, there are no vulnerable spots in his stance. The man understands that in front of him is a strong fighter, seasoned in battles. He muses that given the heavy armor, he could try to wear down his opponent, but he has little time. The mayor yells at one of the residents to get up and bring the others back, adding to give every woman and child a weapon to kill Hitoshi at any cost. Nozaki thinks he needs to calm down because his breathing is completely out of order. He does a breathing exercise and thinks he is now ready. If he simply runs head-on, Haggard will take advantage of this and decide to first analyze the enemy. Looking at his opponent, he thinks that he cannot miss a single detail, even the smallest one. He sees the enemy take a step and thinks that he is shifting his center of weight strangely, perhaps to cover his left leg. Hitoshi recalls an incident when he injured his meniscus. He had to undergo difficult rehabilitation before his leg was fully restored, because the knee plays an important role in attack and defense. In that case, he thinks that if Haggard makes a big lunge forward, he will just be able to attack the opponent's knee. Nozaki addresses his opponent, saying that he is afraid of a naked and unarmed guy. The man in armor takes a step and points his sword towards Hitoshi, but he dodges the attack. However, the hero still gets a scratch in the neck area. He thinks that if his opponent's knee was healthy, he could kill him. The guy is about to strike. He sees that the enemy is ready to defend himself from above, but his goal is completely different. Nozaki's gaze falls down to his opponent's knee and quickly grabs it, sending them both falling to the ground. He makes a grab, and in his head he addresses Haggard, saying that no matter what kind of armor he has, it won't save his joints. The man squeezes his opponent's leg tightly. He then quickly moves towards his opponent's head and squeezes it. Hitoshi snaps the armored man's neck. He puts it on the ground and thinks that he never expected the day to come when he would break a man's neck. The hero says that it's all over, but suddenly hears someone scream. He approaches the mayor, who crawls away and orders him not to come closer. Nozaki asks if he ordered his death. The head of the city asks to spare him. The hero says that all the blood is on the mayor's hands. The man in front of him screams that he will curse him, and if he kills him, he will drag him to hell with him. Hitoshi says he doesn't believe in gods, but remembers meeting one before. He says that he still doesn't believe that there is any point in keeping a person like the mayor in hell, because God is too lazy to deal with such things. The mayor shouts and asks what he is talking about. He shouts that the witch doctor is to blame for everything, and that he should have reacted faster and sent Philip away. Nozaki says he's fed up with this talk, and approaches the man. He kills the mayor and says that all this happened because of the second one, just to take the hobgoblin materials from him, and also harmed the girl. The hero realizes that the healer should not see this, but she already calls him away and runs to him. She says she's glad he's okay, and Hitoshi asks how she got untied. The girl replies that another patient, who noticed something was wrong, helped her. She sees the mayor's corpse, and the the man tries to say something. However, the healer says that there is no need to say anything, and she heard that conversation with the mayor of the town. She turns to the hero, suggesting that since everything has turned out this way, he should leave the town as quickly as possible, adding that he should take her with him. Nodosky asks if she wants this. The healer gives a positive answer, explaining that after all this, the residents will avoid her and her skills will no longer be needed. The hero understands that in the eyes of other residents, this girl is his ally, and he has become the target of fear and contempt. adding that he gave in to his anger and deprived her of her home and agrees with her. He tells her to take everything she needs from the house before they go, and he will carry things for her. The healer initially refused, but the man calmed her down. After a while, a huge backpack with supplies stands in front of him, and even though he says that the girl took quite a lot, he suggests that she leave. She looks at the town, then turns and smiles, agreeing to his proposal. Nozaki thinks that he will probably never forget the expression on the girl's face at that moment. Walking through the forest, he says that in about a couple of hours they will come out of there, because right behind it is the main road with many taverns. The healer is surprised that Hitoshi lost his memories in the forest, and it must be terrible. The man agrees with her, saying that she was the first person he had ever met, calling him a goblin and jokingly asking if she was ashamed. They talked about many things as they walked through the forest. Nozaki feels like he doesn't understand himself at all, even after what happened, adding that traveling together is a lot of fun. The healer says it took them about 2 weeks to get to the rock, adding that her older sister and younger brother live there. The hero realizes that it is easy to talk to her. He remembers some girl, thinking that his new acquaintance resembles her. 3 days later, at night, around the campfire, Nozaki says he screwed up. He said this because he thought that they would be able to get to the next tavern before nightfall, but he was wrong, and therefore had to spend the night on the street. He would have to guard the girl all night. Hitoshi turns around to look at the tent, and after making sure no one is looking, decides to check his status. He remembers that during the day, the healer said that the masters of this world use magical devices to check their levels. This means that the fact that he can just see his status is not normal, so you need to be careful so that no one notices it. He opens his status and is loudly surprised by what is written there. Covering his mouth, he is shocked that his level has increased so much to 15 and 2 new abilities have appeared, Charm and Stealth. In addition, 2 more titles appeared, Monster and Evo Goblin, and the hero does not understand the meaning of these titles. He scolds the status for calling him a goblin and asks if the system is really controlled by a god and asks him to stop playing with his titles. Nozaki guesses that the title of Monster may be a punishment for killing people. He says this is his first sleepless night since the murders, so he thinks he fits the title. His level increased a lot, because after he defeated the Hobgoblin, it was equal to 10. That is, he received all this experience from people. The man thinks out loud that this is probably bad, because if there were wars there, the levels of some people could be very high. The next day, the healer asks again about the war. Hitoshi asks if it's difficult to reach a high level then. The girl replies that she understands and he shouldn't worry about it. The guy thinks that there is a system in this world that prevents this, and the healer says that when members of the same species kill each other, they do not gain experience. Crossing her palms, she adds that God is merciful and compassionate. Again continuing to walk, says that however, instead of hunting monsters, it is safer to gain experience by killing other species, so humans, elves, and beastmen are constantly at war. She turns back and sees that the man has stopped. The healer asks him if everything is okay and if he is tired. Clenching his fist and looking at the ground, he plays in his head the girl's words, that when members of the same species kill each other, experience does not accumulate, but when he killed people, he gained experience. He asks himself who he really is. The hero remembers that the status said monster, and looking at the sky, he turns to God, saying that it is not funny at all. A healer approaches him and asks if he needs any medicine. In the tavern, on his bed, Hitoshi muses that humans don't get experience points for killing their own kind, but it turns out he's something that resembles humans. He is sure that he definitely cannot be told this secret, and if they find out about it, he will be considered a potential threat. He hears the girl's surprised cry and turns in his direction. The naked healer, covering herself with a cloth, asks why he is there and adds that she wants to get dressed and tells him to get out of there. She covers Nozaki's face with a pillow and reminds him that she said that she was going to wash away all the dirt from this trip and that he should go to the dining room without her. He apologizes to her, justifying himself by saying that he was thinking for a bit. At the table, the girl tells the hero that it looks like they will finally arrive in Rock Cliff tomorrow. They raise their glasses, and the healer offers to drink to a successful journey. They eat, and the girl smiles at every meal. Hitoshi notices this and is glad that the journey will end tomorrow. He tells her that if she eats so much, she will get fat, and reflects on the fact that he needs to stop getting used to this girl. After all, if he stays with her, he will surely bring her bad luck. She responds to his words that they are celebrating so they can eat. He thinks that people fall in and out of love easily, adding that that's life. The next day, the healer points to a city around which a wall has been built. She turns to the hero, saying that she sees Rock Cliff, which makes him happy. They approached the entrance to the city and stood in line among the people. Nozaki says that the closer they get, the more impressive the large walls are, and that this is to be expected from a fortress city. The girl says that once the military role is fulfilled, trade flourishes. The guard at the entrance calls the next ones, and Hitoshi says that now it is their turn to be searched. The girl is looking for something in her bag, saying she is unsure if it will work as an entry document, but the guard interrupts her, ordering her to get it out quickly. The hero thinks about what to do if he is put on the wanted list for what happened in the city, and the guards are surprised by the healer's documents. She says it's a letter from her older sister's assistant, and one of them says it's from Claire Sama's person. They let them in, and Nozaki tells his partner that they entered easily and asks if Claire-san is really important in the city, and the healer replies that this girl is the adopted daughter of the feudal lord Earl Megan. He is surprised by this news, and the healer says that he did not expect that someone would go to such great lengths to be a healer. Hitoshi says that he understood, and that she decided not to negotiate with the security for a long time, and her partner says that they need to go the other way. They walk through the city, and the hero sees a fruit stand, and thinks that he expected that in a city with a flourishing trade, the streets would be bustling with life. The man also looks at the other inhabitants, and notices that there are also many human races, and he does not stand out much. The witch doctor calls Nozaki and tells him to hurry up. The guy says he's coming, and thinks he looks like a country bumpkin. Near the house, some girl helps a lame grandfather. He thanks her, and she says goodbye to him, wishing not to get sick anymore. She notices the healer and calls her Belle and cannot believe her arrival, and another girl runs to her, calling her sister Claire. They hug, and Claire asks why the girl came so suddenly and scared her, and notices the man. Hitoshi says hello, and she asks what happened to him. The two travelers tell Claire the whole story. She tells the man that he did a good job of escorting Belle and thanks him for it. The girls go into the house, and Claire tells her sister that she is probably tired and suggests that they rest. Belle turns back and calls out to the hero, but he doesn't respond. Her smile quickly changes with realization. Patoshi says that he will probably go. Claire says that the mayor of the town he dealt with was the son of the previous lord. He was exiled for inappropriate behavior. Although he was bad, he is still of noble blood and asks to be careful. The hero thanks her, and Belle calls out, trying to stop him, but her sister stops her. Claire says he's doing it for the healer's sake. Nozaki wishes them luck and leaves. Belle, after a long silence, also wishes him luck. At a fountain in the city, a man reflects that he has no time to be sad, because he must not forget the times when he lived in a tree and he must still be on guard. He approaches one of the residents and asks for directions. Hitoshi walks away thinking that maybe he should have gone further away from that town, but he doesn't have any money. He decides that he will become a local adventurer. The hero finds an adventurer's guild. Standing at the door, he is about to open it, saying that now a new chapter of his life is beginning. Entering inside, he is sure that from this moment everything will change, and the owner of the tavern will probably be, as usual, a beautiful lady, radiating happiness. He imagines himself being greeted by a girl at the Adventurers Guild. However, behind the counter, he sees a man with a mustache, and he immediately starts swearing at the hero. The man asks if Hitoshi has come to register and, upon receiving a positive answer, says to sign the document. He says that only something slightly similar to the word will do, because there are many who cannot write. The only important thing is whether the guy can handle the job or not. At the table, he notices travelers chatting with each other, and the man at the counter tells Nozaki not to listen to what they are gossiping about. The hero sees that they have turned the guild into a bar. Looking around, he realizes that all the visitors are adventurers, and no matter who they all look dangerous. After all, despite their neutral reception, they all study him from the moment he entered, and you can't do anything stupid. A man with a glass says that Hitoshi seems dangerous. The unknown person addresses the boy sitting in front of him as Simon and what he thinks about it. The shaggy guy stops eating and looks at Nozaki and says nothing. Another man next to them says he doesn't like it. He scolds Hitoshi for staring at him and takes his weapon. His partner realizes that he is starting it again and tells him to leave the hero alone. He addresses him as Gonza, and a large-sized traveler with an axe threatens to crush Nozaki. The man approaches Hitoshi shouting where he is looking. The hero is put off by the man's large size. The traveler insults Nozaki, who realizes he was careless. The man at the counter turns to Gonsu, telling him that if he wants to fight, he should do it outside. Hitoshi thinks that it is not right to fight, and there is no point in making a fuss on the first day. Besides, the opponent looks strong. However, he realizes that he has no choice but to fight. He's just trying to suck up to Gonsu and starts apologizing and saying that the man is incredible and he couldn't stop admiring him. The big man was confused by this. Nozaki continues to say that the moment I approached the guild building, I felt a strong aura. He adds that when he entered, he realized that it came from Gons and was shocked. This conversation is heard by the traveler's companions. Hitoshi thinks that no one has ever been able to resist his suck-up tactics. Gonsei says that the hero talks too much, and the boy thinks that his words have had no effect on the adventurer. The big man blushes and says that he should have said it right away, and the hero is glad that his words worked perfectly. Mizaki thinks that the man in front of him is very simple and offers to buy him a drink as a sign of friendship, and Hans laughingly agrees. After 2 hours, there were few people left in the guild. Gons, hugging the girl, repeats the compliments he received, and his partner says that their general is magnificent, and when he comes across prey, he cuts it down with one blow, which makes Hitoshi laugh awkwardly. The man realizes that he has not introduced himself, and says his name is Al. The traveler looks at Hitoshi and thinks that he is very careful, because his gaze is not relaxed at all. The hero looks at Al and thinks that he is speaking very harshly and needs to be careful. The blonde asks for his name again, and Hitoshi introduces himself as Yajin. Nozaki says that his grandmother was bought as a subordinate and brought there from faraway lands, which is why his name and appearance are slightly different from the residents. Al replies that it seems the hero has gone through many hardships. At this time, Hitoshi thinks that the past him died the moment he came to this world. The boy next to them says that his younger sister was also sold. Al introduces his partner and describes him as taciturn. The hero says, "It's nice to meet you," and Simon says that Gonsei has gone off to have some privacy with the girls. Hitoshi asks to tell about the lands of this place, and Al asks him again. The guy replies that his mother, who was released from subordination, lived in a remote farming village all her life, so he doesn't know much about the surrounding areas. Al understands and pulls out a map of the surrounding regions, and shows that Rock Cliff is almost at the edge of the map. Hitoshi, looking at this, thinks that this is already interesting, and the traveler continues to say that very close to the north there is a forest refuge, and it is ruled by a self-proclaimed leader, a sacred forest country. Al adds that to the west is the kingdom of Aslart, to the east is Kryzar, and to the south is the kingdom of Mariano, and so on. Nozaki thinks that the nearest kingdom is in the east and is about to remember it. He sees something on the map and asks what it is. The traveler replies that it is an incredibly great nation, the Empire of Megad, and that it is good to live there, though only if the person is an ordinary resident. After some time, Al tells different stories to the hero, to which he, surprised, calls those places a paradise of monsters and says that he needs to go there. At night, the friends say goodbye to each other, and Al calls Yajin, who is going upstairs, and thanks him for the pleasant evening and says that he liked him. Hitoshi smiles at his new acquaintance, and upstairs he hears sounds from one of the rooms. The hero enters his room and throws a bag of coins on the bed. He counts them and understands that there is not much left, and he probably won't be able to buy normal armor for what's left. He's going to find a way to make some quick money. Nozaki remembers that Bell gave him the money, and at first he didn't want to take it. He said that he would rather sell all his loot at the tavern. Even if something happens, he can live on the street. The girl asked him why he needed it and said that he would need the money for something else, and that he should not be stubborn. She added that she didn't say she was just giving them away, and said with a smile that he would give her back twice as much. Hitoshi, sitting on the bed with his legs pressed together and his arms crossed, hears the loud sounds of the girl and wants them to shut up. The next day, the hero washes his face near the well and reflects that it is too dangerous for him to act on his own due to lack of knowledge, and there is only one thing left to do. He says that he is ready, and thanks to the previous gatherings, he will definitely succeed. At the guild, Gantz demands to repeat what Hitoshi said. The guy says he wants to join his group. He says he wants to become an adventurer just like him. Gantz turns to Yajin. Looking angrily at Nozaki, he asks why he decided to profit from them. The hero is surprised by these words, and Al tells Gansu that Yajin is from distant rural lands. The blonde turns to Hitoshi, asking if he knows his basic qualities, and the guy does not understand what he is talking about. Al explains that the basic qualities are the main 5 attributes of a person, that is, strength, endurance, intelligence, spirit willpower, agility, and among them, for an adventurer, the most important are strength and endurance. He adds that these qualities are a set that the hero starts with, because the attributes come from his qualities and level. That is, if his basic qualities are below a certain level, he will not be able to become the best. Hitoshi asks how exactly the basic qualities are determined. Al replies that strength and endurance are determined by his physiology at birth. He says that all adventurers except Kaimon are above him. Horn says that they can't break past the 6th level, even though they are the strongest group in Rock Cliff, adding that unless Hitoshi had a special ability like Kimon, then he had no place in their group. The hero thinks that he can't just give up, and asks again about the special ability. Al replies that these are skills, and in addition to basic qualities, there are also special abilities suitable for certain professions. He gives the example that they are currently looking for a specialized scout, but they can't find one due to the fact that the ability to have a good charm is incredibly difficult to obtain. Gantz waves his hand in front of Hitoshi's face, asking if he's listening. Nozaki says he has the ability of charm and stealth. The travelers are very surprised by his words. Al says that only a small portion of people can use artifacts to use abilities, but only they can perceive them with their senses, and he cannot expect them to believe him. Gantz says that's why Hitoshi will have to prove it to them during training. The hero, while buying equipment and weapons, thinks that it was a show. Kaiman used the ability to choose good armor, Gantz talked to the store owner, and Al bargained with a creepy smile. Mizaki's first set was purchased at an incredibly low price. He apologizes to his comrades for the expenses, but they reply that it is nothing. The hero thanks them, saying that they agreed to give him a chance to prove himself and join the group, and even with all that, they helped him get equipment. He says with a smile that he will definitely pass this test, and that they did everything for a reason. Gantz tells him not to worry, but if he fails the test, he will take the armor off his corpse and sell it. The man adds that the test will be the next day and tells Hitoshi to get a good night's sleep. The hero understands that this is such a cruel world. He says it suits him. The next day, the group leaves the city. Kimon goes in front with a cloak and a bow and arrows. Nozaki goes behind him, and next to him is Al in armor and a shield, and the last one is Gantz, also in armor and with an axe. Hitoshi thinks he still couldn't sleep. The men walk across the field, and Al picks up a sheet of paper with inscriptions. He reads that the quest is to kill a dog-like monster, a gray wolf, and adds that it looks like it will be a problem since it attacks livestock. He notes that it's close enough that they can do it in a day, and the pay is good. Nozaki thinks that because they can move quickly, endurance is very important for adventurers. The hero wants to ask something, but Al guesses that the question was that no one took this task. They receive rewards for completing quests posted on the notice board. This is standard procedure for all adventurers. But due to Gantz sleeping for a long time, this was the only quest left. Al says that gray wolves usually hunt in packs of 5 to 10 individuals, and since no one knows the exact number, everyone avoids this task. They come to the village from where the request came. They see a dead sheep, and one of the villagers says that there was another attack this morning, adding that this is the 3rd time in a month, and Hitoshi thinks that the residents are constantly stressed and cannot sleep. The little girl approaches her grandfather, and he asks if she would like to bury the animal properly. The child hugs his grandfather and cries as he says the sheep's name, and the man says that the dead animal was loved by his daughter. He turns to the adventurers, saying that if this continues, the village will be finished, and asking for help. Al replies that they will definitely help them, but first they need to find out the details. Grandpa invites the boy to go with him, and Al tells his comrades to wait. After the blonde leaves, Gantz says that they will leave the negotiations to Alu, because if there is something undesirable, he will refuse. He adds that they will be on guard and asks Hitoshi to tell him if he sees anything strange and to never let his guard down. Gonsi understands that Nozaki wants to ask why they are so cautious, even though the residents seem like good people. Al comes back and asks why Yajin has a strange expression on his face, and the big man asks how the negotiations went. The blonde says that everything is fine and suggests that they start searching for monsters, and suggests that they are coming from the east. The group leaves the village, and Al turns to Hitoshi saying that sometimes employers lie and do it to get the job done faster or to lower the price. If he was deceived, then he has himself to blame. He adds that the guy is responsible for his own life. Nokaji thinks that instead of pitying people, we should suspect them, and again calls this world cruel. The group stands in front of the forest, and the hero thinks that the time has finally come to complete the task. Gon says that they will wait there, and Hitoshi, as a scout, will find the Grey Wolf's lair in the forest and return. Al tells the hero to always use his stealth ability, because if he is scented, it is the end and the wolves will find him first. The hero is already getting ready to go, but Komen calls him back and tells the guy to show what he's capable of. Hitoshi asks if the boy is encouraging him by calling him older, to which Al replies that he is still sparing Kimon from such activities. Wandering through the forest, the hero realizes that a lot of time has passed. He says he feels uncomfortable, like he's in a stranger's house. The guy scolds himself for such words, saying that the forest is not his home. He says that since gray wolves are a larger version of wolves, they should have an excellent sense of smell. Hitoshi decides to hide his scent with leaves first. He finds a certain mint-like plant that has saved him many times before. The hero rubs his entire body and says that he needs to tell Gansu and the others to do the same later. It enhances its charm and revelation. With his ability, he can vaguely sense the presence of animals, but it is difficult to find a specific monster among them. However, Al said that gray wolves move in packs of 5 to 10 individuals. Therefore, Hitoshi will definitely see when they appear in the ability's area of effect. He notices the tracks of a large animal, and a large number of them. The man notices something to the side. He saw a pack of wolves entering the cave. Hitoshi leads his comrades to the monster's habitat, and Gantz praises him. The man asks Allah what they will do. The blonde turns to Nozaki, asking if he is sure that there are only 5 opponents, and receives a positive answer. Al is happy about this and says that then they will go at them openly and show Hitoshi the true strength of their group. The men come close to the cave. The hero remembers that Al said that since they were going against the wind, they would try to carefully get as close to the monsters as possible and give them a signal when the wolves noticed them and they would begin the attack. Nozaki sees the silhouettes of wolves and gives the signal by shouting Kimono's name. The guy takes aim at one of the monsters. The arrow hits the wolf right in the eye and Gantz heads towards him. The man swings an axe and chops off the monster's head. Another pair of wolves runs towards him, but Gantz quickly deals with one of them. Hitoshi is surprised that in just 2 hits, 2 monsters have already been defeated. However, he sees that the man has opened up too much and another wolf is about to attack him, but Al hits the enemy with his shield. The blonde man with the sword stands behind Gantz. Nozaki guesses that Al is covering his comrades' open spots. Kimon and Al weaken the mobility of their opponents with precise attacks. At this time, Gantz finishes off the monsters with 1 blow. The hero admires their coherence. Hitoshi approaches them and thinks that the group killed 5 monsters in an instant. Gantz addresses the guy, saying that he stands like a pillar. He adds that his work is not finished yet and tells him to work as expected. Afterwards, they carried the wolf carcasses to the river to butcher them and collect materials. Nozaki assisted Kimon, who trained him. When they returned to the village to report, it was already dark, and the group decided to follow the advice of the villagers to stay overnight. It seems they did this because the hero looked tired, and the group was sitting with the villagers at the table and eating. The guy at the table turns to Nozaki and says that he heard stories about him finding the Grey Wolf's lair himself, and that Gantz even praised him, to which the hero replies that he didn't really do anything. A little girl thanks a man. The resident also thanks the guy that now they don't have to be afraid. Thus, Hitoshi safely completed his first adventurer's mission. The next day, at the Adventurers Guild, the hero approaches his comrades very joyfully. The man at the counter hands over a share of his reward, and Nozaki thanks him loudly. Gon says it's a little less than their share, but adds that it's enough for the boy to live comfortably for a week. The hero, holding the bag, asks if it's too much. The man replies that they caught the wolves by surprise, only thanks to Hitoshi, and asks for a reward. Al says that they will work some more the next day, but for now the hero is free. Nozaki sees that everyone has scattered around the city. Gon has gone to the brothel, Al to the tailor, and Kimon to the gun shop. He doesn't know what to do now, and reasons that working as an adventurer constantly puts his life on the line. Even watching the fight from the sidelines, one feels a strong mental tension. The hero thinks that he needs to find interests like others, but suddenly his stomach rumbles loudly. He ordered a whole chicken and thanks the waiter for the food. A bird's leg. A man thinks that he has never eaten anything so delicious in this world. The girl approaches him as a newbie, and does he know that meat and vegetables are incredibly expensive? Hitoshi replies that he decided to spend his money on food, saying that it was only through his strength that he could earn it. The waitress laughs and says that usually other adventurers are only interested in drinks and women, and it's rare to come across weirdos who are so excited about food, adding that it is a thorny path because meat and vegetables are quite rare. The man asks why this is, and the girl replies that monsters attack livestock, and because of taxes, most vegetables are grown at home and do not reach the market, the same with spices. She says that if he wants to eat well, he needs to earn good money. The next day, Nozaki runs from an ostrich-like animal. On the rocks, Al and Kaimon are planning an attack, and Gantz is waiting for the hero in front. The swordsman gives a signal to the archer, and he releases an arrow. The arrow hits the animal's eye, and Gantz swings his weapon at it. A man cuts off the head of a bird. Since then, after completing a few missions with Gantz and the others, Hitoshi has achieved excellent coordination with them. They are going to eat in the tavern, and there is a plate of pork in front of the hero. Al notices this and compares his food to a nobleman's dinner and asks if all his partner's money goes on food. Nozaki replies that health is most important and a person needs protein, vitamins, minerals, and dietary fiber. He adds that adventurers need a balanced diet, which Gantz calls strange. The big man and Hitoshi argue about the number of wine barrels. The latter says there are 15, and the former says there are 10. The hero asks why his friend thinks there are 10 of them, and Gantz replies that it is because people only have 10 fingers. Nozaki laughs and says that the man can use his toes and count to 20. The man begins to look at him angrily, which frightens the hero. Gantz lifts his leg and says that it really is possible to practice counting with its help. Walking down the hallway, Hitoshi looks out the window and admires the view, thinking that he has almost gotten used to life in Rock Cliff. But one day, a group of adventurers is again tasked with dealing with 5 gray wolves. Al asks his friends what they think about this, because last time they dealt with them easily and the reward was worthy. The villager greets the travelers and thanks them for responding, adding that every villager had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. Al asks him to explain the situation to them. Hitoshi realizes that everything is happening the same as last time and hopes that the residents are doing well. The group goes into the forest with the same plan as last time, and Gantz sees that Nozaki quickly returned from the forest. His comrades ask about the situation, and he replies that he found their lair. However, last time the entrance to the lair was open and they fought there, but this time there are many plants and bushes. It will not be possible to repeat it. The hero adds that he found a clearing near their place, and if he succeeds, he can lead the wolves there. Al screams that he can't do this, because running away from his opponent is too dangerous, warning that they will catch up with him and tear him to pieces. However, Hitoshi says that he can handle it and can run through the forest faster than anyone else, and demands to trust him. He says that distracting enemies is an important job for a scout. Al agrees with his plan. Nozaki approaches the lair and cuts the flesh from the animal and uses its blood to make a path. He waits for the wolves to come out of the cave. The monster runs after the man and he starts chasing. Hitoshi runs towards his comrades, who are already ready to fight. Al is worried that the hero is delayed. Nozaki runs out of the bushes. He shouts that the gray wolves are approaching and tells his comrades to prepare for battle. The boys are happy about this, and Kaman takes aim at one of the wolves. The arrow hits the monster's eye, and Al cuts off its head. Gantz runs after another wolf with an axe and also cuts off his head. Hitoshi thinks everything is going according to plan, but suddenly he hears something. He warns his people that something is coming. The man senses the approach of several creatures, and he does not understand that there are reinforcements of gray wolves, because there should be only 5 of them. The hero calls Gons and warns him of approaching reinforcements. Al heard this, and he and Gons asked how many were approaching, and Hitoshi answered that there were 10 of them. The hero is afraid of the wolf in the middle, because he is different from the others. He is horrified by this wolf, calling him a monster. Nozaki doesn't know what to do, because wolf reinforcements will soon be in front of them, and if they want to escape, they need to do it now. Gons asks Al if they are going to retreat, to which Al replies that they need to deal with the creatures in front of them first. Hitoshi thinks that his survival is more important to him, and he might as well run away already. However, he decides to run towards his comrades, thinking that this happened because of his mistake as a scout, and that he cannot leave them, because then he will not be able to forgive himself. He calls Allah and says that he will help him. Nozaki is about to kick the monster. He thinks he's never fought a 4-legged monster before, but even so, the head is a vulnerable spot. However, the wolf dodges the attack. The hero notices his quick reaction, and at that moment the monster jumps on him. He realizes that he has exposed himself and quickly dodges the attack, losing his balance a little. He overestimated his ability to predict the wolf's movements, and if he didn't swing as hard, it wouldn't do any good. He's about to hit the shortest trajectory and lifts his leg. His opponent right in the neck, and he falls. Nokaji sees that he has broken the wolf's neck, and although the monsters are very agile, they can be easily killed. The hero heads towards the last 2. Gons chopped off the wolf's head, and Al did the same with the other one. The swordsman already wants to retreat, but sees Hitoshi's frightened look and calls him back, but he says that they didn't have time. 10 wolves are already standing in front of them, and in the middle stands a monster much larger than its relatives. Nokaji notes this and says that it was his presence that he felt. Al says that such individuals rarely travel with a pack and calls the monster an elite gray wolf. The big wolf begins to howl loudly. Hitoshi takes out his weapon and gets into a fighting stance. The regular wolves run towards them, and Gons shouts to his comrades to give it their all. The hero sees that the elite wolf is standing still and watching from afar. Gons stands with an axe, Al with a shield and sword, and Kimon takes out a pair of knives. Nozaki dodges the monster's attacks. He understands that he won't be able to dodge them all. The wolf scratches the man's legs and is surrounded by 2 more individuals. Another monster scratches his leg again, and Hitoshi realizes that they are keeping their distance after the attack, as if toying with him. Their behavior is very different from the previous wolves, possibly due to the elite wolf. The monsters wound the man in the legs, and he understands that if he simply defends himself, everything will only get worse, and now the bleeding is nothing, but as time passes, the situation will worsen. After everything he has endured in this world, he doesn't even want to think that he will become food for wolves. He is confident that he will survive and finish off his opponents. A wolf runs behind him, and the man realizes that he will have to take a risk to counterattack and swings his weapon. He slits the wolf's throat, but still gets a scratch on his face. The second monster bites Hitoshi's leg. He stabs this wolf in the head. The third monster attacks the man, but he pulls out a dagger to stab him, but the wolf bites the hand with the weapon and scratches the guy's eyelid. With his face and arm covered in blood, Nokaji realizes that his field of vision is much narrower. He is strong without the dagger, but he cannot handle the speed of the wolves in this state. The hero thinks he could use something as a distraction, and remembers he hid something in his clothes just in case. It was silver coins and some spice. He decides to take out the coins and throws them at his opponent. When the wolf is distracted, Hitoshi hits him in the face with all his might. The monster falls, and the man feels an elite wolf behind him. A large wolf attacks Nozaki, scratching his armor and knocking the man to the ground. Al calls his friend back, but the hero holds the monster's face back with his hands. Hitoshi feels the wolf's claws pierce the metal plate in the armor. His arms are also at their limit, and he is surprised by the monster's strength. He understands that if he doesn't do anything, he's finished and is trying to come up with something. He comes up with some kind of plan and lets go of the wolf's face. However, he quickly grabs the monster's neck and pulls out a bag of spices from his sleeve. They fly apart in front of the wolf's eyes, and Hitoshi grabs the paw with his hand, kicking the other. The wolf loses his balance and the hero climbs on him, starting to strangle him. The monster tries to resist this. He jumps to throw the man away from him. However, Nozaki understands that he must never let the enemy go, because if he does, it will be the end for him. The wolf is completely exhausted and begins to tremble due to loss of air. The monster finally falls to the ground. The man, having made sure that his opponent was dead, lets him go. He, too, lies down on the ground, tired. Hitoshi realizes that it's all over, and he doesn't even have the energy left to get up. He hears that his partners have also finished. Gantz approaches Nokaji, who thinks that he was not paying attention to his surroundings when he fought and did not expect other opponents to appear. He realizes that it was his mistake. Gantz smiles and tells his friend that he was not bad. The hero is surprised by these words, and his partner praises him for dealing with the elite wolf alone. Al agrees and says that Eugene is quite worthy of being a fighter. Three men stand behind Kimon as he cuts open the belly of a large wolf. The guy finds something inside. He pulls out a magic stone. Hitoshi asks again, and Al says that the stone is large and is used as fuel for magical devices or as a catalyst in alchemy. He adds that the stone is formed inside such monsters that have lived for a long time, and outside of dungeons with a high concentration of mana, such large magic stones are rarely found. Al says that such stones are in great demand and are worth a lot, which pleases Hitoshi. The blonde says that now that he has cut up this wolf, he needs to drop by to see someone. The group returns to the village. Gantz and Al hold a stick on which a wolf skin is suspended. The blonde man turns to the village chief, who is worried about something. The man is surprised that they were able to kill the elite wolf. Gantz says they almost died there because of him. He swings his weapon at the village chief, almost hitting him. Gon's rage knew no bounds, and it seemed he realized that the customers had deceived them. The comrades tried to calm their friend down. The man would have cut off the customer's head if Al had not stopped him. The village chief immediately admitted everything, that from the very beginning there was a high chance that there were more than 5 wolves, but he kept it quiet in order to reduce the payment. After all, for normal groups, 5 wolves is already the limit, so he decided to deceive everyone. Allah was very angry that he couldn't smell the lie. He said that the customer might have the ability of duplicity. After that, Al started to squeeze extra money out of the customers. He was definitely angrier than Gonza because he felt guilty about it. On the way to Rock Cliff, the group set up camp for the night. Hitoshi was tired, but due to the large amount of money earned, everyone was on the rise because the weak have no place in the ranks of adventurers. Stories about girls that their comrades liked, stories about previous missions, stories about family and enemies. The group talked about everything. Fighting side by side on the border between life and death, Nokaji finally felt like he was part of something bigger. When he saw the walls of Rock Cliff, even though it had only been a couple of days, he was surprised at how much he missed them. Poor public safety, the city looks like a den for bandits. Hitoshi still wants to return to this place and says that he is home. He had another surprise in store for him. At night, in his room, he opens his status. The man is surprised that his level has not increased, and he was waiting with such impatience, despite the fact that he killed an elite wolf. He thinks that in order to increase his level, he needs some special item. The hero notices that a new title has appeared. The status says that the process of balding has begun, and Hitoshi begins to swear that God is laughing at him again and does not understand the appearance of this title. Holding his hair, he says that he is not going bald at all. He reasons that he was thrown into a dangerous forest without clothes. He had to fight goblins, hobgoblins, and even people. He somehow made it to the city and finally started living a normal life and complains that he deserved this treatment. Hitoshi scolds God for turning a blind eye to all his suffering. He says he won't play by God's rules, and now he's definitely going to be happy. It's been a couple of days since the last quest was completed. It seems like adventurers don't know the concept of saving money. Gantz and the others don't want to go on the next quest until their money runs out. The man opens one eye and thinks that for the first time in this world he has so much free time. He realizes that it is already half a day. Since he needs to know more about the world, after lunch he talked to the registrar of the Adventurers Guild. This has already become a daily routine, a great way to pass the time, he greets the registrar. In fact, this man is quite cool. They say that he used to be a famous adventurer, so he knows a lot of interesting things. He remembers that they talked about the level ceiling, where they stopped. The main character eventually learned that every 5 levels there is a kind of barrier. This barrier can be broken through by killing a monster of a higher rank. Level 5 monsters are rank 2, rank 10 monsters are rank 3, and become larger and stronger, and at level 15 monsters are rank 4. The man says that why no one in his group has ever broken through the 15th level ceiling. The answer is simple. It's because the 4th rank monsters are so damn strong. He tells the guy that the metal weapons they use won't even scratch them. They need weapons made of black steel. It's so expensive that the money they recently earned will seem like a pittance. Not to mention that if he saves money for a long time and manages to save up for a weapon, if he loses, then everything will be in vain. It's just not worth the risk. Level 15 is enough to complete tasks. The protagonist understands what this means, that due to the risk and lack of strong need he becomes stronger. Everyone decides to stay at level 15. He answers that this is so, and even he, including. Then night falls. The protagonist lies in bed and thinks about the level 15 barrier, looking at the ceiling. If he loses, then everything will go wrong. Even the slightest happiness that he finally received, he thinks about what to do. He raises his fist up and thinks about whether he wants to get stronger. He opens his eyes and gets out of bed, not understanding what this worry is. He starts boxing right through the air. The guy looks at his fist, it seemed to him, although no, his body really did become heavier. He is sitting at a table with a guy who says that he knows this feeling. He tells Yajin that when a combat skill is activated, his physical abilities will increase. Usually his sword skill will also add this effect. The skills are activated when he has the intent to attack and takes up a weapon. If he lowers the weapon, it is deactivated. At this point, when his physical abilities return to normal, his body feels clumsy. It is likely that this is exactly the feeling he experienced. Whether he understands it or not, the skill he spoke of was not learned today or yesterday. The guy thinks that he would notice the change in physical strength caused by the skill, so he thought that his karate ability did not give any strength. Suddenly, he realizes something. The sword skill is triggered when he grabs it. Then, what is the activation condition? His breathing is different from a normal person. Thanks to it, he can avoid his movements being read and better maintain stealth. This is a karate technique that has been used for a long time. Since he was constantly using it, the skill was always activated. In the situation where he was sprawled on the bed in the safe room, his breathing became ragged, and then he felt his body weaken for the first time. The protagonist suddenly asks all to tell him everything he knows about skills. Absolutely everything. A guy walks down an empty street and looks around, realizing that there is no one here at all. It's good that he was able to find a place to train where no one would see him. Listening to that conversation, he froze. The greatest effect of the skill should be the optimization of movements. With a deep understanding of the ability, even when he is injured, no matter under what circumstances, he can deliver his ideal blow. Optimization of movements, if this is true, then this is unrealistically strong. This needs to be checked urgently. Yajin gets into a stance and understands that he needs to imprint every movement in his head. The ability has activated. His body begins to move. He does not need to resist, he needs to give in to the skill. Then he does one punch and thinks that this is absolutely incredible. Relaxing his knees, his center of mass has dropped. At the right moment, the energy of return is transformed and directed into the knees. After that, the energy in the knees can be directed up the body into the fist. You can lunge forward with a 180-degree rotation of the fist. He couldn't have done it without help because it's a complex physical maneuver. A fist that carries the weight of the entire body, carries incredible power. This is what is called mastery. There is darkness all around. The only source of light is a lit candle in the cage. The main character is training, breathing heavily. The boy thinks that this is quite funny. He remembers his little self and thinks that this is so funny, just like before. The protagonist makes a punch and mentally thanks the world, and then God, for creating this ability. He trains right in the middle of the night, on a full moon. Even in another world, his efforts are not forgotten. He understands that from this moment on, he will become much stronger. The main character lies on the ground, arms and legs spread out. Then morning comes. He lies with his eyes open. The guy with wide open eyes reports that he hasn't slept a second. He wants to train some more, but he understands that the city has already woken up, so it looks like he'll have to postpone training. People are coming out into the streets. There are 2 people standing at the notice board, and the main character thinks that he is just in time. He hopes that he is still there. He carefully looks at the ads and realizes that he has suddenly found what he needs. The boy gives the paper to the man, who asks if this is a task to collect medicinal herbs. He answers positively and asks the man to take care of the rest. He says that a member of their group is doing such a miserable task, but Yajin says that this is a chance to collect medicinal herbs for himself. And he also wanted to make potions for himself. If he goes on the task, he won't have to pay to enter the city. The man asks him who taught him how to cook or what they do with them. Yajin says it was the healer with whom he was heading to the city. He asks if this means personal training with a healer. He heard that this method is effective. How was he able to persuade her? He didn't force her under threat of death. Usually, healers do not share their recipes with others. In order to learn the recipes, you have to help the healer for years. However, the main character remains silent, and then the man tells him that everything is ready and he can go. He wishes Yajin good luck. The guy goes to the gate, which is guarded by guards with spears. He shows them his permission, and then they allow him to pass, which he does. Then the main character reaches the road signs. He walks past the river, passes the hills along the ramp, then he walks through the forest, and finally reports that he has finally found what he needs. This plant is narwhal. If Yajin's memory serves him right, he needs to be dug up by the roots and then wrapped in a damp cloth. He does this and says that great, at this rate he will finish very soon, then he can return to training. The main character's bag, filled with various herbs, lies right on the ground, in the sun. He needs to make sure he can move even when the skill is not active. There is no guarantee that there are no enemies or dungeons that are sealing his abilities. After he learns the full depth of his karate ability, he also wants to learn other skills. Definitely, he needs to check if he can fight when his sense of smell is activated. That's probably a very strong combination. The main character still has so much he wants to do. He sits down on the ground and realizes that, as expected, it is very hard without sleep, but it is fun. He suddenly notices something. Suddenly, in his mind, he sees a deer. He holds the back of his head and realizes that it is a deer, but he does not understand how he knew this without even looking at it. Suddenly, he is shocked to see in his mind the silhouettes of a bird and a spider. Then he senses all the different insects and animals nearby. Up until this point, he had only seen the vague outlines of the creatures, but now he can clearly distinguish all the outlines. The main character is happy that his sense of smell has evolved. After he began to study the ability, it has improved. The guy looks up and understands that he can become much stronger. The main character puts another ad on the table in front of the registrar. The man looks and says that he works hard, as he noticed every day lately. Yajin tells him that he wants to make potions for his comrades as well. The man tells him that he will make them for him too, so that he can sell them later. He thanks the man, but he takes the paper. A man with a serious face informs the protagonist that someone is aiming directly at him. Rumor has it that the newcomer of a strong group is not a spendthrift and saves money. There is no better target for bandits. Yajin is surprised by this. Bandits who lose their place in the league or megade flock to subnational groups, and the more resourceful ones end up in Rock Cliff. These groups are even willing to kill for money without hesitation, so Yajin must be careful. After the man said this, the protagonist puts on his hood and walks down the street past various people. The guy thinks about how to stop seeing bandits in all people after those words. He passes by a man in a robe whose face is not visible until he looks up and looks at Yajin. The main character leaves the city and heads somewhere, but 3 more pairs of someone's legs appear behind him. Behind him, 3 more people are chasing him. One of them is the one in the robe, and the rest do not hide their faces. The main character sees their silhouettes in his mind and understands what he only thought. He understands that they have been pursuing him since leaving the city. Without a doubt, their target is himself. He understands that these are 3 bandits. You can't survive in Rock Cliff with weak abilities. They are not wretched robbers. You can call them professional killers. If these bastards have been following him lately, they will attack him in the forest where no one will see them. If he escapes, then everything will be lost. To live in a city, he can only fight. He will take action when the moment is right. After all, this is a cruel world. The main character eventually decides to attack them himself, right in the forest. After some time, he finds himself in it. The 3 people continue to pursue Yajin, but suddenly they lose sight of him and cannot find him. The protagonist asks them if they need something from him. They look in one direction, where Yajin is peeking out from behind a tree. The guy in the robe with a smile demands that he give him all his jewelry and also tell them where his savings are. If he does everything as he is told, he will leave alive. The protagonist says that he is lying. They do not plan to let him go alive because they want him to report everything to Gonsu and the others. He reports that Gauntz and the guys will not forgive those who raise their hand against a member of their group. If they dare to touch the adventurers, then they will end. One of them says that he understood everything. He asks Gauntz if this is true. 3 of them turn around to see who he is talking to. The main character runs away, shouting at them that he lied. The guy in the balakan runs and shouts that he will not run away, he will kill him. The guy understands that if he retreats to the city, the local bandits will target him. Since they dared to attack the adventurer, it would be the end for them. He had thought of everything, so he would definitely survive and the hunt would begin. The main character runs through the forest, then silhouettes of enemies are shown, who are chasing the guy and shouting at him to stand still. The 3 of them continue to chase the guy, shouting for him to stop already, but Yajin continues to run, seeing their silhouettes in his mind. The protagonist reflects on the fact that the distance between them has increased, as expected, given their differences in armor and stamina. Suddenly, one of his pursuers stumbles and almost falls. The main character notices this and understands that this is his chance. The protagonist curls up behind a tree and hides his presence, watching the silhouettes of his pursuers in his mind. 2 guys run almost past him, looking around and not understanding where he could have disappeared to. The man wants to ask again where the guy disappeared to, but Yajin's palm appears in front of him, and then he comes out from behind the tree and hits him hard in the face with his hand. This makes the guy stand there and gasp for breath. His partner behind him is surprised by this, and the main character immediately kicks the first guy, causing him to fly back. The guy falls straight onto his partner, who also falls because of this. He gasps for breath and tries to start moving, but he can't do it at all. Then the main character approaches the 2 fallen guys and wants to finish them off with his foot. But their third stumbled partner appears, runs up and shouts, calling Yajin names. After this, the main character leaves those 2 and runs to the third one, who is already swinging to hit him. The guy thinks that now he will show him the fruits of his training. He is already attacking him with a sword. However, thanks to his reflexes, the protagonist simply stops the guy's sword with his own hand, remaining unperturbed, while his enemy is very surprised. The protagonist then smiles widely and punches his enemy right in the face, finishing him off as well. After the guy hits his enemy in the face, he remains on his feet for some time. However, as soon as the main character steps away, his opponent immediately falls face down on the ground, unconscious. The protagonist looks at the defeated enemy and thinks that by deflecting the blow and accelerating it, he opened up. Everything was perfect for him, right up until the very end. 2 of those guys are still conscious. One of them leans on his sword and looks up, noticing that Yajin is heading straight towards him and is scared by this. The boy screams at Yajin, asking him to spare him, to never set eyes on him again. The boy even swears this, while Yajin looks down at the boy in disgust. The main character turns around and starts to leave. His opponent looks after him in surprise, with tears in his eyes. Then he covers his face, wipes away his tears with his sleeve, and, cursing, says that he will remember this. The next moment, the main character stands behind the guy with a stone in his hands and swings it in order to throw it straight at the enemy, who thought that he had spared him. There is equipment on the table. The man says that he understood everything, that Yajin threw a stone and killed him. It was the right decision to keep his distance, because it is also possible that he could have hit him with a sword. The protagonist remembers that the guy was lying dead with a sword in his hands, and says that he is impressed by the fact that this guy did not let go of his sword until the very end. The guy says that all the adventurers in these places are stuck at level 15 due to the lack of difference in level. The competition here is fierce. He orders soup, continuing to say that there are still those who do not earn a penny, just do routine tasks. And among them, there are also fools who take the path of bandits. Well, in general, if you have skills, then you can make money at your main job. Yajin asks about whether these guys are targeting him. He says that it might not even be just for money, but also because of envy, or to get rid of a rival. Outstanding adventurers always go through this. Well, he just needs to show his strength until everyone starts to fear him. Selling acquired things at the market also shows his strength. It would be good to sell them before dark. Let him not forget that in such situations, according to the rules, they must be pawned in the slums. In one of the buildings, above the door of which hangs a sign with a bag of coins, a bag is placed on the table for the main character. He is asked if this is enough, Yajin. He is silent for a while, then says that's enough, and then the guy tells Yajin that he will now be his client. The main character sits on the street and looks at a bag of money, realizing that this is the price of life. Very little. Is his life really the same? It's just awful. Yajin understands that now that he is inside the walls, he has to survive here against the bandits. The main character enters a building and immediately notices that someone is asking him to come over to them. 3 guys are sitting at a table and drinking, looking at him. The bald man asks the protagonist if he has finally sold all his things. Isn't that easy money? Yajin asks if he wants him to pay for him, if his pockets are completely empty. The second one tells him that he has a chance to show his neighbors his generosity, and they will drink together. Isn't that good? The protagonist is not sure, but someone shuts him up. The bald man offers Yajin to just have a drink together, asking him not to be gloomy, like some kind of adventurer. The main character thinks about it and agrees, realizing that there is no point in worrying and thinking about what happened. They are all going to have a drink together. They hit each other with their mugs, after which they ended up doing something bad, and the main character's gloomy feeling in his chest at least finally dissipated a little during such a get-together. A bald man tells someone to say goodbye to his jewelry. The protagonist looks at him in shock after that. The guy standing in front of the two of them doesn't understand what's going on. The bald man is standing with an axe on his shoulder. The guy asks if he needs money when he raises his hand. There's one thing Yajin realized after some time with him. He seriously did this. He's an idiot. He constantly follows his instincts, fights with those he doesn't like, and when he wants money, he extorts it. Gans asks the guy to give him money faster. Newbies like this usually drop out. If they don't want to, they try to fight back, but this one gives his money to Gansu. However, Gans is very strong, perhaps even the strongest in the village, and he continues to hold his weapon behind his back. Until now, everyone who dared to oppose him lost. Now no one except the ignorant dares to contradict him. If he doesn't want to be hunted, then he needs to show his strength like this. The main character turns back and sees 2 guys discussing Gans's actions and calling him sick. Gans tells Yajin that he will go to the weapon shop, asking where Yajin will go, as he usually goes to collect medicinal herbs. However, in this world there are people who are capable of not only challenging you to a fight, but if you act like Gans, you can lose your head. How can he continue to behave like this and stay alive without being caught by scammers or manipulators? Al approaches Yajin and asks him if he is leaving. Al has a hidden ability. You can't be fooled by his appearance. He is like a snake. Yajin says that he is on a mission, and Al says that he just returned from meeting a man. Al gets information from all over the city through his personal network that he has built. If someone wants to attack Gonza, Al will know about it instantly. As he understands, they met in the intelligence building. The protagonist tells Al that Gans extorted money from the guy right in front of him. Al says that he did it again. However, the guy was happy about this, and Al explains that it is probably because those he robbed fall under the protection of the god of war. Yajin is interested in who started such a stupid rumor. Al agrees. He also knows how to manipulate information. Yajin reports that thanks to this, the glory of their team is preserved. They will see each other again. Al wants to say something. The guy tells Yajin that the hair growth medicine he is looking for is not available in this city. Does he know about it? The protagonist is shocked and asks him how he realized this, realizing that Al really is a snake. Of course, because of the violence on the streets, the name Gonza is often heard, and with him, Allah, he also needs to get himself a name someday. Suddenly, the main character notices something to the side, namely, a man with a bow. He assumes that it is Kaimon. Kaimon is smaller than him, but everyone is afraid of him. Maybe by his example he will finally understand how to show his strength. Kimon's strange lifestyle. However, the guy heads to the hotel, and the main character wonders why. A guy jumps out of the window from inside and runs past the main character. He says he rejected the girl and drank, and he could have killed her, but who knew that she was hanging out with this guy? The main character does not understand what is happening. Kaimon says that he asked to protect this girl. Kaimon understands that he turned the corner. He asks Yajin if he can use the search to track him down. Yajin is surprised at what he says and tracks the guy down. Kimon offers to follow him and asks Yajin for help. He runs with him and asks what happened. This guy attacked the girl he met and ran away. Yajin realizes that this old man from the guild mentioned that there was someone he was friends with. She's seriously hurt. It's bad. Kaimon promises himself that he'll catch up and kill this guy. Kaimon asks Yajin about the fact that he hasn't moved yet. The protagonist says that yes, he probably knows that he angered him, which is why he sat down in the tavern. Yajin understands that he needs to use the ability for a long time. Kimon suggests going to the tavern, but this is bad. He started chatting with someone there as soon as he entered. His friends probably came to the tavern. It's dangerous to go there. Yajin says that if Kaimon takes care of him, then everything is fine. He understood. Then they wait until it starts to move. The main character suddenly notices movements and announces that he has stood up and is calling the waiter. Yajin informs that the waiter will bring the bill. Let Kimon look above the door. He will be on the left. Kimon pulls back the bowstring with an arrow, and the protagonist counts from 3 to 1, warning that he is coming. After this, the guy shoots and hits the enemy directly, or rather his head. Everyone in the tavern screams in shock. Kimon looks at this and reports that they are returning. He is worried about the girl's condition. Then they come to the hotel and stand in front of the bed in which lies a girl in serious condition. Kimon is glad that she is stable, but he couldn't protect her, not this time, even though he asks her to protect him. The main character understands that she's dear to him. After that, he tells her that everything is normal. He was treated by the best healers of the city. She will not even have a scar. Kimon is silent, and Yajin realizes that he has become himself again. The guy says that she looks like someone. He admits that she looks like his younger sister, and that she was actually sold. The main character is surprised by this. In the end, he couldn't follow his example. Frankly speaking, he shows his strength by stealth killings. It is possible that he is the most terrible of all of these three, but he certainly cannot do so. After all, he can only kill openly. It seems that his peaceful days will not come for a long time. He stops and thinks that there is really only one way to show his strength. Al did say that the competition has become stronger because everyone is stuck at level 15, and that's probably why there's poor public order in the city, a level ceiling. In the alley between two houses, a suspicious man follows the main character, who begins to take out a sword. Yajin simply remains silent. He reflects on the fact that a few days after that incident and numerous skirmishes with robbers, his heart turned to stone. He asks if this is happening again. He suggests to his enemy to start. His enemy is a short-haired, blonde-haired guy with a scar across his face, holding a sword in his hand. Yajin stands in front of him in a fighting stance. The main character looks at him silently, then takes a step towards the enemy, after which his enemy also steps forward. They find themselves close to each other, come even closer and look at each other attentively, without looking away for a second. Then the enemy begins to retreat back, and after some time he rests his heel against a stone wall. He is worried, and the main character with a confident smile informs him that he is trapped. At first he looks at Yajin with excitement, and then he takes on a serious, determined look. Then the guy decides to attack the main character, but he blocks his blow with his dagger, but he can't stand it and breaks. Yajin realizes that now, with the lunge, he gets an advantage for attack. He wants to use the left jab. He thinks that now he is closing the distance for an attack, and now he hits him right in the stomach area, causing his opponent to writhe in pain. However, the main character does not stop there. He strikes him several more times in the same place. The guy doesn't respond to the main character in any way, and then he grabs him sharply by the chin and throws him straight down in one movement. He hits him right on the brick ground, and then the guy loses consciousness and dies, bloodying the ground next to him. After this, the main character walks calmly down the street in a hood and thinks that in this way he seems to have adapted well to this world. His face becomes serious. He understands that this is how it is. He must carefully monitor his surroundings. There are no laws in the slums. If he wandered here, then he needs to be extremely careful. The boss of the group that controls this area is connected to the Lord himself. He pays the Lord with dirty money that is not controlled by the state, and he protects the gang from problems with the law. The guy represents his image. In general, this is a paradise for lawlessness for criminals, and although they say that there are no laws here, but thanks to the control from the boss, there is no feeling of permissiveness in this place. The guy does not understand why the man from behind is staring at him. In terms of sanitation, it's no worse here than in the city, and you don't see mountains of bodies on the streets, but he thinks it's not just a matter of hygiene, although you can see strange bags from which something red oozes. In the slums, bodies can be exchanged for money. Their hair is used for wigs, and their bones are burned and powdered, selling them as fertilizer or as low-grade alchemical material. And meat is not really worth eating meat in the slums. At first glance, it is, of course, calm here, but the main character always feels eyes on him. The building is built chaotically, so the view is limited, while here you must always scan the area with skills. The main character gets the feeling that he is walking through a forest where monsters are hiding. Yajin thinks that it is hard to stay alert after a fight with a strong enemy. He wishes he could get out of the slums and breathe a sigh of relief. Of course, he would not go to such a dangerous place without need. The local gang also deals in smuggling illegal equipment. If you don't want to run into a conflict of interest, it's best to sell everything at a local pawn shop. However, the main character calms himself down by convincing himself that everything is fine and he is doing everything right. He comes to a passage in the wall and thinks, great, he doesn't feel anyone nearby. He got out of the slums and remained unharmed. Then, the main character decides for himself that he will probably return to the guild, and that is where he heads. However, something starts to move right behind him, and the man, with a malicious grin, tells Yajin to give him all the money he has. First, he hits the main character in the stomach, but the latter, as if nothing had happened, pushes him away and kicks him. His enemy falls back, but the protagonist winces in pain and looks at the defeated man. There is a dagger sticking out of the main character. The main character understands that he has lost his vigilance when leaving the slums. This guy knows how to be invisible. The main character stands leaning against the walls and swears, thinking about what he did. Yajin can barely stand on his feet, but he needs to get to the hospital as soon as possible. The guy's eyes start to double. He looks at his palm and thinks that this can't be. Was it poison? Then the main character falls to the ground and continues to lie there, exhausted, with a dagger sticking out of the wound. Suddenly, the protagonist opens his eyes and looks ahead, wondering where he is. Then he looks at himself and notices a dagger sticking out of him and realizes that he had been stabbed with a dagger earlier. Eugene spreads his arms out to the sides and realizes that he is drowning right at the bottom of his consciousness. Then he flies right over the water, after which, in bewilderment, he falls right into the pond, looking at his hand. The liquid he is in starts to move, and the main character looks at it in surprise. A hand grabs him and he tries to get out, screaming at the same time. Then creatures begin to appear from the liquid, which completely copy people, and they reach out with their hands to him. The main character screams from this. These creatures tell people that he killed them. They call him a murderer. They curse him forever. The main character screams in horror, and more people pile on him, and after that the guy completely drowns in liquid. Then the main character lies in the dark, curled up. He thinks that he is freezing and he becomes very cold. The protagonist understands what all this means, that this is how he will die, whether he will die a sinful murderer. But in fact, he really is a sinner. How can one continue to live with such a burden? He does not understand this. He is very tired of life. He does not care about anything anymore. He has had enough. As a result, the main character has no one. He is surrounded by nothing but cattle. What kind of world is this? He has nothing to regret in general. The main character lies with his eyes closed. A point of light falls on his face. He opens his eyes, sees a hole in the darkness from which light is shining, and sees a guy sitting in front of a sign. The main character sees a message that there is karate among the skills and thinks that he doesn't have anyone. He sees the silhouettes of several people sitting next to each other. He sees his drinking friends having fun and thinks that there really are only cattle around. Some better light shines on him and he sees the silhouette of a smiling girl. The main character, seeing her, opens his eyes wide. The liquid begins to move, and the main character's hand comes out right from this liquid. Yajin, his eyes wide open, half breaks out of the liquid, and he makes a great effort to do so. He pushes forward despite the creatures grabbing him with all their might and trying to hold him back. He thinks that he really won't give up. Yajin first smashes the head of one creature, realizing that he will live. He will sweep away everyone who stands in his way, curses, evil spirits. He doesn't care about anyone. He begins to walk straight through the liquid. Then the guy points his hand straight up, and he manages to swim up. He looks up confidently. Someone says that he will go to the store and come back. Someone's feet step down the stairs. Some girl comes out of the house. The girl, in shock, puts the basket on the ground, and the girl quickly runs up to the main character, who is lying unconscious on the ground in blood. She screams, asking for someone to come here to help. The main character lies without strength. The girl asks him to come to her quickly. Yajin understands that he will certainly survive. The main character opens his eyes and asks where he is, looking out the window, where it is light. Someone tells him that he has finally woken up. The dark-haired girl standing at the table tells him that he lost consciousness right in front of the hospital. The guy asks who he is. The man says that his name is Klein and reports that the wound is not deep, but the poison has managed to spread throughout the body, and it's good that he received help. The main character lies silently and thinks that all this means that he managed to get there after all. The guy thanks Klein for being alive. Klein tells him to thank the girl instead. Yajin wonders in surprise what kind of girl she is. Clay reports that it was she who found him, and that she looked after him constantly for 3 days, and looked after him completely. The protagonist closes his eyes and says that it's very awkward. Klein says, okay, it's the second time, and who the hell is he anyway? Klein reports that the poison has been removed from the body, and the wound is healing. To be honest, she wanted to drive it away. While she was collecting medicine, the main character looks at the wound site and understands that it is really healing. The main character tells the girl that he does not want to cause them any inconvenience. She will thank him and leave immediately. Klein says that's fine, but she wants to tell him again not to go near Belle again. After all, the whole point is that troubles are haunting him one after another, and the guy agrees with this. Klein tells him that, in general, he is leaving tomorrow, and she will take payment for the treatment so that he does not let himself be injected anymore. And she also asks him to take it back. The main character looks at the knife and thinks that he is good. Despite the fact that they cut his stomach with it, suddenly he is surprised by something. The main character sees in his mind the silhouette of the girl who saved him, and the next moment she opens the door to the room. When the girl entered the room, she began to look at Yajin, who silently looked back at her, after which she silently began to cry, covering her mouth with her hands. Then she removes her hands and smiles. The main character is amazed by the beauty of her smile. It suits her very well. He thanks her with a smile and says that this is already the second time. The guy thinks that Klein was right. He was suddenly stabbed with a knife in the middle of the city. Now his situation is even more dangerous than before. Get close to her. They can harm her too. He must leave this place as soon as possible to protect this smile. The main character stands in front of his savior on the street and tells her that he has left. The girl awkwardly gives him some kind of bag and says that it is a recipe for a cure for poison and the ingredients for it. However, no one should know that she gave it to him. Yajin thanks her. Suddenly, he remembers something and takes out something, handing it to her. It is a gold coin of the Megado Empire. He returns his debt to the girl. She looks at the coin. The girl thanks him, and then they stand silently opposite each other. He says that it is with interest. Yajin asks her if this is enough, and the girl gives a positive answer with a smile. Yajin again realizes that a smile suits her very well. As a result, they parted without saying bye or goodbye to each other, and she looked after him. There are several tables with benches in front of them near the house with the flag on the roof, and one of the visitors is sitting at the table with a drink. The main character is brought food, and they wish him a pleasant appetite. Yajin is happy and understands that it is time to begin. A tall, bald man walking arm in arm with 2 girls notices the main character and asks him if he is Yajin. The main character looks up from his food and turns his gaze to him. The man tells Yajin that he hasn't seen him hanging out with any girl for a long time. The guy says that not at all. In fact, he was poisoned, stabbed in the stomach with a dagger, and ended up in the hospital. The man says that being poisoned is unpleasant. He himself was on the brink of death many times. The main character does not understand how one can laugh at this. Perhaps this is a common thing for adventurers. There are dangers everywhere. Kimon comes up and takes the dagger, examining it. Yajin is surprised and asks Kimon how he is doing. He asks if it's a good knife. He bets it's also very sharp. Kimon thinks of the beggar Kazo. The main character asks in bewilderment, and the guy explains that this is the name of the knife's owner, the killer beggar Kazo. Suddenly, a guy appears who tells him that, as usual, the main character is surprised that it was a killer. The main character asks why the killer was suddenly hunting him. Was it really on someone's orders? On the orders of the slum boss? Did he do something? No. The guy tells him that it's unlikely, probably an ordinary robbery. Kimon sits down next to them and tells them that he too is doing as usual, after which they eat together, and the main character grabs his stomach with a heavy heart. The guy suggests that he go and rest and not overexert himself, then they will celebrate his recovery. The main character agrees and leaves. He turns to Kimon and all. Then he also turns to Gansu, thanking all 3. All tells him to go already. The main character has already reached level 15. His skills include karate, charm, stealth, resistance to poison, and his titles include Evo Goblin, monster. The protagonist thought that he had a chance, but in the end, one can regret or consider it natural, but his level did not increase, but the skill of resistance to poisons appeared. Yejin then looks at his level and then lifts his leg and lies down on the bed. After what happened, he realized something. He thinks about how dangerous his situation is now. This cannot continue any longer. One day he will actually fall into the abyss. In order to reach the level 15 ceiling, he needs to kill a monster with rank 4, and to kill a monster with that rank, he needs a black steel weapon. He will get this weapon. In a building that has a shield and 2 swords on it, someone is amazed that it is very expensive. The man points to the weapon, and the protagonist realizes that it is a weapon made of black steel. He thought it would cost as much as an average car, but in reality, it cost as much as a luxury car. The man says that if they sell one a year, that's already good. It's mostly bought by the rich kids from aristocratic families and wealthy merchants. It is understandable. An ordinary person cannot save such a sum. Only a person from the upper class, who has money and knowledge, can afford such a thing. The man asks if he will do something, or if he just came to have a look. The protagonist holds the blade and thinks that he was just going to scout out the situation, but ended up buying this. It looks like a bow shuriken. It might come in handy. He walks down the street and thinks about what to do. Now he knows that to get a weapon made of black steel, you need a fabulous amount of money. Even if you constantly save, you still won't save up. The more money he saves, the more time he spends on it, the more dangerous his life becomes. He needs to find a way to earn the entire amount at once. However, is there such a way? What if you concentrate on large tasks and complete them in a short time? He thinks about the tasks and realizes that today, for the first time in a long time, there will be a meeting to issue new quests. He can't wait. He is sitting in his company. All says that a task has appeared for them. He wants the revenue to be a priority this time. The main thing is to get back on track. The candidates are given these 3 papers. The monsters are the same for everyone. The main character stares at the bald man. He notices this, and Yajin turns away, all decided to take the task further away to stretch his legs on the way. Gans goes to the toilet. The main character turns to Alu sharply and asks what happened. Gans is not at all in a good mood. All says that no money means no friends. I heard that he fell in love with a girl, and she left him for another. He's just not himself. Things are bad. Yajin notices people. This company discusses among themselves that meeting a gray boar on the way back from a mission is a good bonus. The boy asks the girl if it is good that they left this miserable village. She says that it is good that they went with him. They are going to have a drink. The guy realizes that Ganza was rejected by his girlfriend, and now this couple is making noise. Something is about to happen. Some people are discussing the fact that gray boars are not usually found in these places, so they were lucky. Yajin thinks that he doesn't notice the appraising glances from all sides. Even for a newbie, too careless. You can't live here for long if you're not careful. Someone is approaching. The protagonist wonders if he can even survive today, when suddenly Gantz shouts at them to stop making noise. One of the guys asks him why he's bothering him. It's not forbidden to make noise in a bar. Is he asking for trouble or something? Hans, looking gloomy, takes up his weapon, and everyone looks on in shock at what he is about to do. The main character stands in front of the guy with a smile and asks him to calm down. The guy with a sword in his hands asks who he is. The main character takes him by the shoulder and suggests not to swear. However, Yajin smiles and hits him with the hard part of his palm right in the stomach area, causing him to writhe. The protagonist strikes the solar plexus with his palm, then immediately presses with a bent palm so that the impulse spreads throughout the body. From the side, it looks like a light pressure from the palm, telling the guy that he can't stand on his feet at all, that he better sit down for now. The main character quietly tells him that he got into a fight because there were ladies nearby, but the one who yelled at him is a respected person, higher in position than him. Eugene throws Hans a bag of money and says that the boy asks for forgiveness from Mr. Gans and treats him. The main character says that of course they know, even small people know, about the unusual sign about Ganza. He wonders how they knew. The guy's partners ask him what he did because they took their money. The protagonist notices a look of contempt on them and wonders if they even understood that he saved his life. It's good that he at least remained alive. All tells Yajin that it was done well. Gon says that all has distributed the tasks, now it's time to have a drink. No matter how hard or easy it is to deal with him, But in this city full of lies and betrayals, straightforward people like Gantz are valuable. But anyway, Gantz likes Yajin. He thinks that this lesson cost them little, and they live happily ever after. The main character is standing behind a tree, and an arrow flies into the tree next to him. The guy who shot it tells the others that he found him, and they need to surround him. The guy sees silhouettes of people in his mind and understands that behind him, 8 adventure seekers are chasing him to kill him. He thinks about who is ahead of him and sees creatures there with pointed ears and a long nose. The main character looks around and does not understand how it happened that he is suddenly surrounded. People walk around and look for the main character. One of them stands right above Yajin, who is hiding underground, and asks where he went. He's definitely somewhere nearby. Yajin thinks that he needs to get ready. What happened anyway? He just came to the forest to train with bow, shuriken, when he was suddenly grabbed and attacked. The guy understands that he was careless in deciding that it was just another rabble, but they turned out to be strong opponents. The guys discuss the fact that, judging by the trail, the guy passed here. The protagonist thinks that the path is blocked on 3 sides. He has no choice but to run to the west, straight into the forest, but there is already a pack of goblins there. Yajin realizes that there are goblins ahead and adventurers behind. They discuss whether they have found him, but not yet. Yajin thinks that everything is not so bad. 8 people, which means their goal is not to profit from something, not his money, but his life. Yajin is not sure of the reason, but they came with the firm intention of killing him. Even if he gets out of here, they will attack him again, so we need to deal with them now that he is on his territory. If you think about it the other way around, then this is his chance. No matter if there is 1 person there or 8, in order to survive, you need to bet on it. The main character runs out of cover, and one of the seekers notices this, says that he is here, reaches for an arrow. The guy runs and jumps into the bushes. Flying through them, he finds himself right in front of a group of goblins. All the goblins turn in shock and look at Yajin, who then continues to run away. He runs and screams as his knee hits one of the goblins in the face. The goblin falls to the ground, and the main character runs on. All the goblins look at theirs in shock. A crowd of people runs after the guy and shouts that they need to go faster. They also pass through the bushes and look in shock at the angry crowd of goblins, raising their hands with weapons up. The people are shouting that there is a goblin nest here. They need to retreat back, but it is too late, and they have smelled them. The goblin rushes at one of the guys, and they will have to fight. One of the guys is standing with a sword in front of one of the goblins, and he is yelling at his partners to kill them all. Then a fight between the people and the goblins begins, in which the people are in the lead for now, killing the goblins with swords and bows. The guy who kills goblins with ease says that it's a piece of cake. How many more are there? He turns around and sees Yajin's silhouette, thinking that it's a very huge goblin. The next moment, the protagonist punches him right in the face, causing him to fall. Yajin asks him if he thought he was a goblin. The guy is lying unconscious on the ground, and Yajin grabs his sword, aiming it at the guy who is fighting off the goblins. Then he swings his sword and stabs the guy in the leg. The man screams in pain, and one of the goblins is about to hit him on the head with a club, while Yajin attacks another goblin. The protagonist dodges the goblin's blow, and the next moment kicks him and knocks him out, realizing that they are weaklings. Yajin was counting on a bigger mess. They would be dealt with quickly. There were already 2 left. The goblins were too weak against level 15 seekers. Suddenly, all the adventurers are surprised, as is Yajin. By the scream, they look up and see several silhouettes. There are 3 goblins standing there, one with a beard, very large, the second with a sword and scars, the third in a robe. People look and understand that this is a higher goblin, and with him a mutant, a goblin warrior, and a third one in a robe. Who is this? The second guy also sees him in person for the first time, but it looks like he is also a mutant. He takes off his robe. This is done by the goblin Meiji. The main character at this time climbs a tree and understands that it is safe here. What will happen now? Now a battle is brewing between the 6 remaining adventurers and a group of goblins. After some time, 3 people are already defeated. One of them has his head cut off, 2 are simply killed. A huge goblin watches all this silently, with his 2 partners standing next to him. The goblin approaches the remaining people who are ready to attack him. The main character, watching all this from a tree, thinks that this is cool. The first thing they did was strike the vanguard of the goblin army. Against a detachment of 3, a hobgoblin, a warrior, and a magician, There was a vanguard of 4 and a rear guard of a couple of detachments in formation. There was another hidden squad hidden in the forest behind for a surprise attack. Even Yajin was surprised at how deliberately and organized these goblins moved. Did they really have such a high level of systematization? If you strike in the back, the rear guard, then panic will begin when the vanguard turns back and does not meet any support there. And then the magician will be given complete freedom of action, with which he can use the fireball. Unexpectedly for Yajin, the magic of this world appeared right before his eyes. The fireball is a wonderful thing when it hits its target, especially when facing warriors like the adventurers. He was so excited that he almost fell out of the tree, barely holding on. After all, the people engulfed in flames are finished off by a warrior, leaving only 5 people on their side. From this moment the counterattack begins. Having restored its position, the rearguard will wash over the goblins like a surf carrying away small fish. At this time, the adventurers will be able to eradicate the smaller goblins without having to deal with the hobgoblin and his party, and at the moment when they think they are winning. There will be some change in the movement of the goblins. Turning away from the rearguard, they will all head towards the vanguard, starting their attack on it. For in fact, their target was the backs of those fighting the hobgoblin. They attacked the rearguard 2 by 2, attacking each, and then, as one, they were easily cut down. Another one grabbed the adventurer's leg, and as the adventurer raised his sword over his head to cut it down, at that very moment he saw a hobgoblin in front of him. He managed to notice him, after which his head was mercilessly cut off. One of the guys screams because of this and is going to avenge his partner. He attacks the goblin's back, inflicting only a cut, and he, without moving, turns to face the enemy. The next moment, the goblin strikes and cuts off his enemy's hand, after which he looks up and lets out a scream. The main character understands that this cry is the front line of the battle. For him, it was a cry. It was dedicated to his comrades, who opened the way for him with their lives and blood. The goblin looks off to the side. And so, there are 3 against 3 left at the front. The gap is now unforgivably large. The protagonist thought that now they would go out one-on-one, the leader of the people against the hobgoblin, to resolve this whole battle. He would distract the leader so that the archer and swordsman would remain against the goblin warrior and magician, challenging them 2 on 2. So what tricks will they use now to challenge each other? Yajin suddenly notices that the goblin mage began to chant his spell, pointing his hand forward. The guy tells the archer to calm him down and aim. Because he lacks brains, his spell is very long. The archer has targeted the mage. It seems he will break his head before the spell is completed. The warrior with his swordsman target attacks in an attempt to protect the mage. The spell doesn't have time to land. The arrow flies out of the bow, flying straight at the mage. The goblin casts an attack and attacks. The attack hits the human warrior right in the arm, and the arrow pierces the goblin's collarbone, leaving the human warrior writhing in pain. The goblin finishes off the human warrior. The protagonist realizes that he was faster than a shot. It becomes clear that the spell-casting time is short in order to distract them. From the very beginning, he deliberately delayed it, but this is impossible. In a battle of wits, adventurers lose even to goblins who go straight for the archer, who gets scared. The protagonist mentally asks him not to come closer, because he will reveal his position. The next moment, Yajin himself falls to the ground in front of the archer. The main character tells him that he will help him in battle, because the enemy of his enemy is his friend. The archer agrees with this, and the 2 of them look at the goblins. The next moment, the protagonist kicks the guy right at the goblin. The protagonist thinks that he had no other choice. He runs at the mage and thinks that even if he just throws stones, it might work. In any case, he can't allow him to use spells. He recently saw that the mage's physical abilities are poorly developed. There is no squad in front of him to protect him in this case. After all, he's just a goblin. The main character punches the goblin mage in the face, which knocks him out. The guy moves on. He approaches the warrior and realizes that he is very strong, one-on-one stronger than any magician. The goblin screams at the sight of the guy. The protagonist hits the goblin, but he successfully dodges, which surprises Yajin. The next moment he kicks him right in the head, and he falls to his knees, completely exhausted. The protagonist looks at the defeated goblin and thinks that he was saved by the fact that he had time to study his movements properly before the battle. The guy understands that they are already finished there too. The last person was killed. The last one remains. This is the same healthy goblin. Yajin understands that only he is left. They look at each other. At first, when they first encountered each other, The Hobgoblin calmly killed the lower goblins. This goes without saying, he was a monster after all. However, this other one, for some reason his look was so sad, the goblin sees his dead partner and Yajin admits that it was he who did it. The main character stands in a fighting stance in front of his opponent and offers to settle this all. The next moment, the hobgoblin swings and attacks. The guy dodges, realizing what the atmospheric pressure is, and successfully dodges the second attack. First of all, he needs to attack the enemy in the chest. The guy will finally move from his place. He notices that the goblin has put out a weapon. He defends himself with it. In an instant, he realized his weakness and was able to block. In this case, the main character attacks him in the knee with his foot. The goblin feels pain and his knee buckles. The guy understands that the fact that he was able to do this means that he will be less mobile on this side because of the knee. After this, Yajin attacks with his foot, right at his foot, causing him to lose his balance. The protagonist then successfully delivers a punch to the chin, pushing the goblin away, but he was able to stay on his feet. The hobgoblin wipes his chin. Yajin realizes that he didn't fall after that, even though he reacted, however. The goblin suddenly rushes at the guy. The protagonist successfully counters his attack with his own, and then abruptly attacks him with his fist straight to the side. Yajin thinks that he broke his rib, but he still stands, as expected. Suddenly, the main character feels danger. Hobgoblin attacks with his foot, and the guy barely dodges it. He understands that this goblin is a very problematic monster. He swings his weapon. The guy thinks that from this position he is going to make a big, oblique swing. No, that's not it. To the surprise of the guy, the hobgoblin throws his weapon straight at him, aiming straight at his head. The main character is shocked to realize that he can no longer dodge. He looks closely at his enemy and tries to catch the moment he needs. Eventually, Yajin manages to knock the weapon out of the goblin's hands, who watches in shock, continuing to hold his hand outstretched. The goblin throws a punch, which the guy dodges. He realizes it was a left uppercut. He let it go on purpose to learn the skills. He has good fighting skills. Yajin thinks that if he takes this blow, it will send him flying. He cannot defend himself in any way. As a result, the goblin hits the main character right in the forehead, but he is practically unharmed and simply steps back as if nothing had happened. There is blood running down the guy's head. He looks at the enemy and sees his enemy's wounded fist, dripping blood. He thought he would finish him off with one punch, but he broke his own fist. Is he surprised? The skull is the strongest part of the body that can stop a fist. Since the days of the Street of Rage, such a method of defense is something self-evident. They stand opposite each other and look. Yajin thinks about what he will do. He broke his shoulder, and his field of vision narrows, darkening. He himself has a cut on his back, a broken rib, and a broken fist, covered in wounds. Will he try to finish him off, after which the goblin swings his fist at him to hit him? The protagonist says that it is as he expected, so it is time to finish with this. Yajin successfully dodges one of the enemy's attacks, but the enemy immediately makes a second one. The protagonist grabs the goblin's huge hand and attacks him in the face with his free hand. He then punches him right in the chest, presses his finger into his eye, and kicks him in the stomach. After this, the protagonist delivers his final blow, right to the back of the goblin's head, after which he freezes. The protagonist looks at the goblin who has fallen to the ground and understands that this is really a victory. He falls to his knees and says that of all his opponents with whom he has fought, this one is the strongest. Yajin admits that he was a true warrior, and with all his heart, he expresses his respect to him. He asks him to sleep peacefully. The protagonist approaches the unconscious guy. He opens his eyes, sees a silhouette, and asks if it's over already. Yajin says that yes, he should already be dead. The protagonist tells him that he has a mortal wound, so does he want him to put him out of his misery. The guy briefly agrees to this proposal, and then Yajin asks why they were pursuing him. He is silent, and the Yajin says that even though they are heading straight towards the monsters, even though death awaits them. The guy says that he was there this time too. The main character asks about it. He explains that when he first came to the guild tavern and hooked up with Gauntz. With his skillful chatter he gained his trust, and with his good language he got victory, allies, and recommendations from the strongest member of the squad. From that moment on, he remained unharmed. They were already beginning to think that this was very strange, but before that, just in front of the tavern, he settled the score with him with a delightful reception that no one here had seen. They made a mistake. Gonza's squad on his own achieved his place through his conscientious service, and deep down they began to be afraid. Didn't he notice his strangeness? They thought that he would someday take revenge on them. The guy says that he is an idiot. Of course, they don't use it here, but the eyeball of a goblin mage, and especially one like this, is completely black, so rare that you won't even find it on the market. To be honest, after he sold the equipment of those 8, up until that moment he had voluntarily refrained from visiting brothels. His wounds were terrible, and he felt guilty towards her. The guy thinks the materials from rare monsters are worth 3 times more, but one of them was rare, even among rare ones, and if you add materials from other goblins and goblin small fry to this. The protagonist says that he is listening to the girl. She asks that, in order to get better, after she sets the dislocation, why doesn't he go to the church and ask them for magical healing? The girl says that she starts and treats the guy. He understands that he himself is a fool here. He imagined all sorts of things in his head, but in reality, the man asks the great gods to heal the wounded. The main character suddenly writhes in pain and starts screaming that he is in pain. 3 days later, the main character stretches his arm and says that everything, the magical treatment has an amazing effect, accelerates regeneration so that the bone heals itself, but at the same time it hurt a lot. Al greets the protagonist and asks him if he has returned from treatment. Yajin looks at him. He's on his 2nd session. Al says that once is actually enough, as far as he knows, but to get more money, they split it into 2 sessions. The protagonist apologizes for the fact that only they got a job and he got injured. From now on, he will invest twice as much. Yajin turns to Al and asks him if he could gather everyone right now. The whole company gathers together, and Gantz, in shock, asks the guy what he just said. Yajin admits that he was able to overcome the level barrier. It seemed like they had tried everything, but for the past month he was unable to work due to injury, so he was developing a new plan. In other words, he solved their main problem, the lack of a black steel weapon to kill a high-level monster. They will not have a second chance like this. Al asks what they need to do, and Yajin asks them to lean towards him. Gantz says it's simply the best military strategy. Al says it's absurd. Did they think he would say that, but they themselves are wondering if it's absurd. The protagonist is happy, and everyone agrees, and Al asks what their goal is, because while he was undergoing treatment, he could think everything through carefully. Gon says that there is something in mind. The goal set for conquest is the 4th raid monster is the stone lizard. It makes one tremble with impatience. Then today, they will drink to it. The entire group of 4 guys raise their mugs of alcohol up and bang them together, drinking to the bottom for their future. In front of Yajin, on the rock, sat a large bear with pointed ears and hanging fur resembling a beard. The man waved his hand fearlessly, greeting him. The beast could not ignore this and furiously chased after the main character. Yajin ran away quickly, but the monster was not going to lag behind, following him along the path among the forest trees. Drooling and opening its monstrous mouth, the bear was a few millimeters away from the boy. Then the man decided it was time to act. At the very last moment, Yajin jumped back from the cliff, into which the unlucky hunter flew with his mouth still open. The beast flew head over heels from the cliff. Watching the bear fall noisily, the protagonist mentally apologized to him. Below, the guy's armed friends were waiting for the badly beaten monster. Yajin came down to them, thinking that one should not pray to the gods, but believe in one's comrades. Al was next to him with a shield and weapon, ready to finish off the bear. Also, there was Gans, swinging his axe furiously, and Simon with his bow drawn for an attack. The protagonist mentally noted that the name of this creature is Crazy Bear, a rank 3 monster. Its skin, like other materials, sells for a lot of money, which is not surprising considering its strength. Until this moment, their company tried to avoid this monster, but due to the decision to defeat a 4th rank monster, they wanted to raise money on such prey. At this time, the bear's skin was already skinned and hung. A week had passed since the adventurers had talked about how the wall between the levels was almost overcome. Yajin noticed that Gantz and the boys had changed. Meanwhile, Gantz discussed how they would return to the city tomorrow, so they would immediately take on a new task, and Al added that they had no wounded either. Moreover, everyone had even warmed up a bit. The protagonist continued to think about the level of the new limit. He believed that passing it is not just words that can be easily pronounced, and many different meanings are put into this action. The man continued to think that in subnational groups, there were about 70 to 80% of all adventurers who were unable to overcome the wall separating the levels. So, in Rack Cliff, Those who could not do so chose another field of activity so as not to be alone. In order to become an adventurer here, according to Yajin, you need to go through many tests, but everyone's attention is focused on those who have reached level 20, because in this case they become adventurers of the 5th rank. Getting to the 5th rank makes you the chosen one. In fact, these are the people who are real adventurers. Position, fame, money, all this flows into their hands. The guy mentally noted that these adventurers, one after another, were acquiring their own legend. The protagonist recalled that since childhood he had strived to become a man who would be like the hero from the book. Born the 3rd son in a noble family, raised from childhood in a blessed environment, he also aimed to become an adventurer, or expelled from the village in times of famine to reduce the number of mouths, with revenge burning in his chest, a determined warrior. Each of these heroes passed before the eyes of the dreaming guy. All adventurers, in the man's opinion, are held captive by smoldering thoughts that they could have done more if they had not been betrayed. And if they continue to be in the grip of these memories, they will be unable to overcome this wall. Looking at his company, Yajin noted that even the seemingly successful Gansa guys were no exception to this rule. These heavy thoughts continued to smolder inside them, and hope kept throwing fuel into this blazing fire, cruelly fanning the flames. Looking at Al and Kimon, he noticed that the former, sparing time for sleep, devoted himself to gathering information. The latter, although free, diligently devoted himself to hardening. These two no longer concealed the passion burning in their hearts. But the one who changed the most, in Yajin's opinion, was Gantz. He recalled that he was endowed with power, but deprived of education, so Al was his intellectual support. Gon spent everything he earned daily only on women and booze, but now, when the opportunity to overcome the wall of the desired 15th level appeared before him, it was as if he had become a different person. Today, the main character would call his comrade only a shadow of the past, like the guilty Gonza. Yajin noticed that Gansi's essence, which was always irritated by troubles and worries, which was looking for options to the point of nausea, on how to act best, had disappeared. The true face of this serious man turned out to be a rather awkward man. At this moment, Gantz was demonstrating his acquired calmness, examining the carcass of the defeated beast, and noting the place where the cut had occurred. Thoughts were spinning rapidly in everyone's heads. Meanwhile, the team was dealing with the opponents. The beast was defeated. The final blow brought victory over the monster. Meanwhile, Yajin was thinking about something that happened so suddenly. Gans finished off the enemy with ease. After that, Al asked him how he liked the blade, and he only responded with approving admiration. It turns out that the adventurers managed to obtain a weapon made of black steel, which helped Gon's feet to pierce the shell of these creatures for the first time. The next morning, trying to cheer himself up, the main character washed himself with cold water from the well. Someone interrupted him and asked if the man and the others were leaving. It was an old man with large features and a scar on his cheek, whom Yajin recognized immediately. He greeted him back. The karateka politely asked if he was afraid that he had left the stand without a guard. The old man quickly explained that he had a day off today. He then asked the protagonist if he had heard about what he considered complete madness. The old man noted that they had neither a one-handed sword, nor a short blade, nor arrows, yet they were going to defeat a 4th-rank monster with only a black steel axe. The boy answered good-naturedly that, as expected, it was worth buying something else besides a carving knife. The old man noted that no matter how well they hid everything, people with a good nose for money would still find out everything. He also noted that it would be good if the period of accumulation of money was as short as possible. The old man also reminded them of his words about giving up this idea. Yajin prevented this, explaining that they wanted to tear down the wall between the levels. The old man shared a recollection of how he and his trusted comrades had also prepared a lot and collected a fair amount of money, doing a damn good job. But one day, all their carefully planned funds simply disappeared. The karateka wanted to find out what had happened and asked if he had been robbed. The old man replied that it had been his own comrade, whom he considered a close friend. He took this experience painfully. However, the old man also felt some relief from what had happened, because he had simply been scared and there was no instrument. The man listened to him silently and tensely. But then the old man, smiling, encouraged him, saying that there was no point in idle chatter, and advising him to go there with his head held high. Having said goodbye, he left, saying that he would wait for the story of their victory, and in the meantime he would prepare a toast for such an occasion. Watching him go, the karateka noted that every adventurer has his own story. Then he firmly decided to go. The man put on his armor and prepared his blade. Then he climbed into the boots. When the main character came out, his armed team was already waiting for him. The sun was shining high. The adventurers left the protection of the fortress. While the wall was left behind, the travelers looked around. Then Gans and Al smiled. Kaiman and Yajin were also happy. There was something reflected in the stone lizard's eyes. Meanwhile, the adventurers warmed themselves by the fire in the darkness of the night. Al resolutely reminded his comrades of tomorrow's decisive battle. He said that there was no turning back and suggested that the plan be finally approved. The boys' plan was that Yajin would first lead the enemy to the agreed-upon location, as usual. He replied that they could rely on him, adding that according to eyewitness reports, the lizard was slow, which was why they had chosen it. Al continued that once the stone lizard was in that location, he and Kaiman would step in to contain it, reminding them that they had to be extremely careful, since no one had made direct contact with the monster. Kaiman confirmed this with his nod. Then, turning to the tense Gans, Al spoke of the importance of his mission. Since he alone possessed the two-handed axe made of black steel, it was he who would have to finish off the monster. The three of them would have to figure out how to squeeze in at this critical moment, and he would have to hide before then and not show himself. Gans looked uncertain and confused. Then Al continued with frightening seriousness that he had to stay put even if one of them died. Gans looked at Yajin, who confirmed this thought with the seriousness of his gaze. Then he turned his gaze to Kimon, who also looked determined. After this, Gans agreed, firmly answering that he understood their plan. The next day, the travelers walked along a sand bridge. Al stopped when he saw the village the informant was from. Finding the informant, he pointed them in the direction of where to go. It was a shepherd, whose goats looked at the protagonist in a friendly manner while Al talked to their owner. From the slope, the team of adventurers, hiding behind rocks, surveyed the hilly territory. It turned out that this was not their first point. Al, not noticing anything, decided to continue searching in another place, but then the karateka stopped him. Yajin pointed to a peak that was clearly different from the others. Here, everyone noticed a black giant silhouette in the distance. It was the monster they needed. Then, Al ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The protagonist's boots stepped softly forward. The karateka decided that this was a safe route. Then he saw Simon, who was bending over something on the ground. The boy was digging something with a stick. Yajin didn't understand what he was doing and asked him. Kimon explained what the deodorant did, but the man had even more questions when he smelled it. Al approached them and praised his comrade, explaining that with the fragrant herbs they would not be noticed. He explained that it was made from water, earth, and the dung of a rock lizard. The protagonist decided to help and went to look for some more fragrant herbs. Then he wondered if the droppings would be too much for Gansei. He rudely interrupted him, telling him to shut up. Crossing his arms over his chest, the man expressed his willingness to smear himself now if it would help their cause. Gans asked to smear it on his face too. The man continued that it was better this way than if the enemy discovered him, because then everything would be over. Yajin silently watched his determination. After a while, Al asked if they were ready. Everyone agreed. Then he said with determination that it was time to end this. The others stood at full strength. The karateka stood in position, hiding behind one of the pikes not far from the monster. But then something caught my attention. Looking at his hands, the protagonist noticed that he was shaking from nerves. For him, this was completely inopportune and caused a dangerous situation. Then he took a deep breath and screamed, attracting the animal's attention. Yajin waited warily. He said with determination that it was time to start. Meanwhile, the lizard was already very close. The karateka clutched the stone in his hand, ready for action. Then the main character raised his hand with the stone, preparing to throw. The rest sat in ambush, ready. Al and Gans waited tensely. Kimon peered out from behind the rock. The boy watched silently, waiting. Suddenly his eyes widened and he shouted that they were coming. Yajin's boot. And then he himself ran out from behind the rock with the beast running after him. The karateka quickly ran away from the monster, which resembled a large chameleon with strong armor. The main character quickly ran past Al. Yajin deliberately led the monster away from his comrades who were preparing for battle. Thus, they found themselves behind the overgrown chameleon. While the man continued to run away, Al and Kimon carefully positioned themselves behind the enemy. Then the karateka took out a dagger, distracting the monster towards himself. The beast roared, preparing to attack. The main character prepared to attack. Yajin mentally noted that his main attacks were his bite and a slash with his front paws to knock down his prey, so he had to be careful. He decided that it would be okay if he was persistent, and even if he got a big kick, he would just keep dodging. The thought flashed through the man's mind that, in that case, the others would only have to attack. In confirmation of his words, Kimon and Al pounced on the lizard. Al attacked the enemy with his sword. The karateka thought that if they hit the joints, where the armor is thinner, it might slow down its movements a little. Their attacks barely penetrate the monster, so they were planning a long battle. Suddenly, Yaji noticed Al's attack and thought that his sword had managed to get into the joint. But then, the lizard's paws stretched out in front of the swinging adventurer. The main character could not believe his eyes that the joint could grow so much. Here, the beast's tail appeared in front of Al. He pushed Al away, and after him, Kimon was also attacked. Both adventurers were thrown back. They flew to the stones and hit them with pain. Yajin called out to them worriedly, still standing by the beast. Then the chameleon turned his attention to the karateka. The man unconsciously got into a stance. He looked at the monster with fear. Then the karateka jerked. At this time, the rock lizard roared and underwent frightening transformations. The chameleon's neck has lengthened many times. The main character looked at this in surprise. After that, the enemy attacked him too. Yajin was unable to dodge. The monster easily threw her enemy aside. Still holding the dagger in his hand, the karateka hit the stone with pain. From the impact, Yajin dropped his weapon, and the dagger fell to the ground with a clang. The main character groaned from the blow he received, trying to catch his breath. The karateka thought about the danger of the situation, and that without his immediate reaction, he would have died. Looking at the transformed, elongated chameleon, the man mentally noted that this was the true form of their enemy. The beast looked back at him with its slanted eyes. At that moment, Al shouted from behind, rushing towards the enemy. The monster could not help but see this, and immediately reacted, swinging its tail for another blow. This time, the guy with an excited smile managed to cover himself with a shield. He knocked the monster's tail upward. Then the chameleon used its head, trying to hit the adventurer with it. The monster hit Al with its powerful head. The adventurer fell, and the stone lizard leaned towards the fallen enemy. Yajin, in the distance, began to worry about his comrade. Meanwhile, the chameleon opened its giant mouth with small teeth. A long, sticky tongue stuck out and stuck to the guy, who was stunned by the blow. Then the main character, reacting quickly, began to take out some kind of stick from his sleeve. He swung and threw it with force at his opponent. The stick hit the beast right in the eye. It roared in the eye. It roared in pain, raising its head. He dropped Al and headed towards the man who had attacked him. The karateka had already taken a stance. Yajin eagerly thrust his fists towards the chameleon's approaching face. He struck the enemy's outstretched neck. But the stone lizard didn't even feel the blow, going around it and ending up behind the main character. The man recoiled under the chameleon's attentive gaze. The karateka mentally noted the danger of the situation. The enemy's face was right in front of him. Continuing to think, Yajin noted that the elasticity of the enemy's neck was causing a lot of trouble, and on top of that, he still had to keep an eye on his tail. The monster's head followed the karateka. Having prepared himself and taken a stance, the main character thought about where the blow would come from the right or from the left. However, the stone lizard made an unexpected attack. It fell to the ground with a crash and pushed off and rushed upwards towards Yajin. The man compared the pain of the blow to that of hitting a huge rock, but that didn't stop him from grabbing his enemy's face and neck. The protagonist held on to the monster from above, even when it raised its long neck upwards. His allies looked at this with cries of surprise. Al was thinking out loud that their comrade was aiming for the eyes, and apparently there were no other places suitable for attack. He didn't know what to do, because this was not at all what they expected. Still searching tensely for a solution, he wondered, surely this chameleon must have some weak points. He noticed that the tongue looked vulnerable to being cut, but then he wouldn't use it like that. Meanwhile, Kaimon seemed to have an idea. Interrupting his thoughts, he said that he was leaving everything to Allah and quickly rushed towards the enemy with a weapon in his hand. The chameleon rolled his eye and saw a boy running towards him with 2 daggers in his hands. In response to this, the stone lizard raised its tail, aiming to hit Kaimon. But then he hit the barrier with a loud crash. It was Al with the shield, who protected his partner. Meanwhile, Kimon ran out from behind Al with determination. The monster roared in pain. It turned out that Kimon had thrown a dagger into the beast's rear. Meanwhile, Eugene continued to hold his head while the chameleon screamed. Sweating from fatigue, the protagonist thought tensely about whether Kimon's attack had worked. He noticed that his strength had noticeably dropped, wanting to do something, but then decided that it was not important now. The karateka knew this was their only chance. He shouted at his comrades to push harder. Each of them looked determined. Al quickly rushed towards one of the stone lizard's legs, trying to grab it. Kimon did the same thing, but with the other leg, Manxer. Thus, the adventurers got the following combination. Yajin sat on the neck, holding the head of the blinded monster. Al and Kimon held the front paws. The main character twisted the stick in the monster's eye, and it, opening its mouth wide, roared in pain. The beast tried to throw off its involuntary rider, but it didn't work. The karateka grabbed it tightly and wasn't going to let go. Al did not allow his clawed paws to move at this time. Kimon didn't give in either. The monster screamed in pain, drooling. Then the karateka noticed an approaching rock. The stone lizard, trying to throw him off, hit the rock. Then she raised her tail, hitting someone with it. But despite the resistance, none of the adventurers gave up or let the monster go. Chameleon hit the rock again, along with Yajin, but the attempt was not successful, and the strength slowly began to leave the beast. It began to breathe heavily. The karateka continued to sit on top, and the monster stuck out his tongue in exhaustion. Then the beaten Al said that the time had come. Kimon, looking up, continued and said that it was time. No less beaten, Yajin finished for them, turning to Gonsu. Then Gons climbed up the rock to their right, axe in hand, stern expression on his face, ready to strike. The man swung the axe decisively. The protagonist, with a tired smile, asked him to break through this limit between levels. Then the muscular man jumped from the peak onto the monster with a scream. Only the enemy's neck flashed before his concentrated gaze. Gon succeeded, and noisily cut off the stone lizard's head. The massive two-handed axe, having cut through the enemy, fell heavily to the ground. Gons, meanwhile, continued to hold him, frozen on the ground. The stone lizard was defeated. For the sake of their lives, they had to do it. The chameleon's body swayed. The defeated beast fell at the feet of the man who dealt the final blow. Gons stared seriously at the monster. Yajin was lying exhausted next to her head. Trying to catch his breath, he looked up in surprise. Lying down, the karateka couldn't believe that they had won. Right there, next to the stone lizard, sat a disheveled Al. He was no less amazed. The main character said out loud, as if not believing it, that this was their victory. Then a comrade approached him, asking him to get up, since they still had to cut up the animal. Kaimon was also unharmed, and sat nearby. At this time, Gons extended his hands, helping the karateka to rise. While Kaimon was bandaging Alu's head, Yajin couldn't find something. Al asked what he was looking for, and the protagonist explained that he had dropped his knife during the battle and now couldn't find it. All replied that Kaimon had picked him up because he had lost his blade. The karateka spoke with admiration about this blow, because the situation was almost hopeless. He was also very curious about how the boy managed to hit the monster's ass. When the dagger was found, its owner did not like its appearance at all. It was covered in some kind of slime. The man leaned over him, upset that his knife was so desecrated, and also all smeared with some kind of slime. Al, not paying attention, meanwhile talked with Gons, suggesting to set up camp here, since butchering a carcass is a real pain. The young man shared that, according to rumors, the meat of the stone lizard is a delicacy. He offered to find out if they were true. The meat fried over the fire turned out to be very tasty, to the delight of the adventurers. Having wished them a pleasant appetite, Yajin and his comrades began to devour the food they had earned. But then the main character, turning to Al, doubtfully noted whether it was okay to set up camp in the habitat of the stone lizard. Gons answered him. Hitting himself in the chest, he loudly called him an idiot, saying that they had defeated the king of these places. Gons assured the karateka that these were their lands, now, and there was absolutely nothing to fear. Then the man stood up resolutely. He loudly shouted an announcement that they were now the new kings here, and if anyone was not happy, let them come out here. Al and Yajin looked at each other in silence at this call. And at that moment, Simone, to the surprise of the protagonist, also stood up and supported Gon's cries that they were kings. Then, to the karateka's bewilderment, Al joined them, raising his sword. Yajin sat with his mouth open, but then he smiled, and he joined the joyful shout of his comrades. He thought that, at that very moment, they were definitely invincible. The adventurers raised their weapons to the sky and loudly celebrated their victory. The sun was shining brightly above. The next day, the adventurers walked home proudly because they were returning with a triumphant victory. They walked forward majestically and slowly, as if they really were kings. The residents cleared the way for them, and they walked proudly along the brick pavement. Everyone looked in surprise at their catch, which was in the cart. Everyone, young and old, admired them out loud and congratulated them. The ladies sent them indifferent glances. Yajin asked with embarrassment if that was bad, since they were just then putting on airs and pretending to be heroes. To this, Al only continued his walk with a smile. Something caught the protagonist's attention. One of his comrades asked if Al had somehow sent a post horse unnoticed. The girls leaned out of the window, showering the heroes with numerous flower petals from large baskets. The adventurers walked away in amazement, accompanied by congratulations. Al, while petals were falling on them from above, replied that he had not prepared this warm welcome and noted that the residents were doing it from the bottom of their hearts. The karateka mentally noted that in this city, when he finished, he thought he felt alive here. Embracing his comrades over a glass of beer, he was glad that he was with his irreplaceable partners. The bar was bustling with activity. People were celebrating the adventurers' victory. Gantz hugged Al with a smile on his face while drinking alcohol. The old man with the scar on his face also celebrated with everyone. He was moved and cried. Yajin, already quite drunk, watched him with a smile. An image of a woman with long black hair flashed through his mind. And then the girls with short and light hair. The latter smiled shyly and waved at him. Then one of his comrades called out to him, but the main character was already asleep. He was upset that the karateka was sleeping because the night was just beginning. Then he noted with a grin the satisfied expression on Yajin's face, assuming that he was dreaming of some woman. The main character actually looked very happy, drooling on the table. Through the haze of sleep, he thought that living exactly like this was what he believed in. It became lighter around the village. Morning had arrived. Groaning, Yajin woke up in a cozy room with a hangover. Yawning, he stretched until his head began to hurt from yesterday's celebration. Then the main character went outside to stretch his legs and get some fresh air. At that time, he thought that he could consider the city his homeland, but it seems that his opinion will soon change. Swinging his fist, the karateka punched the air. The man, breathing heavily, practiced his usual punches. And then comes the well-known technique of all karatekas with a sharp rise of the leg upward. Yajin diligently repeated the exercises, despite the sweat pouring down his face. Then he caught his breath, noting that when you move, the hangover gets easier. The main character decided that he had overindulged yesterday. After a vigorous warm-up, the man went to the tavern, where he was served hot soup. The karateka thanked him for the food he brought. Meanwhile, Yajin noticed people sprawled on the floor after yesterday's celebration. Despite the hostess's scolding that they were interfering with her work and the celebration was already over, they did not wake up. The woman, to the awkwardness of the protagonist, continued arguing because the reservation was only until sunrise and it was already noon. At this time, a friend sat down next to him, looking with a grin at the mountains of bodies around. It was Al. He shared with a smile that it gave people hope, and then, turning to the girl, he also ordered soup. The hostess responded to this request much more cordially. With a malicious grin, the karateka noted that the adventurer had gotten up at the crack of dawn. Al, holding his head with his hand, admitted that he had probably overindulged a bit, and his stomach was already upsetting him. The young man assumed that, judging by everything, the others would soon wake up too. Gonze came down the stairs. Yajin waved to him in greeting. Behind him, to the surprise of the main character, walked Kaimon with his hair standing up. The boy joined his comrades at the table. Gantz asked him what was on his head, while Al laughed at his new hairstyle. The main character also chuckled while someone complained again about a headache. Then the laughter turned to a smile. The man was happy. But then the karateka instantly became alert, hearing a large crowd of people on the street. The doors swung open with a noise. They included many guards in full uniform. They lined up on the pavement. The guard stopped in front of a large man in a fur cloak. He wore a tightly tied belt and a rich buckle. Among other things, he had a mustache. From his appearance and smug expression, it was immediately clear that he was a man of high status. He glanced over. A scary man ran up to him with excitement. He was missing teeth. His pig nose and simple clothes indicated that he was not a rich man. He apologized to the aristocrat ingratiatingly. The fat rich man asked about the location of the trophy, and the peasant pointed to the pub where the adventurers were. The nobleman looked menacingly in that direction, and the peasant said that there were 4 of them. Yajin, listening, bowed his head gloomily. He turned to Al, who was sitting in front of him. He, too, was aware of the situation. With beads of sweat rolling down, he noted that, albeit with difficulty, they had managed to force the nobility to pay attention to them. Everyone agreed with this statement with an anxious sadness. The protagonist was clearly excited by the appearance of the aristocrat. While the rich man was talking to the guard, finding out if the entourage was ready, the karateka was thinking about the fact that no matter what the world and time period, knowledge, economics, and magic were monopolized by this pair, the church and the privileged class of people who ruled the common people, keeping them in service. In his mind, he hopefully asked if the most dangerous man in this city had already set his sights on them. Yajin anxiously wondered if the nobleman's goal was money and black steel weapons, and even if so, whether it would be too early for such actions. At the end of his mental monologue, the man decided that he had to focus on escaping from this place. Then the protagonist turned to his company, warning that they would soon be surrounded by a squad of 10 people, and that 4 of them would not be able to escape from here. Al, closing his eyes tensely, asked his comrade to wait a little longer. Then the karateka spoke decisively so that Al would not hesitate. He warned that he would not be able to escape from here alone. To the silent surprise of the others, Yajin came up with his own plan. He decided to give the noble a good beating and become a living bait, thus creating a window for his comrades to escape. After this, he noted with all seriousness that the role of live bait is his job, and in the detachment it is he who occupies this position. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued. He shared that they had managed to maintain their pride until now, ever since they accepted him into their group. Al noted with all seriousness that if they laid hands on the nobleman, they would be persecuted for the rest of their lives. Then the karateka warned them firmly to be prepared for this. At this, Al hissed doubtfully. But soon the young man pulled himself together and said that he would entrust everything else to the main character. Yajin nodded with a slight smile. Suddenly, something caught the man's attention. The karateka saw a large fist extended towards him. It was a frowning Gonsi. Then the little fist, following the man's example, extended forward. It was Kaiman, with an impassive expression on his face. The 3 comrades extended their fists towards them, saying that they would definitely meet soon. Yajin looked at this with a smile. After that, he also extended his fist to his comrades. At that very moment, a guard who had entered called out to them. The 2 grim guards explained that they needed to have a talk with them. The main character noticed that a fat rich man was following them. It seemed that Yajin was put in a difficult position, but he did not lose his head. Jumping on one of the guards, he quickly ran across their shoulders. The aristocrat looked at this with genuine surprise, his eyes wide open. Before the guards could come to their senses, the protagonist finally achieved his goal, swinging his arm at the nobleman. Then he hit the rich man hard in the face. The aristocrat fell with a bang onto the stone floor, blood gushing from his nose. Palmer with concern. Meanwhile, Al cooled the ardor of Gons, who was rushing into battle, reminding him of their plan. The nobleman's defenders, seeing them, began to shout and curse. After this, the main character exchanged glances with Gons. Then the big guy got going. He crashed into the brick wall with all his might, breaking through it. Meanwhile, the karateka mentally urged his comrades on. Then he decided that it was time for him to leave too. The guards reached out their hands to the fleeing man. Suddenly, Yajin noticed someone. It was an old man he knew. He wished him not to say goodbye to life. The main character nodded awkwardly in response. At that moment, the guards ran away with swords at the ready, deciding to surround the building. Then, from the place from which they were leaving, right out of the window, smashing it to pieces, a karateka jumped out. The defenders looked at him from the window, fussing and talking, demanding a rescue party and worrying that he had killed the count's illegitimate child. Yajin ran away quickly, under the curses of the guards, who called him a worthless adventurer. The man ran towards the peacefully walking crowd of people. The agitated protagonist ran away from 3 of the nobleman's defenders, who loudly claimed that he would not escape. He mentally noted what his opponents had said earlier about the count's illegitimate child being killed. He was surprised that the crimes of his past were already in the air. Then the adventurer ran up to a crowd of peaceful townspeople going about their business. Then an idea came to him, and the man quickly untied the wallet. Then he threw it up. Coins began to spill out of him in all directions, under the astonished gaze of the people. After that, he shouted that this was a free giveaway and gold coins to boot. He mentally noted that he would have to lie. The money grubbers didn't keep us waiting long. One by one, people began to fall onto the pavement trying to collect the coins, thus preventing the guards from passing. This clearly didn't please the defenders. Yajin continued to run, reaching the sewer. He stopped in front of the wall and, putting on his hood, began to feel it. Behind him stood a dilapidated shack, giving away the contingent of the place in which the main character found himself. As he continued to run his hand over the brick, he remembered that the outer wall running through the slums had fallen into disrepair due to the theft of building material. It seemed like the karateka was looking for a mark that he remembered being somewhere around here. A noise was heard over the thin water channel. It was Yajin who found where the wall could be broken, and the stones that fell noisily made a small hole. The man looked into it. Then he began to push aside the remaining bricks. When this was finished, the main character walked through the resulting passage. He looked back one last time. The karateka thanked Rockcliffe and said goodbye to this place that had become his home. Yajin thought he could continue to live here, but he had to turn his back on his promised city. The traveler walked resolutely through the rocky terrain. Having climbed the rock, the man looked back. Then he hid behind one of the boulders. Looking out from behind the boulder, something caught the attention of the protagonist. An unpleasant sight appeared before him. To the karateka's displeasure, many guards had already appeared from the gates. Someone was even walking with a dog, probably looking for him. The man mentally explained their number to himself because a nobleman had intervened in the matter, and he had probably already become an enemy for the entire city. Looking with tension at this crowd of people who were clearly unfriendly towards him, he thought that he would have to lie low in a safe place for a while until everything calmed down, noting that he had no other choice. He began to move away, saying that until he found a place for a quiet life, he would not allow them to catch him. At this time, the aristocrat with a bandaged nose, lying on the floor, was very angry. However, due to the wound, he could only quietly repeat that he would kill the intruder. The waitress, talking to the old man, noted the unusualness of their way of leaving. They both looked at the giant hole that had formed in the tavern. He, of course, was not happy that they had broken through his wall. At that moment, someone called the girl. It was her brother, who excitedly told him that Al had entrusted him with the keys to his chest, holding it out to him. The girl and the old man listened to him attentively. It turned out that Al had managed to tell that the money from the sale of the stone lizard was there. The boy noted that it seemed he had thought everything through. The old man came to the conclusion that everything would be fine with these guys. Continuing, he noted that they had managed to find their own path. At the same time, Yajin continued to walk along the rocky terrain during the day. The main character walked at night, too. Turning around, the man saw the monster's eyes glowing in the dark. The karateka descended and ascended the mountain peaks. Yajin did not stop. Already covered in dust, the protagonist continued to climb. He walked and walked. Even the tall steppe grass could not stop him. The karateka looked resolutely forward. But then he stopped. Something opened up before his eyes. It was a forest, a large and dark forest. The man headed towards it. He reached the impenetrable foliage. It was as if a living forest was swaying in the wind. Then the adventurer decided to take off his hood. With a smile on his face, he declared this place his new home. Looking back, a ghost of the past flashed before the protagonist's eyes. It was the girl with short hair that he had dreamed of earlier. She smiled at him, but Yajin turned away. The karateka began to descend decisively towards the forest. When he entered it, he started to run. Trees flashed by on the sides. The wind flew over the forest and the rock. The sun shone brightly over the forest, and the beast flew over it. Monsters aren't the only ones lurking in the dense forests. A new second global arc of karate survival in another world begins. The boar lay with its tongue hanging out, defeated by the man. There were about 4 more animals lying next to him. The The hunter standing over them sighed with relief and noted that he had not had such a rich catch for a long time. One of them was glad that they had gone deeper into the forest, to which the second one with a small mustache and slightly longer hair noted that because of the low-level adventurers who hunted at the foot of the forest, they had no profit at all. He continued, praising the man with an elongated face and short haircut for being an excellent hunter to have found such a place. To this, he confidently replied that no one knew these forests better than him. The hunter with the split lip asked what they would do with the meat, as it would spoil. Then, the big bald man replied that one skin would be enough, as its value on the market was rapidly rising. He said that meat was a waste of time, and suggested that they eat as much as they could and leave the rest. At that moment, one of the hunters noticed something. The second one asked what had happened. A man with an elongated face, looking closely at the ground, noticed traces, as if something had been dragged. Then, they made another discovery: leaves and broken pieces of wood. People became wary, assuming that these were the remains of a destroyed home. An experienced hunter, having picked up one of the pieces of wood, began to evaluate it. He thought that the tracks looked like they were dragging materials, and apparently someone had been here a week ago, or maybe even quite recently. In any case, he came to the conclusion that someone had definitely lived here. Noticing what appeared to be hoof prints on the ground, another hunter decided that it looked like large boars had apparently destroyed the home of the person living there, and he had to drag the materials away. At that moment, a man with an elongated face began to sniff the leaf. Another man with a mustache watched this activity with interest, asking what he was doing. Then he handed him the leaf, and the man sniffed it too. He recoiled in disgust from the foul smell, while the experienced hunter explained that it was an insecticide. He then explained that after hollowing out a piece of wood rich in insecticidal ingredients, they put water and a piece of wood cut into small pieces inside, and then left it all for a day so that the ingredients completely dissolved in the water and it was ready. The experienced hunter continued his explanation, saying that it only needed to be sprayed for it to work. The man with the mustache didn't know such a method existed and assumed that he wouldn't be able to stand the smell. Then the man with the long face replied that he too did not often have to resort to such a method, even though he knew about it. He continued, no matter how you look at it, it was an easy way to kill the smell. The hunter wondered about the reasons for such behavior. Everyone looked at the irrefutable evidence of a man's presence here. The experienced hunter said that there could be various reasons for this. However, the other man did not see anything unusual that would attract attention. However, the man noticed that there were no traces of a fire, noting that there were plenty of animals here, but no one ate meat. This seemed very strange to him. The man with the mustache, looking clearly, said that this did not seem like a coincidence. Then the man asked if he had heard about the big incident in Rock Cliff. The second one asked if he was talking about Count Varma. The experienced hunter continued that the criminal who had harmed the Count had fought off his pursuers and had disappeared into these woods. He said that a large-scale search had been conducted because of him, and that this had happened about a week ago. The man with the mustache had a hunch that it could be. The criminal used this method to avoid prosecution. The experienced hunter asked if he was serious. Then the man with the split lip objected because the culprit, Rock Cliff, was executed publicly. The bald man responded by saying that there were rumors that the higher-ups had invented the culprit in order to save face, and that they themselves were still trying to find him, but secretly. After some deliberation, the team came to the conclusion that if they could catch this guy, they would receive a huge reward. After that, the thirst for profit drove them to search. Carefully making their way through the bushes, they approached the reservoir. The adventurers eagerly followed the experienced hunter. He explained in the meantime that when creating a new base, the first thing to think about is the presence of water. Therefore, the criminal must most likely move along the river. The man assumed he was avoiding the downstream area and went upstream. The experienced hunter, confidently rushing forward, said that whether it was tracks on the ground, trampled fallen leaves, broken branches and bark torn from trees, crushed grass and flowers, a displaced stone, a latrine, game traps, tracks that people always leave. He resolutely declared that he would pursue the guy to hell itself. Looking at the river from the bank, the man concluded that the water was flowing fast and the river was narrow, so the culprit could not have hidden in it, but it was an ideal watering hole. But suddenly, to their good fortune, the adventurer discovered his tracks on the ground. The experienced hunter was amazed, and then noted with pleasure that they were already close, and the criminal had passed here recently. The group of people moved, cautiously examining the area. Finding no more traces, The man with the long face wondered where he could have gone, but at that moment his comrade called out to him. Peering out from behind a tree, the man with the split lip assumed that he had found him. In the distance, in the middle of the forest, a small wisp of smoke was visible from behind the trees. The adventurers hurried there, cursing. After inspecting the camp, they came to unsatisfactory results. It seems the culprit was no longer there. An experienced hunter, looking at the structure, noted that the criminal was trying to make charcoal. His comrade thought that he was more careful and said that now it would be easier for them to find him. The man with the long face explained that it was not so stupid because charcoal is produced once, and after its production you get a high-quality, less smoky fuel, and the culprit decided that it was worth the risk. As the sun gradually set behind the horizon, the man suggested that their appearance had taken the criminal by surprise. The second suggested not going too deep into the forest, since they were stronger together. Then he asked what they should do next. The first suggested setting up camp here, and when the sun rose, they would have a plan of action. Having set up a makeshift fire to cook food, the team divided themselves into shifts that would take turns every 3 hours. Sitting around the fire, the adventurers decided to resume their search at dawn, noting that this was their only chance to get rich, so they would definitely catch him. At this time, someone was watching them from the thicket. The stranger looked at the adventurers for a while. The figure then disappeared behind the trees, unnoticed by anyone. At that moment, one of the hunters stood up, intending to move away somewhere. The experienced hunter asked where he was going, and the bald man replied that he was going to the toilet. After that, the first one reminded him not to let his guard down. Then, showing the weapon with a fierce expression on his face, he replied that if the culprit was at the river, he would kill him and take half of the share. The man with the long face grinned and agreed. Looking at his neighbor, he asked what was the matter and whether he had already fallen asleep or whether there was something wrong with the mud boar meat. Holding the food on the tip of his knife, the mustachioed man looked at him sadly, explaining that he wanted his daughter to eat the meat. The experienced hunter smiled and promised that when they returned, he would feed her. Then, the man began to imagine his daughter's joy. Meanwhile, a third adventurer was on duty on the cliff above the speakers. He peered into the distance with tension. Then, turning to those who remained, he asked whether their comrade had been gone too long. They took the news with tension. After that, they shouted into the forest, wondering what had happened to Klaus. There was only silence in response. Suddenly, a stone flew into the tree. The man reacted to this sound instantly, turning around. But then, to his surprise, someone screamed. Turning around, he saw that his comrade was wounded. Blood was flowing from the wounded man's nose, and a wound had appeared on his arm. The others anxiously asked if he was okay. Then the man with the split lip explained what had happened. When they turned around, someone jumped out of the bushes with a dagger in his hand. The second confirmed that he had seen his shadow in the bushes. Ikaya, the victim, had an idea. The adventurer managed to pronounce the syllable "go" in fear. His comrade asked him again. Then he blurted out in fright, to the surprise of his comrades, that it was a goblin. The hunters argued that there were no big goblins, and the other objected that it might be a new species. At that very moment, the stranger, who had been mistaken for a goblin, ran away from them as fast as he could. Breathing heavily, the bearded man continued to walk deeper into the forest, fearing pursuit, while the adventurers continued their exhortations. The full moon rose brightly above them, dispersing the night's darkness. The light illuminated the face of the person running away, and it turned out to be Yajin, who was puzzled as to why he was mistaken for a goblin. The protagonist raised his fists in the fight against his hunters. The man held his sword at the ready, tired. He tried to catch his breath. Yajin, with a stern expression on his face, smeared with something, the main character looked at his opponent. The hunter asked hesitantly and in bewilderment how everything had turned out this way. 2 hours ago, the man continued walking, wondering why he was mistaken for a goblin. The karateka continued to run further. Looking back, the man silently hoped that the hunters would not follow him. Then he decided that it was time to go to Plan B, since he did not have much time. Meanwhile, the mustachioed hunter asked if his comrades were okay. They hesitantly answered in the affirmative. He, being the only one who was not hurt, said that they would have to wait for dawn and offered to keep an eye on the area while they rested. While the man with the split lip was apologizing, the experienced hunter, covered in sweat, handed something to Lloyd, looking at it. It turned out that the criminal had thrown something at him and also smashed Juan's nose with his fist and cut him with a knife. For this, the adventurer could not help but scold him. Taking the extended thing, the man realized that it was a spear made of hewn wood. Then the man with the elongated face asked him to be careful because the tip was covered in poison, albeit not strong, but still. While the wounded were resting by the tree, Lloyd guarded their peace. The forced guard looked ahead. He gripped his sword tighter, keeping it at the ready. Relaxing a little, he looked down and thought, but suddenly something rustled and flew out of the bushes. This frightened Lloyd, close in the Samsis and Crete. He caught something strange with the tip of his weapon. The frightened adventurer looked at what he had managed to catch, shouting to warn his comrades. While the hunters tried to calm down after learning that it was entrails, another object immediately flew out of the bushes towards them. Lloyd cut the meat with fury. At that moment, another piece flew out of the bushes. The adventurer swore and cut it as well. However, then a bunch of other parts flew out at the criminal, who did not understand why he was doing this. He did not have time to cut them. Everyone stood up in surprise, and Vaughn was afraid that it might be Klaus's intestines, continuing to claim that it was a goblin. Meanwhile, a much more formidable opponent was hiding behind the bushes, Yajin. With a gurgling and hissing sound, the protagonist lowered his hands into some liquid. He began to apply the contents to his head with determination. Soon, the adventurer was covered from head to toe in it. He then made a mental note that all that was left was to wait for the mud to dry and to apply herbs to the body to make it harder to spot and track by smell. Deciding that he had achieved the desired result, he said that all that was left was to wait. The karateka, completely covered in mud, sat and waited. At this time, he thought that he didn't know who they were, but he was ready to take the life of anyone who came for him, and with them, he would do everything possible. Then the main character wanted to do something. It turns out he was remembering a fire with a pot above it. The adventurer wanted to take their valuables, because while he was running into the forest, he did not have time to take everything he needed with him, and he would also like to eat from an iron pot, noting that it was still better than a microwave. The man remembered the delicious-smelling stewed boar. Remembering the delicious food, Yajin immediately wanted it. With a determined smile on his face, he said that he was ready to win for such a pot. At this point, the worried adventurers did not even think of sitting down again. They had their weapons at the ready. The experienced hunter realized that Klaus was dead. Lloyd could not help but agree with this statement. Vaughn asked excitedly if they were sure they didn't want to run away. He suggested that if they washed the blood in the river, but didn't finish. The man with the long face reasonably objected, explaining that they were covered in guts, so it would be difficult for them to leave. Lloyd continued his thought by asking what he was going to do if they were attacked during their retreat. The man was sure that he was not alone, and decided that in that case it would be better to fight at this tree. Suddenly, something caught the attention of the hunter and the karateka who was hiding in the bushes. He noted that these were the ones he had been waiting for, and a smell of guts had finally lured them in. Meanwhile, a toothy muzzle emerged from the darkness, growling. Giant beasts, somewhat reminiscent of dogs, emerged from the darkness. There were clearly more of them than the humans, and they confidently attacked them. The adventurers had to split up, surrounding the tree on 3 sides, ready to defend their lives. Yajin was watching them closely from the bushes at that moment. The monster roared and rushed to attack. Then, as if on cue, the protagonist emerged from hiding. He silently approached one of the men defending himself against the beasts, holding something in his hand. After some time, only 2 silhouettes remained standing. In front of many defeated monsters stood the main character calmly, and in front of him, with a sword tensely pointed at him, stood the only survivor, Lloyd. Vaughn lay motionless. The experienced hunter also froze forever with his mouth open. Lloyd noted that the karateka had done a good job of sneaking up and taking out each one. In response, Yajin said that he had done this before, and at this time, despite their sudden arrival, he had managed to prepare. Looking sternly at the enemy, the protagonist thought that now only, however, he did not continue the thought. The hunter explained that he had torn his knee ligaments and could not fight with such a leg. While blood was flowing from the wound on his leg, he said that he surrendered, allowing the protagonist to take everything he had. But the man interrupted him and ordered him to shut up. Lloyd said excitedly that she would miss him. He told the karateka that he had a daughter. This seemed to surprise Yajin. With tears in his eyes, Lloyd said that he could not die here. Stuttering with excitement, the adventurer introduced himself and asked the man's name. Meanwhile, the protagonist was pondering the unpleasant turn of events, trying to figure out whether he was saying it on purpose or not. Lloyd continued, guessing that Eugene must be lonely, having been alone for so long. To the man's surprise, these words made him stop. He mentally questioned himself for the reasons for this behavior, guessing that he had not seen people for a long time, and his words made him feel alive. Clenching his fist, the protagonist's desire to kill the hunter quickly disappeared. He was ashamed of this whole situation, for which he was clearly not prepared. At this time, Lloyd was begging him for mercy. Yajin continued to argue with himself in his mind. At first, he wanted to spit on it, because he probably made it all up, but he was stopped by the fact that if he really had a daughter, the protagonist would thereby subject her to hellish torment. Looking sternly at his enemy, the karateka asked how the search for him was going. Lloyd made it clear that he need not worry, as the man who had harmed Sir Varm had been caught and publicly executed. This surprised the fugitive. The hunter continued, explaining that the lords were busy fighting for power in the capital, so this unexpected scandal needed to be resolved quickly. The man also said that servants were walking around, that the aristocrat was also accused of crimes and locked in a dungeon. Pomragnev Yajin mentally noted that they apparently decided to use dummies. He felt sorry for those who suffered because of him. However, despite this news was good, because now they would no longer look for him in the cities. The main character had a thought that now he would not have to survive in the forest for about a year, as he had planned. Now he could reduce this period to 2 or 3 months. Lloyd trying to soften the man's heart, assuring him that with such legs he would most likely die in the forest when they came apart. Yajin, he sighed heavily, his gaze not softening despite the hunter's entreaties. He held out his dagger. The hunter accepted his fate in silence. With a pitiful smile, his last words were an apology to Farah. However, Lloyd wasn't going to give up so easily. He jumped back, preparing to attack. The protagonist also took a stance, but the hunter was defeated. A karateka stood above him, illuminated by the moon. Looking at him, he repeated the name of his daughter, Farah. The thought flashed through the karateka's mind that his opponent was probably not lying, but Yajin understood that in order to survive in this world, he would have to adapt to it. With pity, he distanced himself from the defeated Lloyd. Yajin's morning began with a warm-up on a steep slope, somewhere in the middle of the forest. This time, he practiced with a dagger. 3.5 months have passed. The main character has changed considerably, clearly becoming stronger. Sighing, the man was glad that he had finally managed to come up with his own fighting style. While he was fighting Al and the others, he was hesitant about whether he should learn new techniques that mainly involved using weapons. But, in the karateka's opinion, he was wrong then. He recalled that karate occupied the main place in his life, and he always eagerly introduced various combat techniques into it. Therefore, Yajin decided that it was time to master the knife technique. He mentally noted that the more the enemy feared knives, the easier it was to attack with bare hands. The main character considered bare-handed martial arts to be the basis. As he thought about it, he continued to hone his skills. After some thought, the man decided to call it the Nozaki style. He happily proclaimed that from now on it was Nozaki-style sword fighting. Here, he noticed an animal ahead. The ungulate, resembling a llama, looked at him silently, which confused Yajin. As evening approached, the main character lit a fire and cooked food in a pot received from the hunters. The karateka looked at the dishes with gratitude, because over the past months they had helped him a lot, and he began to eat better. Suddenly, someone approached him, happy that the man was doing well. Yajin looked at the man in surprise. It was a crippled, experienced hunter. His black, frightening eyes looked at the protagonist, and he pointed out that this was his pot. It seemed to be a hallucination, from which the karateka screamed. The man was scared. As he fell, Yajin tried to quickly escape from the ghosts pursuing him, who were defeated by his hand. Looking back, the protagonist continued his escape. Here he noticed with surprise a girl in front of him, bending over in front of the lying man. She started to giggle creepily. The karateka was taken aback by the picture he saw. Then the girl asked him why. Continuing, she wanted to know why he did this to his dad. The defeated Lloyd suddenly raised his head at this time, looking at his enemy with an inhuman expression. Yajin, turning to Farah, sadly explained that he had no choice, because according to the law, the strongest survives. After this, the girl's head began to swell to amazing sizes. She then separated from the body, exposing the protagonist's lie. She chased after the fleeing karateka, angrily saying that Yajin wanted to take her dad's things. Farah screamed after him, calling him the murderer. The protagonist denied it. Having turned into one black hole like anger, the girl claimed that people like him have no soul. Quietly saying no, the karateka extended his hand. Yajin woke up with tears in his eyes in the middle of the same location. With a heavy look, the man rose up. Rubbing his eyes, he came to his senses in his shelter. The sun rose, its rays shining through the foliage on the mountain. Under the scorching sun, the protagonist continued on his way with his belongings on his back. Then he unfolded the map. When it rustled open, the karateka saw drops of blood. It reminded him of today's dream. The man sadly decided that perhaps the Farah from the nightmare was right. He was using their items with impunity. Yajin made his way through the thicket of the forest. The main character was heading towards the mountain. Continuing on his way, the man noted that it was time to go. At that moment, he saw a tall tree in the distance. Having climbed onto it, the karateka tried to make out the situation. Then Yajin finished the thought that it was time to return. He said that this mountain was the western end of the range. The protagonist saw the end of the forest, noting that he seemed to have crossed the border. As he approached the path, the karateka was delighted that for the first time in another world, he had set foot on the soil of another country. Walking along the road, the man met a creaking cart. The rider looked at the traveler indifferently. He thought that this was the first person from the Asura kingdom. Without stopping, he reassured himself that everything should be fine, and there was no point in being biased, since he had been hiding for a long time and everyone had probably already forgotten. But then he stopped. Yajin was surprised to find someone's wallet on the road. Looks like someone dropped it. Shaking his head from side to side, the protagonist looked for who it could be. Then he assumed that it could be that guy. The road led to a small village. A spider sitting on a web looked at someone else's sigh with impartiality. A spider had spun its web on the wooden fence. A guard with a spear at the ready, who was on patrol, said that he was bored and assumed that no one would come today. Judging by the spider and the yawning defender, no one often came to this place. Then someone called the guard. It was a villager who suggested that he go out for a drink when he finished. The soldier wearily agreed. However, he suddenly changed his mind with a smile. It seemed like a butterfly had already gotten caught in the spider's web. The guard saw two travelers approaching. One of them, wearing a cloak, advised the other to stay at inns if he did not want to set up camp. It was Yajin, who thanked his fellow traveler for the story. In his mind, the protagonist was happy that, for the first time in a long time, he would finally sleep in a bed. The old man offered a certain amount, with a smile. The karateka raised his hands in excitement, making it clear that she was not right for him. As he left the armory, Yajin mentally called the salesman an old fox. At this moment, someone called out to the protagonist, surprised that he had failed to sell the weapon. It was the gatekeeper who greeted the man with a smile on his face. The karateka was sorry that the deal had not taken place. The guard replied with a sigh that the old man was simply taking advantage of the fact that there were no other shops nearby. Yajin assured him that it was okay, he would sell the weapons in the city of Bath. Then he asked where he could find the nearest inn. The tired guard kindly pointed in the direction, explaining that it was around the corner. The hotel turned out to be a small two-story brick house, the roof of which was noticed by a flock of crows. The main character opened the door with a creak and stared inside in surprise. He was greeted politely. A sweet old lady with a smile on her face appeared before him. The karateka explained that he wanted to stay for one night. Then the hostess named the sum, 1 silver coin for dinner and breakfast. Yajin couldn't help but mentally note how large that sum was. However, the prospect of spending the night on the street did not please the protagonist, so he pulled a coin out of his heavy wallet and handed it to the woman. The old woman did not hide the predatory look with which she looked at the purse jingling with coins. While the main character was signing at the counter, the hostess said that his room was the last one in the hallway and then asked whether to prepare dinner for him. The traveler answered in the affirmative, but something inside was bothering the man. Yajin didn't like the woman's expression. He sank down onto the bed with a sigh, the thought flashing through his mind that something was definitely wrong here. Recalling, the main character noted that as soon as he entered the room, a sharp smell of blood hit his nose. There were smeared drops of blood everywhere, especially on the top beam. After examining the mechanism of the latch, He came to the conclusion that it was designed so that it could be opened from the outside. The karateka also noticed that the doors and walls were too thick to prevent screams from escaping. Looking around the room, Yajin wondered how many adventurers she had taken the lives of. The protagonist continued to think with excitement that the hostess's expression and her gaze were similar to the gaze of a bandit ready to grab his prey. After that, he immediately came to a conclusion about this place. The karateka decided that this was a bandit tavern. The man wondered whether he should run away. However, he rejected this idea because the village was completely surrounded by walls that would limit him. Then Yajin hurried to dinner, afraid that they would begin to suspect something. Coming out of the room, he was struck by a man in a cloak lying on the floor. The protagonist's first thought was that it was a corpse. Coming closer, he heard snoring, deciding that the guy was sleeping. The karateka asked if he was okay, mentally noting his carelessness with a sigh. The guy slowly began to wake up. Standing up, a young man with short black hair and a scar on his face appeared before Yajin. It seemed he recognized the main character. The man sat him down against the wall and gave the boy some water to drink. The karateka asked if he was feeling better. After he apologized and answered in the affirmative, the man sighed with relief. Suddenly, the young man couldn't help but smile and giggled. The guy said he thought it was weird because it's not often you meet someone who chases you. It turned out that Yajin had run after him earlier to return the wallet. The boy said with embarrassment that he had never been looked after like that before. The young man said that the main character helped him a lot because he had a pass to Haas in his bag. The boy asked if the karateka had a certificate, specifying that if he did not get one, in addition to the city tax, he would be forced to pay a huge bribe. This news did not please the man. Yajin would mind if he went with him. It seems that the protagonist was not against it. They agreed to meet their new companion in the morning in front of the tavern. After the conversation, the young man wandered off to his room, saying how he wanted to sleep because he had drunk so much. This alarmed the main character, but he did not show it. Evening had come. The light from the hotel was softly shining. Dinner consisted of stew. Yajin drank from a glass. Something caught his eye through the mug. While drinking from a mug, the main character could not help but notice the strange behavior of the hostess who served him the food. Night fell. Someone was snoring loudly under the blanket. At that moment, someone started climbing the steps. It was the gatekeeper. He was followed by two armed men, a nervous youth and a fat, determined man. Standing in front of the doors, the fat man divided the duties, deciding that he would take the life of the young man, and they would take care of the bearded man. Then the nervous young man asked them to speak more quietly, to which the guard calmly noted that he had mixed herbs into their drink, and they would definitely not wake up. Meanwhile, the fat man announced the start of their operation. He burst into the room with a noise. After that, without hesitation, the man pierced the blanket with his sword. But then something surprised him. He pulled the blanket off. Under the exclamations of the fat man, it turned out that there was no one under the blanket. There was only something that imitated a person. Meanwhile, the guy with a scar on his face was sleeping peacefully under the blanket. An armed, nervous young man and a gatekeeper came to him. However, Yajin was waiting for them behind the door with a dagger in his hands. Looking out from behind the door, the protagonist waited for them to pass. Finding himself behind the guard, he plunged the blade into his neck. He fell with a crash. While the second one did not have time to notice this and stood with his back to him, the karateka quickly attacked him too. After the blow, the nervous guy fell to his knees. Both opponents were defeated, but a third one appeared from the opening with a sword at the ready. The man attacked Yajin from behind with a scream. The protagonist quickly turned around. He managed to react and kicked the attacker in the stomach. Then he grabbed the stunned and about to fall fat man by the hair. And then he plunged the dagger into his neck. Then he took out his weapon. Under Yajin's concentrated gaze, the fat man fell. Surrounded by the prone bandits, the protagonist was still in a stance. He sighed with relief, deciding that this was probably it. At that moment, a sound caught his attention. The karateka completely forgot about the guy snoring in his bed. He decided to carry him back. Then Yajin decided to take a nap until the morning, when he would finish with all this. The morning began with the cawing of crows. The main character went to the armory. He threw down the weapons of the enemies he had defeated that night with a clang, saying that these were the blades of the gunsmith's friends and asking about the price. The old man was amazed. While the karateka was explaining their scheme, the gunsmith was paralyzed with fear. Yejin continued that putting to death for pennies was not an option, and the gunsmith's job was to evaluate real people, not blades. If the adventurers live up to expectations, the gatekeeper takes them to a nearby bandit tavern. The old man, meanwhile, was still puzzled as to why the main character was still alive. The karateka said seriously that he knew nothing about weapons, but the gunsmith also knew nothing about people. The man was puzzled as to how they had managed to survive until now. Then he slammed his hands down on the counter, an action that startled the cowering old man. Yejin came right up to the crying and trembling gunsmith's face. After that, he said with a stern expression on his face that they should not have raised their hand to him. There was a whistle in the air. At this time, a guy in a raincoat stood at the gate and waited. The young man yawned. Suddenly, the main character approached him, apologizing for the wait. The guy asked if the man had done what he wanted. The adventurer replied with a smile that he had left a message for the villagers. It occurred to him that they had probably already found the merchant and were shaking in fear. Then the new fellow travelers got acquainted. It turned out that the young man's name was Louis. Moving away from the village, Yajin said that if he had any questions for the experienced traveler, he would be happy to answer them, for example, how to deal with bandits. A traveler walking along the road claimed that Haas was the second largest city. Yajin objected. He thought Bayat would be better, as he would surely overtake Bayat soon. Louis disagreed, as Bayat did not have much free land. The travelers talked as they walked slowly along the road. This is an unexpected duet on the way to Ba'at. Looking up, the main character noticed that it was getting dark. The karateka suggested that they would have to spend the night in the open. Louis was not pleased with this, saying that he wished they had stayed at the inn for a couple more days. Yajin countered that if the inn had been intact, they would have stayed, and if he hadn't overloaded himself so much, they would have been in town today. Louis agreed that they had no choice, and then, looking around anxiously, said that they needed to be on the lookout for bandits. The protagonist mentally noted that the guy was very afraid of bandits throughout the entire journey. He considered that this was another reason why the young man went with him. When the adventurers set up camp, Louis said that he had been attacked by bandits. The boy continued that 3 years ago he stole the family money and ran away from home in Bayata. Yajin listened to his story in silence. It turned out that when the boy was running away, he spotted his mother and stabbed her. By the light of the fire, he explained that he was caught before he could cross the border. Louis had been in hell on earth for a long time. They couldn't heal his broken bone, so he still can't bend the little finger on his right hand. His story ended with him running away before he could be sold into slavery. He assured the karateka that no one was following him. In response, the protagonist asked why he was telling him this. The boy replied excitedly that these were his thoughts about his arrival in Ba'at tomorrow. Yajin realized that the boy was going through a strange time. Then he handed him the dinner. The travelers began to eat the soup in silence. The protagonist, sitting on a rock, suggested changing every 3 hours. Louis went to rest first. Having wished each other good night, the karateka began his watch. Night fell on the forest. At that moment, Yajin heard the splash of water. Mentally addressing Louis, the protagonist wondered what was wrong with running away. He felt that the guy wanted to talk to him, but decided not to interfere. Looking at the moon, the karateka was in doubt. He then turned to Louis, asking if everything was okay with him. He excitedly answered in the affirmative, reassuring Yajin. It turned out that the guy decided to wash himself because of the thought of tomorrow's arrival in Bayat. The main character did not expect that they would wait for him for so long. Standing in the pond and covering himself with his hands, it was clear that Louis was far from a boy. She was embarrassed. A fire burned in the darkness. The fellow traveler called Yajin a real gentleman. Emerging from the trees, Louis shared her doubts that he would not be there when she returned and expected him to be watching her from the bushes. The girl smirked and suggested that she wasn't attractive enough to make the protagonist commit such a low act. This made the man think. With feigned seriousness, the karateka said that he should have peeked in the middle of the bathing, and he regretted not having peeked. The girl laughed. Warming herself by the fire, she asked how long ago he had known about her gender. Yajin replied that he knew the truth from the moment they entered the bandit tavern. Louis was upset, thinking that he was secretly making fun of her every time she addressed him. The protagonist objected. The man made it clear in all seriousness that he had kept silent for his own good. He was recalling an important rule to live by, not to pry into someone else's past. The girl apologized with excitement. She decided that the karateka was right. With her legs tucked under her, she told the truth that she had been a slave in a brothel. It turned out that the scar on her face had come from trying to escape. Yajin mentally noted that slavers would not pursue slaves unless their commercial value was worth the cost of pursuing them. Feeling the wound on her face, the girl said that it didn't take much determination to slash her face. This scar reminded Louis of his mother. She continued to touch the wound on her face with sadness. The main character continued to listen attentively. It turned out that the girl wanted to return the money stolen from her mother, and that is why she went to Ba'at, although she had nowhere else to go anyway. Louis shared her doubts. She wanted to just leave the money and go because she was afraid of being rejected. The girl asked the man for his opinion, making it clear that she did not want to lose a place to which she could return. To Louis's surprise, Yajin offered to let her go with him if necessary. The protagonist said that he originally wanted to become famous in a big city, so if his equipment is not bought in Bayat, he will go to Karawat. The karateka said that if she was rejected, she could go with him because he was always glad to have a conversation. The man calmed the girl down. She hugged her knees and thanked him. Yajin smiled. Then he asked if he had coped with the role that Louis expected of him. This surprised the girl. She burst into tears and answered affirmatively. This made the protagonist happy. A bright window flashed in my memories. The girl looked out the window from the bed. Behind her lay a man's legs. She reached out to this light. The hand approached the window. The girl, being naked, was reaching for freedom. She wanted to go back home. Finally, the travelers came to Bat. Yajin looked with tension. He looked at Louis, who was walking forward with determination. The girl timidly approached her mother, who had the same scar on her face. The woman looked surprised. The main character thanked his fellow traveler for lightening his load. After wishing her to take care of herself, he turned around and left. At that moment, the mother fell to her knees, and the girl ran to her, grabbing her hand. They were both crying, and the daughter kept repeating her apologies. The mother didn't even think about letting go of her hand. The departing man thought about the place where he wanted to return. The adventurer stopped and made a decision, looking up. Yajin decided to go without a doubt to where he wanted to return. The protagonist has already decided everything. First, he will sell his things and buy better equipment with the money he gets. He walked into the armory with confidence. With joyful cries, he announced that it was time to go to Kurawat, the largest city in the northern part of the Asura kingdom. A frustrated Yajin was restrained by 2 guards. One of them was feeling the coin. Turning to him, he begged them to spare him, because this gold coin was all he had. He shouted and convinced them that if they took it, he would not be able to stay at the inn. However, the guard took the coin and, with a grin, allowed him to pass. The main character found himself in Kuravat Dot. The guard turned away from the departing man to the next travelers. The karateka smiled slyly as he left. The defender, who remained behind, to the displeasure of the one who wanted to get into the city, ordered to get all the gold that was there. In the thicket of the forest, Yajin screamed from a strain. Jewels appeared in front of him. Standing at the well, he was relieved that he had managed to get them. It turned out that the protagonist had to shove them up his ass, like some kind of contraband. He was glad that he had been able to exchange his belongings for these stones in Bayat. Looking at the city, the karateka thought that he had gained something, lost something. He could not decide which was more important. Residents walked slowly along the pavement. The jester juggled objects to the music of the flutist. The men flirted with the woman. Yajin could not help but notice that Kurabat is impressive in size and number of inhabitants. Ahead, there was a sign indicating a 24-hour tavern. The anvil signified the forge. Here, the main character happily saw the Adventurers Guild. He said with determination that he was no longer the same person he was yesterday and was ready to start all over again. The karateka opened the large doors. Inside the spacious building, there was a line at the counter. The girl politely asked him to come to her if he wanted to join the guild. Yajin opened his mouth in surprise, admiringly deciding that Kurabat was the best. At that moment, the old man from Rock Cliff flashed through his memories, asking him not to forget him. The main character stood in line. The karateka was next, but suddenly someone called Elmachka. The man, not paying attention to the line, walked forward and happily thanked the girl for the task. The girl at the counter excitedly reminded the adventurer of the rules. but he ignored her remark. Yajin reacted to this. The eyes of the visitors followed him, and they were also dissatisfied. Remembering that in Rock Cliff, weakness or excessive pride, as well as underestimating your opponent, meant the end for you, he resolutely took a step forward. He kicked him in the legs, causing the adventurer to bend over, kneeling. The protagonist reminded him that he had warned him that it was his turn. The guy looked taken aback. The others were surprised by the karateka's actions. Yajin began to strangle his opponent. After the guy fell to the floor, the main character reassured him that he had simply lost consciousness. Then he said with a smile that he was not a local and asked to complete the registration process. Elma agreed, frightened. While finishing the paperwork, the karateka noticed something. He learned that the stand nearby was a monster skinning place where he could sell the carcasses. Yajin was pleased with this information. The adventurer recalled that on the way from Bayat, he had just defeated a couple of monsters, deciding to drag them from the tavern. Then the main character brought the carcasses and put them on the counter. The man carefully assessed the goods. He noted that the karateka did well and asked about his skills in cutting up monsters. Daniel introduced himself, saying that they were short of hands and offering Yajin the opportunity to work on the cutting room floor tomorrow. Deciding that it would be a good idea to make some connections here, the protagonist agreed. Daniel was glad of the agreement because he thought that the adventurer would refuse, like the last guy. The man laughed in response. Afterwards, Yajin inquired about the presence of a library, explaining to the bewildered man that he would like to learn about the laws of the new place. Night fell. Looking at the black window in front of him, the main character was immersed in his characteristics. Sitting on the bed, he thought about how months of living in the forest had given him many levels and skills. The skinning skill required a lot of practice, unlike the sewing skill. The karateka wondered if each skill had its own difficulty to acquire. Then he fell onto the bed, deciding that he should get a good night's sleep. Closing his eyes, he decided that, apart from the small skirmish, it had been a good day. Night gave way to morning, and then slowly flowed into day. Yajin left the house. Daniel praised his work. The main character is pretty exhausted. Today, they had gray wolves, but sometimes a rare monster appears that resembles a giant, fanged snake. Daniel asked if he was going to stay and work here because it would be a stable and calm life. The kids, happy that their dad had finished, headed home. The karateka looked at them. Looking at the departing married couple with the children, he thought about a stable life. At that very moment, someone called out to him. It was two guards. They explained that the chief was calling Yajin to him. It turned out it was because of yesterday's incident. The protagonist silently responded to their offer to take him. The family he was watching was slowly walking away. The karateka watched them go in silence. Then he turned around with a stern expression and expressed understanding to the guards. The guild was left behind. Yajin walked down the stairs with his companions. When he entered, he noticed a guy standing to the right. The guards led the protagonist to Gary, who was sitting at the table. The karateka mentally noted that this man was the ruler of these lands. It was a large man. The shadow hid his face. Gary, with a scar over his eye, a beard and tousled hair, looks sternly at Yajin. The chief and the karateka got acquainted. Next to him stood yesterday's victim. He told what he knew about what had happened. Meanwhile, the protagonist was thinking about how to show himself. Then, to the fury of the offended man, Yajin explained that he was simply teaching a lesson to an idiot who had broken the guild rules. He lunged at the karateka with his fists, but was stopped by Gary. Having immobilized the attacker again, the protagonist demonstrated how everything had happened. He continued to strangle his opponent with severity. After letting him go, Yajin explained that this guy was bothering him and he had to teach him good manners. The chief understood the adventurer's point of view. Pointing to the unconscious guy, Gary made it clear that he had come to him in tears and asked him to punish the offender. The chief explained that he had agreed to settle everything in the corroborative way, calling the attacker names. The protagonist did not understand what kind of method this was. Gary explained that they were fighting one-on-one with fists, with no deaths or grudges. The karateka realized that this was just a regular fist fight. He noted out loud that his opponent was already out cold. Seeing this, the leader then allowed him to go, recognizing that the offender got what he deserved. Yajin was surprised by this. The main character was about to leave, but suddenly someone stopped him. The man turned around. It turns out it was the guy's boss. He He was offended by the karateka's lack of discipline. It was the tall man who stood on the right when Yajin first came to the chief. He asked the protagonist to fight him. Gary turned to Paul and shouted that this was pointless. The guy took the karateka's silence for fear, trying to throw him off balance. The other men were happy about the fight, loudly demanding it. Throwing their fists up, the villagers wanted a spectacle. Turning around, the protagonist heard the chief call them idiots. But then he shouted with passion that it was hard for him to stay away when people were so eager to fight. Gary asked him to show them some of his courage. With a smile on his face, Yajin internally guessed their plans. They originally wanted to publicly punish the impudent stranger. The protagonist decided to follow their rules to survive. The leader announced the beginning of their battle. He waved his hand and loudly asked for the ring to be created, explaining that the winner would be able to obtain the opponent's items. The karateka looked sternly at the grinning boy, ready for battle. They stood opposite each other, with people surrounding them on the edges. Then, raising their fists, the guys stood in a stance. When Gary announced the start, Paul immediately went on the attack. Yajin managed to dodge. He mentally noted that he had avoided a dangerous straight line. Then the main character swung to strike. The karateka lightly hit Paul on the cheek. The spectators noted this strange blow with a grin, not understanding what it was doing. Yajin's opponent swung confidently again, but Paul missed again, after which he received another small blow to the nose. The onlookers, smiling, said that he could hit like that as much as he wanted, but nothing would come of it. They tried to make him stop being afraid and run away by hitting the guy properly. Paul tried to strike again in a straightforward manner. The protagonist continued to stick to his tactics. His opponent was furious because the karateka continued to keep his distance. Paul began to shout angrily at him to stop doing the same thing over and over again because it wouldn't work. Then he struck angrily, but again missed. The adventurer did not listen to him and continued to follow his plan. The audience became bored and asked for Paul to finally deal with his opponent. But then the men watching fell silent in surprise. Paul missed another hit. Residents were perplexed by what was happening. They couldn't believe that the boy hadn't managed to hit Yajin even once. At that moment, a drop of blood fell on the floor. Paul's eye was pretty swollen. The karateka, in turn, was in perfect order. Having carefully assessed the situation, the protagonist realized that it was time because the enemy's right eye was completely blind. Yajin darted to the right and disappeared from the amazed Paul's field of vision. The guy didn't understand where the adventurer had gone. While he was perplexed, the main character appeared right in front of him. The karateka delivered a decisive, powerful blow. The audience was amazed. Paul missed the blow, his head snapping back. The enemy's knees buckled. After that, he fell down, losing consciousness. Yajin looked at the defeated Paul lying there. Then the protagonist, clenching his fist, declared that he now understood how to sort things out the Kurobative way. Mentally, he decided that it was time to finish. With a crazy smile and drops of blood on his face, the karateka suggested solving the following problems in the same way. After that, he took the vanquished man's weapon. But then two guys blocked the way for the departing Yajin. Then he sternly reminded them that these were their own rules. Then the spectators, bowing their heads guiltily, let him pass. The main character felt the displeased gaze of the man behind him. The head looked sternly after the karateka. Yajin walks through the forest. He thinks that this is a pretty good forest because it is close to Kurobat. In an emergency, he can settle here. Yesterday, the man fought according to all the rules of Kurobat, but if he gets into trouble with the other adventurers, he won't get off so easily. The hero hopes that they will spare him and leave him alone. The hero hears a rustling sound and becomes silent. From his hiding place, he sees what he was looking for. This is a sword-horned deer, a handsome leader of the pack. A man watches deer passing very close to him. One careless step, rustling of grass, alert ears of deer. The leader of the pack notices Yajin, and the deer rush away. The man does not wait. To defeat the beast, you need to move quickly. To the clatter of the deer hooves, he takes off. The hero swings his knife. The target is easily achievable. Slightly squinting to aim, he throws the knife into the distance. The deer becomes wary and shudders. Here, the knife is almost at its target. It flies straight towards the deer's neck. Suddenly, it abruptly changes direction and wounds the animal, but already its leg. The hero is triumphant. He heard that these deer use wind magic for protection, and he managed to wound one, albeit in the leg. What luck. Just a little more, it's time to finish the job. Unexpectedly, the leader of the pack himself stands up to protect the wounded deer. He steps forward, blocking the hero's path. The man slowly raises his hand with a knife, looking straight into the eyes of the beast. A little fearfully, he thinks that he just needs to avoid the deer's antlers, and everything will go great. A sharp gust of wind, a flutter of antlers, and the hero is already standing, clutching the wound on his shoulder, and the deer, a little further away, is still wary. They are positioned opposite each other, looking into each other's eyes. The man is thinking in his head about how the deer was able to use wind magic right during the attack. The beast roars, the hero hurries, the hero hurries. He can't drag out a fight in which the forces are unequal, otherwise it could end badly. His face freezes in concentration, his muscles tense. As if on cue, the man and the deer rush towards each other. The man squats down to trip the animal and manages to catch the animal in the leg with his knife. The startled deer loses his vigilance for a second. The brain tells the man to hit the heart. Desperation and indignation still play in the blood. A clear blow, a bloody wound on the deer's chest. The man swallows and only now allows himself to catch his breath. The deer lies motionless, but still graceful. The hero's thoughts run from sentimentality about the fact that the leader tried to protect his comrade to how to properly butcher the deer. Yes, hunting these creatures constantly will not be easy. The hero's thoughts are transferred to the guild. The adventurers of Kurabat are much more organized than those of Rock Cliff. This is visible and understandable even by the division of labor. The adventurer's boss is Gary, and those who do not obey him are unlikely to find decent work. However, if you are a loner, then in the guild the bill for work is higher, but you need to kill strong monsters, since cutting and selling are more difficult. With such thoughts, the hero finishes working with the body and goes to the city. Seeing the horn of a sword-horned deer, the town merchant only opens his eyes in surprise and whistles. Just in case, he clarifies whether this is the only animal. Yajin confirms the find and also adds that he has heard about the rise in prices for materials extracted from sword-horned deer. Horns, meat, skin. The merchant complains that he hasn't processed such materials for a long time, still admiring them. To this, the hero only thinks that even the stealth skill doesn't help against deer, and wonders how other adventurers hunt such creatures. The merchant clears his throat and admits that he was wrong about the man. The man has no idea what he is talking about. The hero, who was not expecting such praise at all, listens to a speech about how he is a first-class adventurer, that for some people butchering is just a skill, and for others it is a part of themselves. He is about to respond to the praise, even noting that he too was biased, but he is interrupted by one of the merchant's workers. As it turned out, the reason for the worker's panic was that another worker, Ray, had passed out from overwork and fatigue. The merchant sighs sadly and shares that the cutting shop is short of workers, and at this rate they will soon have to close. At the same time, Paul is sitting with his friend in the tavern. Someone comes to take their order. Paul's friend nonchalantly orders meat and asks Paul what he wants. The friend suggests that Paul will have meat too, to which he suddenly responds aggressively that he doesn't care what he eats, slamming his fist on the table. Then the friend sees the look on Paul's face and asks what happened. Paul sits, staring furiously ahead, his hands clenched into fists and repeating that he will definitely kill Yajin. At Yajin's cutting shop, introduces him as a new employee for a month. He is very grateful and happy. Nice and open people meet the newcomer. Their names are Arlo, Nate, and Cyrus. Smiles do not leave their faces. Everyone is happy to meet. The merchant, or the head, as he is called, sighs once again and says that the cutting room is in danger of closing. The man in the corner barely noticeably clicks his tongue and makes a displeased face. Continuing with the news, the boss says that if they don't meet the quota in a month, the shop will be officially closed. However, they only have to hold out for a month, because after that time, they will send reinforcements. Then the leader begins a phrase about how, in order to survive this difficult time, they need. A friendly chorus picks up the phrase, shouting out the word work. Now that's team spirit and cohesion. Yajin begins his work in the shop. An animal lies before him, a knife in his hand. He collects his thoughts and begins to work. The hero's movements are clear and calm. He knows what he is doing and how to do his job as efficiently as possible. Cyrus, who works alongside him, is clearly interested in Yajin's skills. He asks the man where he got his skills from and if he is a former hunter. Without stopping his productive work, Yajin recalls the past and answers too verbosely and imprecisely that he learned from one hunter. After working for some time, the hero finds a small magic stone, examines it from all sides. The other workers are amazed by the agility and accuracy of this man. One of his colleagues immediately warns Yajin that if he comes across a magic stone, he must tell one of them and then put it on the shelf. While asking which shelf the magic stone should be placed on, the man accidentally stands in a passageway where one of the workers immediately bumps into him and hisses. With his whole appearance showing the deepest contempt, the man who crashed into Yajin shouted at him not to stand in the passage. Then the man turns around with the same arrogant expression and clicks his tongue again. Yajin tries to make amends by awkwardly apologizing and rubbing the back of his head with his hand. Another worker advises the bewildered Yajin to forgive the guy. He was once an adventurer too. The disgruntled worker was an adventurer until he was wounded and forced to retire. He still has his sword and shield. The worker who told the story is jealous. A stunned Yajin notes to himself that every adventurer has his own unique story. During the next task, Arlo approaches Yajin, beaming with joy and a satisfied grin. A very interesting task awaits the man. A giant monster is thrown to the floor. Yajin asks the logical question of who it is. The only answer he gets is that he was washed up on the shore. The main task is to separate the animal's skeleton for the exhibition, which means they will have to work carefully. The workers are talking about the fact that it is a dragonfish. For some reason, not everyone wants to work with it. Yajin's colleagues say that the fish is very expensive and rare, and also so tasty that it can kill a person. It is caught especially for the rich, and the common people do not have access to it. The labor-intensive and painstaking process begins. Workers carry large volumes of material. There is also room for fun in the process. For example, today one of the workers shows tricks with a fisheye, and the others watch and have fun. Only the former adventurer is dissatisfied. The next task is outside the butcher shop. Under a huge tree lies an even bigger monster with spikes all over its back. The workers and Yajin work tirelessly, dragging the spikes from the monster's back and placing them in a huge cart. The materials are then taken away from the site to the shop on the same huge cart for further processing. Yajin is pleasantly surprised and very happy that he now works in the company of wonderful colleagues and does an important job, helping to save the shop. 2 weeks later, the protagonist is sitting in a tavern drinking a glass of beer. He is told that Paul has begun to act. The man learns valuable information that Paul is gathering people to attack someone, and also that some time ago he was shouting in a bar that he wanted to kill someone. Then the conversation turns to Gary. Yajin learns that he also has a lot going on in his life. He recently met secretly with a guard and is clearly plotting something. The outcome is obvious. Something global will happen in the city soon. The informant thinks that this something will certainly affect Yajin, and he needs to flee the city immediately. The man himself thinks only about the fact that he made the wrong choice, and thanks for the advice. Yajin gives the informant 2 coins, to which he asks in surprise why so much. The man replies that he needs to support his already few allies. They thank him in return, and promise more information, but warn him that if Gary finds out about everything, the informant will immediately give up. Yajin says he understands. He really understands his brave ally. He would have done the same. His luck has become unlucky. It looks like he really will have to leave the city. Already in the shop, Yajin approaches the merchant and tries to start a conversation. He asks what happened. As soon as the hero tries to say something, the merchant suddenly turns to another worker and begins to scold him for not bringing wool. Getting increasingly heated, the chief begins to shout even louder at the worker, saying that the wool should have been delivered to the western gate and that he should have picked it up. The leader tries to go himself, but Yajin asks to go instead. The merchant calms down a little and asks what the man wanted. He, seeing the nervous state of the boss, does not say what he wanted initially. He only encourages the trader and motivates everyone to push harder. A week later, Yajin sits on his bed at home, planning to say goodbye to his friends and colleagues as their work comes to an end. Suddenly, a note is slipped under the protagonist's door. He takes it and reads it. His gaze changes to one of intensity. Yajin thanks the informant out loud for the useful information and tries to decide what to do now. Revenge has blinded Paul to the point of obsession. The main character approaches the innkeeper and asks for a favor. After some time, Paul appears at the inn with a group of people he has gathered. The owner gives them a message from Yajin, and they set off into the forest. They are determined, led by Paul, who has a spark of madness in his eye. Paul and Yajin meet at the edge of the forest among the tall and powerful trees. They stand opposite each other, like duelists. Paul is arrogant and fearless. Yajin looks serious and tense. 5 stern, focused faces. Some are afraid, some are wary, and some are already eager to fight. Mutual hostility can be seen in everyone's eyes. Suddenly, the scene comes to life. The protagonist takes off and runs into the forest. The company of 4 chases after him, trying to catch up. Paul shouts and orders them to catch up. Eventually, they run up to a giant tree with a huge root system on the surface. One of the pursuers screams. Before he can scream and complain that he tripped over a tree root, a knife flies out from somewhere to the side at the speed of light, straight at them. The pursuer manages to dodge the flying knife, but not the blow straight to the stomach delivered by Yajin. A heavy half-sigh, half-groan is heard. The pursuer, not expecting this, freezes in place, his eyes widening in horror. Then the protagonist stabs him with a knife held in his other hand. A confused expression freezes on the guy's face and he slowly moves to the side, blood oozing from his neck. Another pursuer attacks, his face full of rage for his wounded friend. Pushing off a nearby tree, Yajun outflanks the boy. He turns his body and leans on his pursuer with the back of his thigh, knocking him to the ground, face down. Turning around, Yajun notices Paul standing there with clenched teeth and a vengeful expression on his face. How could they not play a staring contest before a fight? The protagonist slowly draws his sword from its sheath, his foot firmly on the ground. He is fully prepared for battle. And then, like a false start, a knife flies through the air at Paul. He hesitates for a moment and dodges. The battle wraps the rivals in its embrace. However, while Paul is dodging the knife, a sword flies unnoticed into his leg. Silent scene. The staring continues. A second of silence. The silence is broken by Paul's scream. He swings his sword in rage. Yajin thinks that Paul has finally gone mad. Well, revenge has led him into a trap. As soon as the Avenger starts moving towards the man with his sword raised, Yajin's hand instantly reaches Paul's chest, sending him flying out of his personal space. But the man isn't done yet. He aims for Paul's other eye. A scream, and the forest goes silent. A squeezed hand, and Paul passes out. Yajin turns to the remaining pursuer, insisting that he answer his questions. After the conversation, the last witness was killed, and Yajin hurried to the city. He had little time. It was risky to return to the city in principle, but the man could not leave without saying goodbye to his colleagues and taking provisions. Based on the answers of the last pursuer, Paul decided to act on his own, without waiting for Gary, who, although he wanted to get rid of the main character, did not dare without the help of the guards. Remember the sun. Yajin is hailed by representatives of the city guard. The same guard who tried to take all his money stands in front of him. The man sighs barely audibly and asks, "What's going on?" The guard accuses Yajin of killing Paul the adventurer. Gradually, a ring of guards gathers around him. The protagonist tries to think of something to get out of the situation. He understands that this is Gary's trick, and that the last pursuer lied. Yajin is thinking about avoiding a fight as much as possible in his situation, but as far as he knows, the guards are also engaged in robbery, which is even worse than the deeds of adventurers. For Yajin to deal with them with his fists, but he is not sure that they have any experience in fighting. He is afraid to send them running. Therefore, he tries to put them in their place first. The guard warns that running away is useless, and Yajin asks for the opportunity to ask a question. Without an affirmative answer, he asks if his arrest was legal. Citing territorial law, he states that adventurers belonging to the guild cannot be subjected to illegal investigation. The soldier stands in panic. He either didn't understand the question or doesn't know the answer. Yajin specifically read such literature and found this ancient law, established when newcomers to the guild staged a rebellion due to poor treatment. The guards glance at each other and whisper among themselves. None of them know of such a law. The man read it in a book, so this law was probably lost over the years. Yajin is trying to get out of the situation as best he can. This is his only chance to save himself. So he plays his role to the end and asks excitedly how they can not know about such a law and why they are arresting illegally. The hero tries to promote this law and give it significance, so he says that ignorance of the law insults the lords and the king who appointed the lord to introduce this law. Cries of rebellion are heard from the side. The guard is completely confused and dejected. He does not understand what kind of law this is, what kind of rebellion this is, and what is happening. With the most pleasant and friendly expression on his face, Yajin says that everyone has mistakes and blunders. But if that's the case, you need to tell him. The guard is embarrassed and mumbles something about how there really could have been a mistake. Yajin announces this to the whole street and apologizes for himself and for the city guard. The hero leaves as quickly as possible, and the guards are still confused. Under cover of night, Yajin gathers his things, puts on a cloak with a hood, takes food. The full moon shines. The man is glad that he was able to prepare for the escape unnoticed. Suddenly, he hears some sounds behind him. People, many people, are approaching him from all sides. They approached so quietly that he did not notice anything, and He is with them too. Through Yajin's mind, he shudders. The men stand in a circle, with Yajin in the center opposite Gary, who has forced his men to stand outside the hero's skill range and act strictly according to command. Yajin realizes that it was a trap because he knew he could easily defeat Paul, and while he was doing this, Gary was preparing. Gary is ruthless. He has calculated and taken everything into account. He will not take into account that Yajin is a newcomer. He will simply crush him. It is this quality that made him a leader. There was no one like Gary in Rockcliffe who could become the leader and keep so many bandit adventurers in check. This should have convinced Yajin how strong the leader was. Gary looks straight at Yajin and talks about Paul's death. More like asking, rhetorically though, he already knows everything. Gary originally planned to kill the hero on the spot because things had gone too far, and when a member of his guild is killed, all laws cease to apply. Yajin is still looking for loopholes in the current situation. Chuckling slightly, Gary rants about how he found it funny watching Yajin use the old laws to escape the soldiers and foil his plan. Gary notes that there is something about the man that gets to him. Unexpectedly, he offers the hero to become his subordinate, because he is exactly the man he was looking for. Yajin doesn't believe Gary, but it seems that he is not lying. He says that the man could be his right hand. Then the hero reminds him that many of Gary's subordinates simply hate Yajin. Gary notes that it is he who feeds them, and not the other way around. Yajin hesitates. He doesn't want to be in a gang of adventurers who bully newcomers. But he'll decide that later, and for now he accepts the offer, mentally adding that he'll follow Gary only when he's rid of him. Suddenly, Gary takes out his sword. He has changed his mind. Dodging the forward lunge, fists clenched, Yajin instantly collects his thoughts. Hands act intuitively, taking out knives. One throw, and the knife flies straight at Gary. He dodges, but does not take into account that not only the knife was thrown by Yajin, a metal peg is stuck in his leg. They stand opposite each other, one with a stake in his leg, and the other wounded by a sword. Yajin's secret technique is to see through people's pretense. The people with torches in the circle begin to move. They attack from behind. Yajin is bleeding from a wound. He will not be able to bandage it while the battle is going on. The guys from the circle reach Yajin, and the first one catches a blow to the stomach with his fist, and then the hero grabs him tightly. Yajin uses the boy as a human shield against Gary. He thinks that he won't go through his own people to get to Yajin. But he's wrong. The sword cuts the boy's shoulder. Gary decides to walk over the heads of his own subordinates in order to show his true nature and get to Yajin. The guy is howling in pain, the other fighters are terrified, and Gary is missing. A sudden attack from behind, but Yajin dodges, sharply falling to the floor. He aims Gary's knife at his boot, but Gary deftly lifts it off the ground and Yajin misses. While the hero is digesting the thought that his knife was dodged, Gary swings again, but again hits his own soldier. The poor guy screams, but more from surprise than from pain. There is too much of it. The soldier falls, and Gary flies towards Yajin with his sword raised above his head. Instead of aiming at the hero, Gary thrusts his sword into the ground and then yanks it out, creating a cloud of dust and dirt in the air. Yajin was not prepared for this, and his eyes were no longer a good source of information about what was going on around him. Gary swings his sword, and again and again. Yajin is in a daze. He vaguely sees Gary's silhouette in front of him and tries to focus on him and his movements. He closes his eyes. Gary is doing something in front of him. Suddenly, he shouts at him. Finally, Yajin fulfilled all the conditions. Only now does Gary notice the peg sticking out of his leg. Gary's heavy breathing and growling can be heard. The poison Yajin had prepared in the forest has begun to take effect. But if Gary asks his subordinates for help, throwing away his pride, then the hero has no chance. He must end everything with one blow. Just as Gary is about to say something to his men, Yajin throws a knife at him. He won't let him get help. Gary deflects the blow. He can still fight. With a furious expression on his face, Yajin runs forward. He's about to bite off Gary's carotid artery. The knives were just a distraction so he could get closer. Suddenly, Gary jerks his head forward and the two heads collide. Yajin is in pain, but even so, he grabs Gary by the neck, and with his other hand, he gropes in his pocket for another peg. He has one last ace up his sleeve. With a battle cry, he plunges the stake into Gary's neck, breathing heavily. Yajin grabs Gary by the hair and beard, tensing his entire body to not let go and not let him run away. With his last strength, he utters a phrase about how this is the end, and then abruptly turns both hands, twisting Gary's head and breaking his neck with a deafening crunch. Gary collapses to the ground, and Yajin finally lets go of his hands. Gary's men stand in horror, silence all around, and the only sound is the crackling of the torches. Yajin looks at Gary's body lying before him, his strong arms, now with their fingers curled upward. And the head, unnaturally twisted towards the shoulder on the neck, folded almost in half. Still not believing himself, Yajin thinks that he has won, but just in case, he still remains in a fighting stance with his fists at the ready. A minute of silence passes. The soldiers begin to understand that their leader has been killed, and most importantly, who killed him. Yajin understands that he needs to get out of his place. His wounds are not serious, but they are there. Will he be able to break through all these people standing behind and to the right? Suddenly, Yajin notices that he is completely surrounded. Reinforcements have arrived. He is surrounded by enemies, and he needs to think of something to escape. A battle cry spreads around. Everyone is ready to kill him. Everyone in the circle raises their weapon. Everyone is in a warlike mood, of course. He killed their leader, their breadwinner. Towards Yajin. The hero only has time to notice it before it hits something. Another pair of legs appears next to Yajin. The man's surprise knows no bounds. The eternally dissatisfied worker at the cutting shop has come to protect him. He has his shield and sword with him, and his gaze is now determined. As it turns out, he's not alone. The whole gang from the cutting shop is right there. The boss asks a reasonable question about what's going on here. Yajin is not alone now. His colleagues have come to support him and help him. The boss says not to pay attention to his official attire. He just went to report to his superiors about the monthly quota he has fulfilled. Addressing Gary's subordinates, the leader asks what Yajin did, since he is his temporary employee, and the employer is responsible after all. The soldiers answer that the man killed their comrade and Gary. The leader does not believe that Yajin killed Gary. He exclaims that it is all a joke. Then they helpfully point to the body of that very Gary, lying on the ground a little further away. Yajin, meanwhile, sees a way out. But he also sees his comrades and colleagues at work, good-natured, cheerful, and smiling, who came to his aid. The leader approached Gary, who was lying on the ground, and finally believed the words of his subordinates. However, he did not believe that Yajin had done all this, so he pounced on the people, asking what they had done. The soldiers tried to justify themselves, saying that it was really Yajin who killed Gary, but they were not believed. After all, Gary was considered invincible. How could a man defeat him alone? The chief continues to put pressure on Gary's subordinates. He says that the city guards have also found out about everything and will soon be at this very place. And if the guys tell everything as it was, they still won't be believed. In a whisper, the chief tells Yajin to run. The leader continues to talk the soldiers down, telling them how powerful Gary was, not just an adventurer, but their leader. He continues to berate them for the murder. Suddenly, someone notices that Yajin has disappeared into thin air. They run to catch up with him. The whole crowd runs after him, and the head of the shop quietly prays that the hero can escape. Yajin hurries with all his might. He runs and thinks that even after all his efforts, everything is the same as before. It's not that bad, but nothing works. He just runs away with his tail between his legs. Just as he gets the idea that there is always another way, a guard comes running at him from around the corner. Unable to bear the anger that had accumulated within him, Yajin hits the guard in the face, who only falls to the ground, and the hero continues to run. So what if it all repeats itself? Even if it's an escape route, it's the route he chose himself. As he runs further and further, he thinks only of how good his colleagues were. He hopes that he will see them again someday, because he has no more places to return to. Yajin walks and walks, remembers. He is still Nozaki Hitoshi, who was called Wild and became known as Yajin. Now he goes to a place called Katori Village. He goes there to try the meat of the fantastic dragonfish, which is only available to the nobility. He wants to taste the most delicious seafood available to mankind. Yes, he just failed. But now he has a goal, and he will go towards it. Yajin keeps wondering what new adventures await him. Yajin is training in the forest, finished training and sat down to rest. 3 days have passed since the battle. He feels lonely and sad, but he convinces himself that this is not loneliness, but solitude. His life in the shop was so lively, and now he sits on a quiet riverbank. There is not a soul around, and cats are scratching at his own soul. Suddenly, something huge flew across the sky, like a bird, only very big. Yajin froze in surprise and delight. It was a real dragon, the creature the man wanted to see most in this world. The hero became very curious. He decided to take a quick look at the dragon. Maybe it had a nest somewhere nearby, and the man could sneak up and take a look. Walking a little further, he saw a picture that shocked him. A dragon was lying, wrapped around a huge snake and biting it in the hope of getting out. Standing in front of the picture that has appeared, Yajin draws conclusions. Perhaps the dragon is a mother who made a nest here and left her children. But then a snake appeared and it was necessary to protect her offspring. Unfortunately, this battle turned out to be the last for both the mother dragon, the snake, and even the baby, who was eaten. But Yajin continues to wonder, how did the snake catch the dragon that can fly in the sky? Yajin moves closer to the battle site in search of new materials, of which there could be a great deal there. However, the only thing he finds is a baby dragon who is alive. He is lying down and there is a wound on his stomach from which blood flows. Now it is clear why the mother fought on the ground. She defended her baby to the last. Yajin looks at the little dragon, examines him, and thinks that, with such a wound, the baby will not last long. The hero begins to examine the dragon and the snake for useful materials that can be taken and sold: meat, skin. The mana essence is weak, so it is unlikely that there are magic stones in the body. Suddenly, Yajin notices the movement of a wing. He turns his attention to the little dragon, who is lying down and trying to move. The hero looks at the dragon. It is puffing, and Yajin remembers himself in the same situation. His heart trembled, because life and the opportunity to live are the most beautiful things in this world. The man takes off his clothes and carefully wraps the dragon in them. He carries and carries through the forest. Yajin stitched up the dragon's belly. He was glad that the internal organs were not damaged, because it was less likely that infection would enter the body. Monsters were usually resistant to them, but still. The dragonfly lies and recovers. Now everything depends only on how much he wants to live. Yajin became a nanny for the dragon. He nurses him, gives him clean water, carries him in his arms. In one of the trees, he finds a strange insect resembling a worm and pulls it out. Yajin does everything to make the dragon eat. Returning to the place of overnight stay, the hero sees that wild boars have trampled the entire place of the camp and eaten all the soft grass. Suddenly, it starts to rain. What could be worse? A man sits in the rain, covered with a sweater and wrapped in it warmly, holding a dragon in his hands and trying to warm it up. The hero finds a cave, takes shelter from the rain there, and makes a fire. Suddenly, a guest looks into the light of the fire. The wolf puffs and stares at Yajin. The man looks back at the wolf. He has been nursing the dragon for days and has not slept at all. He is very angry and wants to kill the wolf. The wolf runs away with his tail between his legs. And Yajin looks into the void with his exhausted, sleepy eyes and thinks that he can't do this anymore. Suddenly, his gaze falls on the little dragon, and he realizes that he cannot sleep. Yajin wakes up in the morning to the sound of birds singing. Panic hits him immediately when he realizes he's fallen asleep, and then he looks at the place where the dragon should be and realizes it's gone. The man remembers the wolf that came yesterday and has the most unpleasant suspicions about the dragon. He gets up and goes to the entrance of the cave. The first thing he sees in the sunlight of the day is a baby dragon, who is not just fine, but playing and frolicking, catching a butterfly. Yajin slowly, still not believing, approaches the dragon, wishes him good morning, and notes that he is not afraid of him at all. The man wants to examine his wound. The dragon suddenly bites his outstretched hand, to which the hero screams and scolds the little animal. And then he gets upset because he just wanted to help. The bite site begins to sting incredibly badly. Yajin is in great pain, but he thinks that since the dragon is able to bite so painfully, it means he is okay. Yajin doesn't take offense. After all, he's a child. He reminds him of a puppy that bit him when he was a child. The dragon needs a name, and since he has feminine features. A month later, Yajin decides to leave the forest with the dragon he named Puppy. He packed a basket with his things and plans to leave today. The dragon grew up and matured. He became so big, tall, and strong. They became so accustomed to each other that the dragon increasingly adopted the traits of his daddy. Following Yajin, the little dragon set off on new adventures. A man sits by the bed where a sick woman lies and holds her hand. One of the speakers asks the other if the story about his sick wife is true and if it really takes so much money to cure her. He addresses the other as Melgo. He replies that the story is true and that he will take him to the fishing spot. He calls the first speaker Brother Ergo. 2 days later, the village begins to worry about the brothers Melgo and Ergo who have sailed away. Suddenly, they see their ship on the horizon. There is only one person on the ship. The villagers knew something was going to happen. Now they peer into the distance and try to figure out which of the brothers has returned. No matter how they call their brothers by name, they do not respond, and only a shadow is visible on the ship. Somewhere on the other side of the sea, Yajin and Puppy approach the water's edge. They are both enchanted by the sight of the blue mass of the sea. They were almost at Katori village. Yajin wondered how long the dragon would remain so small, and how long dragons would grow. By the road, children are playing a simple game with pebbles. Passing by the children, Yajin thinks that he has safely hidden the puppy, that he has managed to train him well. The children themselves whisper about whether the dragon will crawl out of the backpack carrier. The kids start throwing rocks at the backpack. Kids can be very cruel sometimes. The dragon can't stand this attitude, so he throws off the lid of his backpack and sticks his head out to show what a fierce beast he is. The children see him, and Yajin can't think of anything better than to scoop up some sand with his hand. The man sprays sand into the air. The children cough, but stop seeing anything. Immediately after this incident, the travelers approach the village. The seaside village of Katori looks small. The heroes enter Jacopo's tavern. Yajin is brought fish and steamed soup. The fish turns out to be a piranha with huge teeth. The owner's wife praises her husband for the effort he put into preparing the dish. The hero feels a strong taste of magic. In this world, in addition to sweet, sour, salty, bitter, and umami tastes, there is also the taste of magical essence generated in the monster's body, the so-called demonic taste. Yajin praises the dish, which he says combines the powerful aroma of spices with the lingering taste of meat, and the taste of magic stimulates the brain. The owner's wife asks why the hero has come. She assumes that the man is here for the dragonfish. He answers in the affirmative and says that he will only be staying for a couple of days. The girl warns him that dragonfish are very rarely caught, and if they are caught, they are given to the nobility or sold to merchants at a very high price, so that the common people from the village still do not get a single piece. The girl also noted that the dragonfish would soon be served at the festival, but outsiders would not be able to attend. These words made the hero want to try this fish even more, and he absolutely did not want to give up on his search. He starts asking about the festival when the owner and his wife look behind him. The man turns around and sees that Puppy has climbed out of the backpack and is looking around with interest. Yajin got angry at Puppy. He fed him before entering the tavern. Probably the dragon was attracted by the smell of food. The man says that the puppy is harmless, that he picked her up on the way to the village, that she is completely tame and will not harm anyone. At the same time, he is thinking of an escape plan if something happens. The owner and wife look at each other with depressed faces. The girl assumes that Yajin brought the dragon to the village to sell it to the fishermen for sacrifice at the festival. She deduced this from the fact that he wanted to eat the dragonfish. Yajin became interested and asked to tell him more. The girl told a legend that a celestial dragon with damaged wings once fell into the sea and became a fish dragon. In their village, they have a tradition of carving wooden dragons and throwing them into the sea as an offering in the hope of a catch. The girl apologizes for misunderstanding Yajin. She simply thought that the current village chief would do anything to obtain a living dragon and sacrifice it, as was done originally. The girl scolds the current head, says that whoever gets involved with him is also a villain, that because of the new head the village is gradually falling into decline. The owner tries to stop his wife's speech, and Yajin asks what the name of the new head is. The new leader is named Melgo. He killed his own brother and took over as leader. The hero is warned that his dragon must not be found. He really thinks he is in the wrong place at the wrong time. He pays and thanks for the food and is about to leave. Suddenly, something goes boom. The door opens, and one of the children who was playing earlier runs in with a man. The child points at Eugene and says that it is him. The man tells the child to step aside and arrests the hero for bringing a monster into their village. The child turns out to be the son of the village chief. Eugene thinks that at the moment he has no choice but to fight. The tavern is filled with images of fighting. Eugene fights the men one by one. They do not attack together. He twists his arm and hits his chin with the other. His gaze is focused, as in all fights. Another man swings at Eugene, misses. The hero understands that these are amateurs, that he will easily defeat them. All their movements are very easy to read. The last man gets hit on the chin and falls. There are already 3 men lying around Eugene. The tavern owners are in shock. The chieftain's son, meanwhile, makes his way to Eugene's backpack, tries to pull out the dragon, but he is stubborn. The dragon bites into the boy's clothes with its small, sharp teeth. The tavern owner's wife is simply delighted by this. Even Eugene himself was surprised by the puppy's abilities. Another guy leans out of the window and grabs Puppy by the neck. He desperately flaps his wings but can't do anything yet. The dragon is terrified. Eugene reaches out to the dragon, but he is a few centimeters short of grabbing his paw. Another moment, and Puppy disappears behind the window frame. Eugene runs outside and begins to think. He forces himself to calm down. Puppy will be safe at least until the festival if they decided to sacrifice her, and he is too ignorant of the village to find her on his own. As he walks back into the tavern, Eugene is met by 2 pairs of sympathetic eyes. They see that he is sad that he did not find the dragon, and the guys who attacked him ran away as soon as they woke up. The man asks what will happen if he stays. Will those men come back? However, they answer that it is unlikely. The village chief is a cruel but cautious man. He will send them back only if they are prepared. Eugene decides to go to Melgo for Puppy. He asks where he lives and how to get there. To this, the girl replies that if he is going to get to Melgo, he should forget about it. All the fishermen live together on the outskirts of the village. If he goes there, he will be surrounded by the whole crowd in no time. The girl awkwardly asks if Eugene is willing to risk himself for such a monster. The man replies that after he went into hiding, he found her, wounded and exhausted, forgot about his own problems and took care of her with all his might. The hero declares that by saving the dragon, he also saved himself, and he will never abandon her. The girl calls his behavior strange, but she likes him. He is the kindest person after her husband, so she is ready to tell him everything that might be useful to him. Eugene asks for information that will help him decide what to do next. He stutters about the previous head being moved. The girl tells how the fisherman's wife had a serious illness, and he did not have enough money for expensive treatment. His brother came to him with a dubious idea. The brother convinced Ergo to go out to sea with him, although the fisherman tried to dissuade him. Melgo returned alone. Ergo's wife had withered away without proper care, and Melgo had taken his orphaned son for himself. Then he took the place of the head himself, but went down the path of tyranny. And now even the village elder is powerless to resist him. Eugene is deep in thought. It seems useless to approach the headman, but there is a clue in the form of the son of the previous head. And also, it is necessary to clarify what the fishermen think about Melgo. The man still lacks information to save Puppy. For now, he decides to prepare as best he can. First, he prepares an escape route, making his way through the forest to the fisherman's home. Watching from the trees, Eugene sees that 2 groups have been sent to the exits of the village to prevent him from escaping. The fishermen have decided to set up an ambush. The hero thinks that if he takes the puppy, they will lie in wait for him, but they will also lie in wait for him even if he does not take the puppy. While he is thinking, the fishermen begin to argue. Men, boys, and young men shout phrases about how they are proud men of the sea, that they will not tolerate this any longer because they have become like bandits. They are tired of obeying Melgo. They beg Argo, Ergo's son, to avenge his father. Eugene realizes that there are many fishermen who are dissatisfied with Melgo's tyranny. Argo, Ergo's son, has his own followers who are ready to act with him. Argo, standing in the middle of the crowd, tells the people to calm down. He understands how they feel, but he needs to be alone and think things through. Argo sits on a large rock, breathing heavily and thinking about how easily the fishermen talk about such things, while the very thought of speaking out against them terrifies the boy. He is afraid of being killed. Suddenly, there is a knock. A strong hand clamps over Argo's mouth, and a sword is pressed to his throat. Yajin says that if Argo screams, tries to resist, or runs away, he will kill him. He then asks if Argo wants to defeat his uncle. He only asks who he is. Argo asks again. Yajin repeats the question. Argo says he doesn't want to bother his uncle. Yajin asks again. Argo doesn't understand what they want from him. Yajin asks if Argo is afraid of declaring war on his family. He mumbles something like, no. The guy says that since Melgo is level 25, he will never defeat him. Yajin says that it is not a problem. At the same time, he thinks that with level 25, you can reach extraordinary heights, and he is in big trouble. He tells the boy that Melgo wouldn't have set up such a simple ambush if he were so good. The whole situation brings back bad memories for Yajin. The man asks if it's true that Melgo took all the money from Ergo's last fishing trip, instead of giving it to Argo's mother for treatment. Yajin asks why Argo didn't rebel against his uncle. The boy trembles and replies that he is afraid. When his mother was ill, he could do nothing. He could only hold her hand. Yajin asks Argo if he still loves his parents. He nods. The man says that he needs allies because something valuable and important was taken from him too. The hero asks if Argo is now ready to defeat his uncle. He is ready. They made a deal. The full moon is shining. The village is asleep. Yajin approaches the fisherman's house. He looks into the house and sees Melgo sleeping peacefully in the arms of two women. For Yajin not to be distracted from his mission so that everything goes smoothly and quietly. Melgo's bedside table. According to Argo, Melgo gets drunk every night and drinks water from the jug in the morning so the jug can help them. Even before the night's march, Yajin learns the number of guards. Argo said there were 3, but they would be easy to get around since no one had broken into Melgo's house before, so they shouldn't be on guard. Yajin pours something into a jug of water. At the same time, he thinks that the puppy is not being kept in Melgo's house, but somewhere with the fisherman. Despite the late night, there are quite a lot of people, so the man does not risk looking. He prays that puppy will wait until morning, asks her to be patient for a little while. In the meantime, he goes out into the dark night. Yajin is sitting on the seashore. All the preparations are done, the actors are backstage, the stage is ready. It's time to begin the performance. He sits, looks at the waves, and thinks whether it will be a comedy or a tragedy. It all depends on the ending. The next day, Yajin comes to the fisherman's village. They see him and become wary. You could even say that they are angry. The man hits one of the fishermen, who falls. Another runs for help, and soon Yajin is surrounded by fishermen with spears. The fishermen sneer, saying that Yajin will die along with his monster, asking why he hasn't run away yet. The hero takes a deep breath and shouts that he is challenging the chief fisherman to a fight. The others laugh at him, saying that the leader will not waste his precious time on him. Then Yajin takes over, saying that since they are attacking in a crowd, it means they are cowards, and he has heard so much about their bravery. Locals are looking out of their houses, wanting to see what's going on outside. Rumors are spreading fast, and Yajin thinks the leader will have to fight to save face once they get to him. The fishermen are confused. They don't know what to do. But Yajin keeps shouting, so they are forced to call the head of the fishermen, and then, whatever happens, happens. The head finally deigned to come out to the people. He is terribly displeased that he has been distracted from his important business. He looks at Yajin, tells the fishermen to raise their harpoons and shoot at the guest. The fishermen wonder why Melgo can't just squash the man like an ant. It costs him nothing. Melgo says that sooner or later the guest will die, so he wants to do it in the least painful way. Melgo is colder than Yajin thought. He keeps ordering the fishermen to deal with the hero. Yajin thinks that now is the time for Plan B. Just then, a voice comes from somewhere, asking what all this means. Argo came to the rescue, so they both thought. Melgo ordered to help kill the saboteur. Yajin got angry and again shouted that Melgo is just a coward and a thief, incapable of defeating him. Yajin declares that Melgo stole something important to him and does not want to admit it, and now he does not want to resolve it by fighting, but asks to kill him. Argo plays along and is surprised, and Melgo is not at all embarrassed because he thinks that this is not shameful. The fishermen protest, sad and angry that they are led by a coward who is not ready to accept the challenge. What about the honor of the fisherman? Yes, Melgo may have once taught his nephew the fisherman's code of honor and mentioned all this. So what? Argo steps forward and forces his uncle to show his strength, because the head of Katori village must fight his opponent fairly. Melgo is surprised by Argo's talkativeness. And Argo is offended and angry at his words, since when did he allow himself to be lectured? Melgo orders Argo to kill Yajin because the leader's order is not up for discussion. Argo remembers his parents, he clenches his fists and reminds that the fishermen's lives are in Melgo's hands. At the command of the chief, the fishermen go out to sea and put their lives in danger, which is why they must rely on an equally brave chief who is not afraid of one-on-one combat, just as Argo's father was not afraid. Argo goes wild and shouts that Melgo needs to prove his status. He needs to earn the fisherman's trust, he needs to prove himself, and all with his own hands. Argo tries to catch his breath after his fiery speech. Yajin prepares for battle, and the crowd watching this scene gets excited and chants. Melgo clicks his tongue and frowns in displeasure. He hadn't planned on fighting, but now he's in the mood for a fight, and Yajin is glad about it. Melgo is closing the distance faster and faster, and he's completely open. Yajin begins to doubt level 25, but Melgo suddenly accelerates, picks up speed, and swings towards the hero's head. To Yajin that Melgo is very fast, thought turns out to be faster than a fist. The fist reaches Yajin's forehead, but it barely moves a centimeter. He managed to block the blow with his head. With a sly grin, Melgo warns that when he starts fighting at full strength, his opponents turn into a bloody mess, which frightens the observers, which is why he didn't want to fight. Melgo grins even more and adds that he can grind the guest into dust and no one will say a word to him about it. Yajin thinks that the leader is very strong. All this time, Yajin had been underestimating his opponent. He looked down on him, thinking that he only reached level 25 by accidentally killing a high-level monster, but he really was that strong. Yajin had to focus, otherwise he would regret it. When choosing a strategy, Yajin decides not to attack first under any circumstances. It will be worse for him. Therefore, he chooses the path of counterattack and basic techniques in which he is 100% confident. It reduces the range of the detection skill to 2 meters for maximum awareness of the surrounding environment. Left, missed, in the face, wide. So far, Melgo has not been able to reach Yajin. Melgo's stance at the start of an attack, he can dodge. Even the leader is not fast enough to go beyond perception. Yajin decides to use a fast combination of strikes. It is impossible to predict and avoid. At first, he was amazed by Melgo's speed, but over time he got used to it. The hero strikes quickly and hits Melgo's face, who hisses in rage at Yajin to fight normally and at full strength. The guest continues to provoke the host, sarcastically asking what he is talking about during a fight. Melgo gets even more heated, and his blows become less precise due to emotions. Yajin has understood Melgo's attack range even better. As long as the detection does not run out, he will counterattack. He provokes Melgo into striking, and he himself gets into the right position, and he misses. Yajin realized that he could dodge by simply moving his torso, but Melgo lost his stance after such a blow and opened himself up for an attack. The hero delivers a clear and strong blow to the neck and then to the leg. He grabs Melgo by the face, gets close to his eyes. Melgo grabs him by the arm. Melgo has a very strong grip. Yajin winced in pain and then cried out when Melgo twisted his arm and pushed him away sharply. The opponents are recovering from their wounds. Yajin reflects on how quickly Melgo has recovered and how little damage the hero has done to him. At this rate, Yajin will quickly run out of time. However, the blow to the eye should make itself felt. Yajin continues to ponder. He thinks that after receiving such a painful counterattack, Melgo will be careful and the quality of the fight will improve. Melgo is not only stronger and faster than the hero, but also more durable. If Yajin is not careful, he will be killed. However, this cannot help but excite the hero. Yajin reflects on the fact that he is fighting a real person, who is also much stronger than him in physical strength. Therefore, it is important not to limit himself to the principles of martial arts. In order to defeat the enemy, Yajin must combine the martial arts skills of his world with the techniques he learned in this world. Only then can he be on the same level as Melgo. For Yajin, this couldn't be more fun. The pause between the attacks dragged on. The opponents stood motionless and tensely facing each other. This was irritating to Yajin. He didn't understand why Melgo wasn't attacking. Was he really expecting him to attack? Yajin guesses that it might be the herbs he added to the water jug earlier. A good part of the plan, to be sure. Melgo froze. Suddenly, his stomach began to make a growling sound. Yajin comically pretended to be surprised at where the sound was coming from. Taking advantage of his enemy's confusion, Yajin attacked. A graceful but precise kick, followed by a menacing punch. Yajin did all he could. The crowd gathered around did not realize what was happening. It seemed to them that Yajin was suddenly winning the fight. For Melgo, it was all humiliation. Melgo can't hold back any longer. He wants to kill this bastard so badly. He thinks only about how to hit him harder, how to end it all with one blow. As Melgo swings, Yajin lands his fist squarely in his stomach. The hero continues to press on his stomach, and Melgo's face turns pale. Melgo turns even paler. His stomach couldn't stand the suffering and decided to get rid of the excess. People are shocked by what they see. Some people find it funny, some feel sick, some feel bad, and some feel ashamed. Everyone has a completely different reaction. Yajin will destroy everything: people's respect for Melgo, his dignity, his reputation. The leg shot up into the air and hit Melgo's chin. The battle finally ended with Yajin's victory. The protagonist stands over Melgo's body. In front of him are several fishermen with spears. Ingi pulsate, remembering the recent battle. Yajin wanted to hit Melgo in the back of the head, but he still had a role to play. However, this role was not the main one now. Trying to ease the tension, Yajin jokes that since only the strongest can be the head, he is now the new head. The fishermen are outraged by such a joke, and the man, now with a stony face, says that anyone with complaints can meet him in battle. For him, the same is true for the subordinates. Yajin says that he will have to re-educate them. People show quite different reactions to such words. Some frowned in indignation, some pressed their lips into a line in anger, and some were amused or even calmed by the words. Argo comes out of the crowd and stands opposite Yajin. They look at each other intently. The people are shocked and afraid for Argo. Some even try to dissuade him. Yajin is happy to find a volunteer from the crowd. Their thoughts are transported to the forest, where the man trained Argo to fight. The main rule was to watch his fists and hit at the right moment. Another important factor in a fight is determination. If you get scared, you can lose. Argo clenches his fists tighter and looks at Yajin. He looks back at him with an equally serious look. Yajin strikes first. Argo successfully dodges. The man's hand flies a centimeter away from Argo's face, but his hand hits the target, Yajin's face. He flies back and falls to the ground with a crash. The crowd gets excited and starts supporting Argo. He shouts at Yajin, hinting that he can't do anything anymore. The audience thinks that the man has given up completely, that his legs have given out. With a desperate cry, Yajin swings his hand and hits Argo in the face, hitting him on the cheek with his fist. Argo calmly swings again. Breathing heavily and barely able to stand, Yajin surrenders and hands the victory over to Argo. The people rejoice. The villagers run up to Argo, praising him for his fine fight. And in front of Yajin, several people appear, accusing him of cruelty. He hopes that he has not overdone it with his words. However, suddenly someone reaches out and protects him. Argo stands up for Yajin and says that from now on they will not act like his uncle. They are proud fishermen of Kotori village, so cowardice is not welcome. Argo respects the hero even for the fact that he was not afraid to stand alone against Melgo. Argo apologizes to his countrymen for not standing up for them, for standing aside when his aunts and mother died, for turning his back on the fisherman's plea for help. The fishermen apologize in response, and they stand together and remember Argo's father for some time. Argo declares that there will be no more fear, no more running. One of the fishermen says he just wants another chance. Argo vows to right all the wrongs of his uncle. From now on, he, Argo's son, is the rightful chief of the fishermen. The people are so happy that tears are running down their faces. Yajin sighs with relief. The boy has charisma like his father, so he can easily be the leader of the fishermen. Although Yajin was the instigator of the fight, it was Argo who should have emerged victorious, and he did. If Melgo had died, it would not have been so easy for Argo to take over the leadership. However, now the comedy was Argo in the lead role was beginning, and the people were still rejoicing. Melgo began to rise slowly from the ground. He is furious and is not going to leave things the way they are. Melgo wished he could do that. However, that was just what was in his head. Melgo was disgraced and humiliated before his own subjects. He would not let this go. He would take revenge. Now, in a rage, Melgo swings his hand, aiming at the hero's face. He, however, steps back, causing Melgo's hand to slip through the air, infuriating him even more. Yajin stands at the ready. It turns out that Melgo did scratch him. The radius of his attacks has increased. Melgo must have a reason for throwing his arms forward so much. A normal person wouldn't do that, but the former boss doesn't care about himself at all. Usually, people stop unconsciously to avoid causing harm. Melgo has completely lost his instinct for self-preservation. He acts so recklessly that his attacks are impossible to predict. Yajin does not know if he can defeat him. Melgo shakes with rage and starts attacking again. Yajin can only dodge quickly and a lot. He grabbed my hand in front of my face and almost touched my cheek. Melgo has gone crazy. Mad dashes forward, eyes burning with fire and huge swings of arms. Even in the actions of wild animals and monsters, there is more sense and rationality. Yajin's feet are cramping. He holds on with all his might. At the next opportunity, he wants to grab Melgo's face with his fingers. Melgo growls and advances on Yajin, completely unprotected. He does not understand what is happening. On the one hand, the enemy is open, you can hit him in the solar plexus or with a knife in the throat, but you should be careful in this case. Melgo takes off and flies at Yajin. He obviously doesn't care about his injured legs anymore. His only goal is the unexpected guest that fell on his head. Melgo is already very close. Yajin thinks he will hit his head. He must act with extreme caution so that he is not caught. Suddenly, Melgo opens his mouth as wide as any human being can. He wants to bite Yajin, but misses as he barely manages to dodge to the side. The hero hits the neck and stomach, then steps back a little. Yajin is terrified. He doesn't know how to defeat the beast in human form that has appeared before him. The man hasn't even recovered from the fact that they literally wanted to bite him. The hero cannot prepare for his attack, since such movements simply do not exist in the system of his positions for combat. This is not a martial art, this is impromptu. To overcome this, maximum concentration and evasion are needed. The man-beast roars and approaches. He swings his leg forward but misses again. Meanwhile, the hero takes out a knife and gets into position. Argo notices that Yajin threw a knife at Melgo's leg. While the knife is sticking out of the leg of the uncomprehending Melgo, Yajin takes out a second knife from his clothes. The hero aims at the second leg. In an instant, the second leg gets cut. Melgo, having forgotten about his legs and knives, roars in pain. Yajin understands that this is no longer a fair duel. In this case, it is better not to rely on instincts, but to take advantage of the presence of weapons and surprise. What distinguishes a man from an animal? Intelligence and the ability to use tools. Yajin, standing over Melgo, says that it is all over. He realizes to himself that he has become a savage, since, contrary to his own instincts, he is unable to use the tools of civilization. Several people approach the main character. One of them is holding a rather large cage in his hands. The puppy sits inside and holds onto the bars with its paws. All the sadness of this world is concentrated in her eyes. The cage opens, and a little animal slowly comes out. Yajin stretches out his hands to it. He carefully takes his companion in his arms and tenderly presses him to himself. The puppy closes his eyes, as if immediately falling into a doze. The hero mentally apologizes to the animal. The man regrets that he was not careful enough earlier. He comes to the conclusion that they need to start understanding each other more. The puppy starts to glow strangely, as if from the inside. A strange feeling suddenly came over Yajin, and he opened his eyes wide in surprise and fear. An unusual sensation completely covers him from the top of his head to his toes. Having come to his senses a little, the man wonders what this strange obsession was. All of this even made his head spin for a second, and it felt as if something was being pulled out of his body. The hero's strange state did not go unnoticed, and Argo asks him if something had happened. The man thanks her for her attention and says that everything is fine. He adds that he got what he wanted even though he lost the duel. He notes to himself that he will need to check the status later. Argo replies that now the villagers know that the fault lies with them. Therefore, it is only fair to return the dragon to its owner. Yajin asks how Melgo is doing. Melgo is sleeping peacefully on the bed. He seems to be relatively okay. The hero looks back at him anxiously over his shoulder. The boy says that his life is not in danger. But even when he recovers, it will hurt to walk. Yajin is a little surprised. The man says that from now on, Argo needs to try and start attracting people who support Melgo to his side. The guy asks, confused, what he should do now. The hero replies that the people in the village are currently agitated and need to be calmed down by uniting them together. Argo asks what exactly needs to be done. It seems he really doesn't quite understand how he should act now. What a Strang Drine pauses and smiles mysteriously. He suggests that they hold a festival and celebrate the arrival of the new head of the fishermen in a big way. For this occasion, they light a big fire, whose flames rise to the sky. The celebration is over and people go home, carrying decorations of flowers and animal horns. They smile and laugh. The hero sits on the ground, with the status window displayed in front of him. The man studies the changes carefully. The puppy is also watching, sticking out from under his companion's clothes. Yajin's current level is 20. His skills include karate, throw, wild knife technique, detection, stealth, 5-sense enhancement, poison and paralysis resistance, sewing, skinning. His titles are Monster, New Goblin Species, M-shaped baldness, in progress. The man notes the appearance of new skills and a title, but also notices another unusual item, Soul Contract. In this field, it is written that the contract is concluded with puppy. He tries to understand what exactly this means. The words soul and contract seem quite significant to him. Yajin looks down at the peacefully dozing animal. He thinks that this is a good option for a contract. The puppy does not want to go anywhere at all. The man thinks that she seemed to be very scared. The hero senses someone approaching. He turns around and asks what the unexpected visitor wants. The guy flinches. The visitor turns out to be Argo. He is pleased to have found the man and explains that someone spotted him walking towards the beach. But Yajin is not fooled by his friendly words and demands that they stop. The man says that it won't work to take his life, so it's not even worth trying. His fears are not unfounded. The guy really does hold a knife behind his back. Argo is tensely silent. It seems he lacks both the strength and the courage for an open attack. Finally, he confesses that after he saw what had become of his uncle, he suddenly became afraid and began to fear whether something similar would ever happen to him. Yajin thinks that it doesn't sound like such a bad idea. After all, removing the only witness would preserve the secret, and the guy probably has suffered betrayal many times in the past. Argo asks dejectedly if the man is going to kill him for this. The question sounds more like a fact he has already accepted. The hero frowns irritably, thinking that there is no point in this cruel act for him. He just wanted to eat the dragonfish and go about his business in peace. The man says that he and Argo are comrades in arms, so this time he will forgive him, but only this time. The boy thoughtfully repeats the words about comrades in arms, as if asking again. Yajin says that this is so, and asks if the interlocutor thinks otherwise. The man thinks that the boy has always occupied a special place in this village, and that is why having an equal friend would be invaluable to him. The knife slips from Argo's hand and falls to the ground with a dull sound, where it remains lying. The guy says he can't point a dagger at his friend. He suggests going back, because he thinks that the preparations for the holiday are already finished. The man pauses. He does not share the joyful mood. After which, looking down, he hesitantly agrees. Following the pair, Yajin thinks that the first one to draw his blade was actually himself. Looking up at the sky, the man wonders if it was too cruel of him, and maybe, under different circumstances, they could have become friends. People are sitting at laid tables. Plates with treats are in front of them. Candles are burning. In front of the hero on a plate lies a freshly prepared piece of dragonfish, decorated with greens. Realizing this important moment, the man swallows his saliva. After a few seconds, all that remains of the fish is a few small, translucent bones. Yajin strokes his belly and says it was very tasty. But then he begins to regret that he has already eaten everything. Now the man wants more. He looks with wild eyes at his neighbor, who has not yet finished his meal and is just pulling another piece of food, skewered on a fork, into his mouth. Suddenly, the hero gets the idea that this man is eating his dragonfish. He jumps up in panic, wanting to prevent this blatant injustice. This fish is his and his alone. The man reaches out his hand towards the unsuspecting boy, intending to hit him. Suddenly, my consciousness feels like it's being pierced by thousands of threads. A voice sounds that demands that I stop immediately. Eugene stops and touches the top of his head thoughtfully. He asks what that voice was, but in response, she receives only fragmentary words, informing her that the man is strange. The hero turns to his companion in amazement. He is stunned by a sudden guess. It seems that all this was said by Puppy. Eugene looks at the dragon with suspicion. He exhales in confusion. The hero asks himself what kind of voice it was. Did he imagine that it was Puppy? He is surprised, but at the same time, it seems as if he wants to get an affirmative answer. Argo asks if the man is okay. Yajin comes out of his stupor and tries to answer. At first, he seems to want to say something, but pulls himself together and answers that everything is fine. The man thinks about what just happened to him. Just because of a piece of dragonfish, he was ready to literally attack a person. Even now, it seems ridiculous to him. Yajin wonders what it is about the fish's flesh that fascinates him so much. He speculates that it may be some unknown toxin. Recalling what happened in that moment, the man notes that he felt as if his brain had been struck by electricity. And then a sharp feeling of hunger washed over him. He asks question after question in an attempt to answer the most important one. If this is an addiction, it is important to understand what the brain is weak for. Is it really the dragonfish meat, or is there something else, less obvious? Still, no, that's not the point. Yajin's thoughts are illuminated by understanding. In that moment, it becomes crystal clear to him that this is all because of the magic he has just come into contact with. And it is not the meat itself that he craves, but the taste of mana. This is because the higher the rank of the monster, the more mana it has. And before the man could even comprehend what was happening, his thoughts were taken over by the strong taste of mana. The hero thinks that this can really lead to addiction. However, it is not like the craving for alcohol or substances. Rather, it is closer to eating any food, but many times stronger. However, the man understands that even if the taste of mana is so addictive, it can hardly be that strong. It must be because his sense of taste has been enhanced by the skill 5 senses enhancement. Yajin decides to give up eating anything magical for a while, at least until he learns to control it. Unfortunately, it is now clear that in this world, even good food can be dangerous. A small, clawed paw stands on the fabric of his shirt. The puppy sits on the companion's shoulder. The hero looks at the animal and wonders what could have happened if she had not stopped him at the critical moment. The man gently strokes the dragon's head and thanks him for saving him. The sun slowly sinks below the horizon. Its rays leave bright reflections on the water's surface. Night falls. The villagers see Yajin off on his way. Argo smiles and hands him a parting gift, thanking him for his help. He adds that he will try his best to show him how much he has grown the next time they meet. The man takes the gift and says he will accept it with gratitude. But he mentally corrects himself. He is not taking it as a parting gift, but as a reward for overthrowing Melgo. The guy had already pointed his blade at him once, and now he would never be able to trust a man who had already tried to betray him once, no matter how sad it was. Out loud, Yajin agreed and asked Argo to take care of himself. He sets off on his journey. The villagers wave goodbye to him. The man makes his way along a steep cliff and comes to a fork in the road. There is a road sign here, and he studies it carefully. Yajin admires the view and invites Puppy to take a look too. He adds that it is unlikely that they will be able to see the ocean again. The animal sticks its head out of the box on the man's shoulders and obediently watches. Suddenly, something unimaginable catches Yajin's attention. A huge, snake-like monster jumps out of the water several meters into the air. In the glitter of drops under the bright rays of the sun, the creation looks especially majestic. It is watching something carefully. With a loud splash, raising a cloud of spray, the monster disappears back into the water. The man and the dragon, with their mouths open and their eyes wide open, watch the suddenly revealed spectacle. Then, without changing their facial expressions, they look at each other, and again they return their gaze to the water's surface. Yajin asks, looking at the perfectly calm ocean water, if it really was a dragonfish. What he saw seems truly strange since, as he knows, these fish usually live in great depths. The man smiles with satisfaction. He waves his hand and says goodbye to the dragonfish and Kotori village. Now his path lies through a dense forest, which, even from a bird's-eye view, looks endless. A creature vaguely resembling a boar stands motionless in the forest thicket. It looks straight at the person. Opposite him stands Yajin. He is tense and watching the animal closely. Having waited for the right moment, the man gives the puppy a signal. The eyes of the dragon, hidden in the dense thicket, flicker faintly. The puppy rushes into attack with incredible speed. She opens her mouth wide just next to the animal's tail. And then he clenches his jaws, hanging on by the tail. The boar tries with all his might and tries to throw her off, but the puppy holds on tightly and doesn't let the enemy off easy. The beast turns around with a jerk, furious, drooling. and at that very moment he receives a powerful blow to the side from a man. The dagger goes into the carcass almost to the hilt. Late at night, the companions set up camp in a small cave and lit a fire. Next to Yajin is a wicker basket in which the dragon sleeps for the night. The man praises her for her good work. Once she's in a comfortable position, Puppy closes her eyes and exhales. Yajin says that if she keeps this up, she'll definitely get stronger. An empty plate lies on the ground. The hearty dinner has come to an end. The man notes that since that incident he refuses to use the enhancement of feelings, skill. The last time was more than enough for him. The hero reflects on his victory. He understands that his victory over Melgo is not entirely complete, although the man's level was 25, and he himself was considered the strongest among the small nations. He's still a fisherman. If there had been a professional fighter in his place, there would have been no chance. And you have to accept it, because there will always be someone who is stronger than you. The man tells himself that you always have to be on guard, like a small animal being hunted by a predator. Continuing the train of thought, Eugene notes that this does not mean that he will run away from civilization. Of course, there is nothing wrong with enjoying the slow life in the company of Shinachka here in the wild. But still, the man cannot shake off the desire to fit into society. He had finally reached level 20, so the next step now was to raise his rank as an adventurer. However, there are a number of difficulties associated with solving this problem. The guards brazenly demand a bribe at the city gates. In the city itself, there is a considerable risk of running into trouble. Watching the sleeping puppy, the hero thinks that even the village peasants who hate outsiders should change their attitude towards the 5th rank adventurer. If he could do that, perhaps no one would try to take his friend away from him. However, to raise the rank, you need to break through the level 20 ceiling. This requires special treasures that can only be found in the church or in the collections of large cities. The man can't return to Great Bath, so their next target is... Tulton is the most prosperous city among the small nations. Before Yajin's eyes, a goblin village spread out, consisting mostly of small, primitive huts. The man watches the settlement closely, assessing its current state. Apparently, there are about 30 monsters in total. They even have some kind of disciplinary society with a hobgoblin at the head. The thick branches of a nearby tree are littered with human bodies. Yajin guesses that they are adventurers who were once hired to exterminate goblins. There are surprisingly many bodies, and the man concludes that goblins are problematic neighbors, and the village must be one of the most warlike ones here. At first, the man considered using the place as a base for training his companion, but now he believes they will have to move. The hero sees a toy of some animal with a torn-off paw, and a new thought knocks on his head. Now moving is no longer the best option. He remembers thinking about what fighting style would work best against a large group of enemies. Maybe this is the perfect chance to find out. After all, training on goblins would be easier than training on humans. Next to the toy are a pair of human skulls, one large, like an adult's, and the other smaller. The man sums it up and concludes that it makes sense, because people are always trouble. He needs to gain experience fighting large groups. Plus, it will solve the goblin problem in the nearby villages, so you can solve 2 problems at once. The first day of training begins. The goblins, not yet knowing what awaits them, carefreely go about their usual business. And now one of them is drowning in the swamp. Yajin, standing at the very edge, watches as the monster's hands slowly disappear under the water. The man watches potential enemies from the bushes. He thinks about his tactics. He will act carefully and stealthily so as not to be detected, taking out the goblins one by one. He must know where to lie in wait for them and in what order to choose targets. And, of course, be extremely attentive to everything that surrounds him. His intuition successfully suggests the location of many monsters. The second day begins. With a quiet rustling sound, the hero drags another goblin into the bushes and behind a tree. He clamps the monster's mouth tightly shut so that it cannot call for help. And now he is completely hidden in the dense thickets. The third day was marked by a large animal rapidly jumping out of the bushes into the clearing where the village is located. With a loud stomp, it rushes straight towards the nearest goblin. The monster is taken aback by the sudden incident and simply looks at the approaching object. And then he is knocked down. The beast does not even slow down. The remaining goblins rush at the uninvited guest with clubs. Meanwhile, the man has disappeared behind a wide tree trunk. In his arms, another loser, who was in the wrong place at the wrong time, has gone limp. Yajin thinks about how cleverly he was able to bring the monster to the village. He used his experience as bait. Day 4. The goblin looks at something unusual in amazement. This unusual thing turns out to be a long, smooth tail, temptingly peeking out from the thickets. For a while he lies quietly in the grass, not attracting any unnecessary attention. But then suddenly it starts moving. The goblin rummages around in the bushes, trying to spot the owner of the tail. Meanwhile, a man quietly approaches him. A loud crunch marks the victory over another monster. On the 5th day, the goblins begin to suspect something and try to convey their concerns to their more influential brother. Yajin watches their actions from the bushes. He thinks that it was only natural that the monsters would realize that something was wrong in their village. One of the goblins sounds particularly angry. He seems to be accusing the leader of negligence. The hobgoblin frowns and delivers a powerful punch to the accuser's face. The man concludes that in this way, by using his power, the monster wants to silence the dissatisfied. The hero concludes that it is time for the finishing touch. The night of the 7th day has come. The moon has risen in the sky. The hobgoblin lies lifeless in his bed. He has been fatally wounded in the throat. Another goblin has taken the first and last blow to the back of his neck. He lies face down. Another monster lies on his side, staring blankly into the darkness. Yajin silently deals with another goblin. He asks himself whether he is finished with everyone or not yet. At the roots of one of the trees, he sees a hole covered with bedding. The man grabs the mat and, with a sharp movement, lifts it up on his outstretched arm. In the pit sits a still living goblin with a small cub in his arms. He hisses angrily at the troublemaker. The man looks at the sight that opens up before him with dismay. He holds a knife in his hands, but is unable to strike right away. Eugene remembers how Al once told him that in a large state there is a so-called underground guild. They handed out poisoned blades to children from the slums and told them not to get into trouble, and then added that trouble would definitely find them. The man realizes that if he takes pity on this cub, he will definitely regret it later, and then he will definitely not be able to survive in Tultan. He grips the hilt of the blade. Yajin steels himself and frowns to give himself determination. The goblin's pupils narrow as he stares in horror at the man in front of him. Then he realizes what is about to happen and frowns too. The hero strikes. Then he calmly leaves. It leaves behind a bright glow of fire, one after another engulfing the village that was alive yesterday. Blood drips from the knife. The man has no regrets. If even one monster had escaped, he would have founded a new settlement later. It was a valuable experience in fighting the group. Yajin repeats again that he has no regrets to cement this thought in his mind. Although the image of the goblin and its cub still floats before my eyes, the tension and fear with which they looked at the stranger, it's hard to swallow. And the association of the goblin cub with human children is obvious. The hero wonders if the day will ever come when this moral line will be erased for him. Suddenly, the thought of the children from his dojo comes to mind. The man wonders how they are doing there now. The puppy sleeps peacefully, sticking his head out from under the collar of his shirt. It was time to go back. Tomorrow, they would hunt the monster that Yajin had found the other day. Night turns today, and the forest is illuminated by bright rays of the sun. There is a large pile of leaves on the ground, with smoke rising from it. It is quite thick and acrid, and the man coughs, covering his face with his hand. They guard the beast at its shelter. The puppy stands at the entrance, and the hero stands a little further away with a raised blade. He asks his companion to be more careful, because soon the smoke will drive the game out of its hole. The man asks to distract her attention and bite her, the way they usually do it. A hare with a huge body relative to its small size and horns curved at the end jumps out of the hole. He breaks into a jump. The trajectory of its horns passes right through Yajin's face. The man is surprised by the animal's speed. A split second, and he barely manages to dodge. The sharp edge of the horn passes along his neck, just slightly touching the skin. The plan works, and here the monster lies lifeless on the ground. The hero notices that it was quite dangerous. If he had not dodged in time, his carotid artery would have been cut, and he, naturally, would have died. The man rubs his neck and thinks that this is why you can't let your guard down in the forest. You must always remember that you are just one false step away from death. Yujin takes a step towards the carcass. He raises the monster for giving a paw and notes that materials from killer rabbits are very popular among adventurers. Once the rabbit is skinned, the companions will be able to travel to Tultan. Continuing to move through the forest, the man notices a goblin settlement that he destroyed the day before. The hero notices that he felt unwell yesterday. He felt sick, his head hurt badly, and now he sees this and feels nothing. It seems the experience has hardened the man, or he simply cooled off after yesterday. Either way, everything is fine now, or at least he really wants to believe it is. And in the end, that's exactly what he wanted. Adaptation to this world. Yajin reaches his destination. Tultan greets him with impressive fortress walls and a variety of buildings. A crowd of people flocks to the city gates. All of them are forced to take a place in a rather impressive queue, which stretches for several dozen meters. The man notices that there are several gates for carts, pedestrians, and nobles. Accordingly, each of them has its own order of entry. The hero looks out from behind the people standing in front of him and sadly notices that the line is quite long. He expresses hope that he will be able to at least simply enter the city today. Contrary to fears, things are going quite briskly. Step by step, the line of people is shortening, bringing the coveted entrance closer. And now, the man is passing through the gate. Behind his back, the guards are busily examining the belongings of the next person wishing to enter the city. Yajin thinks he passed much faster than he expected. This confirms the idea that this is the most civilized city in the area, and carrying puppy was no problem. It was only necessary to show that the companion was not aggressive and listen to all the precautions required in such a case. Even a pre-prepared bribe was not necessary. Stepping onto the city pavement, the man is amazed at what he sees. He notes to himself that trade with the hegemony of the imperial Megado has brought with it a wonderful culture. The wide range of products and the diversity of people create a hot mixture. I guess that's why people call Tultan the city of desires, the city of desires. Yajin wonders what desires unite people in this place. Walking along the city streets, the man notices one interesting feature of the local layout. The buildings here are chaotic. Yajin imagined a more organized metropolis with well-planned streets. And there is a terrible stench here. The man concludes that he has ended up in a slum. Yes, he is definitely right. The smell of excrement and decay hangs in the air. Animals similar to rats run around every now and then. It is better not to stay here for long. A thin boy in rough, worn clothes walks past the man. He almost manages to pass, but the hero grabs him tightly by the hand and demands that he stop. Despite the fact that the man continues to hold his hand, the boy remains unperturbed. There is a desperate audacity in his gaze. Yajin says that his money was earned through hard work. Therefore, he cannot part with it so easily. The boy tries hard to pretend that he hasn't stolen anything. His answers are rude, as if the man had picked his pocket, or worse, had just grabbed him for no reason. The boy starts calling for help from a certain old man, Gezerai. The hero looks at his hand, which he managed to grab at the very last moment. The child looks very weak. The man thinks that the boy probably doesn't have enough money for food. And the stench is so strong, Yajin wonders, when the little thief washed himself last. If he ever washed himself, of course. The man pulls himself together. Now is not the time for pity. If he lets this pickpocket go, he will definitely be branded an easy target. The hero thinks that a broken arm would be a fitting punishment for the thief. He pushes himself to the point of self-harm. But the man can't bring himself to hurt a child. All that comes to mind are the faces of the children in his dojo. The moral dilemma is resolved from the outside by a blow from a wooden club to the back of the offender's head. It is so strong that the weapon instantly shatters into pieces. The boy falls to the ground. Yajin watches what is happening in shock. The blow was delivered by an elderly, balding man. Now he looks emotionlessly at the collapsed thief, holding a broken baton in his hand. The hero wonders who it is. He didn't even see the man approaching. He was so excited about what was happening. The man breaks into a smile and ingratiatingly talks about what a misfortune it is. The old man starts kicking the man lying down, lamenting how there are so many tramps and homeless people with nimble fingers here. He mockingly asks the boy to return what he stole. He squints slyly. The thief clenches his teeth. Yajin watches the ridiculous dialogue in which the old man makes fun of the boy by taking back the stolen goods, as if he were acting out a scene. The hero realizes the pretense of what is happening. the exchange of glances, and the way he hits so carefully that he does not cause serious damage. This man is clearly the boss of the pickpockets. Yajin calls out to him. Did he intervene because he thought he was too soft and smart to deal with a child? Yajin lands a strong blow to the cheekbone. The trickster winces and lets go of the stolen goods. He falls heavily to the ground. The bag of coins falls with a clang in front of the boy, who is still lying on the ground. The old man holds his hands out in a defensive gesture, asking what the man is doing. The hero sternly demands that he not even try to take his things without permission. Beggars and vagabonds watch the process of forceful education. However, no one is going to interfere with the ongoing action. The explanation of moral norms ends with the crunch of a bone in a limb, on which a foot in a leather boot steps. The old man squeals in pain. The man takes the purse of coins from him and feigns surprise at its size, after which he condescendingly says that now the one-legged man can run. Yajin insistently promises to take not money, but life next time. The old man lies on the ground, clutching his injured leg to his chest. He seems in no mood for moralizing. The man turns around, about to say something to the little pickpocket. However, the boy deftly jumps up, takes up a bag of coins from the ground, and runs away. Realizing that there is nothing more to do here, and not feeling any desire to give chase, the hero moves on. He walks through the city streets in silence, passes by windows and local residents. Step, one more step. The journey is spent in complete inner silence. Finally, the man's thoughts return to the unsuccessful thief. He thinks that the boy must have a hard life, a terrible, disgusting world. Yajin swallows. He tries to pull himself together, to feel better, strong enough not to think about it anymore. The man thinks he needs such determination, if he wants to survive in this unfair world, of course. The secretary of the Adventurers Guild gasps, covering her mouth with her hand. She asks if Yajin really wants to submit an application for promotion. People in the same room with them begin to look around and exchange strange glances. All their attention is now focused on the ambitious adventurer. A man stands near the counter, with his hands folded on the tabletop. The hero replies that everything is correct, and that is the reason he came to this city. The situation, however, does not bring the man much pleasure. He thinks that there was no need to shout about the promotion. After all, it is personal information. And even if the girl was taken by surprise, it was clearly not worth showing. As an employee of the Adventurers Guild, she is not very competent. The secretary says that first Yajin needs to check his level with a special sphere in the church. She adds that in this case, she will send a notice to the church about the man's arrival. He will only need to contact the person responsible for accepting applications the following day. Returning home, the hero falls tiredly onto his bed and remarks out loud what a difficult day it was today. He closes his eyes. The puppy sits on the floor near the bed. The man apologizes to her for leaving her in the room. He explains that he does not want to show off his companion in all directions until he has a better foothold in this city. As he falls asleep, Yajin assumes that the next day will not be easy either. Night falls on the city. And then, as expected, the morning comes. The sun's rays softly illuminate the walls and roofs of the houses. A man arrives at a small, neat church. He is greeted. The person responsible for assessing the level invites the hero to a special sphere owned by the church. A man places his hand on a glass ball. The hazy haze inside the sphere begins to take on the outlines of familiar symbols, and Yajin tells the man in charge about it. Later, already in the Adventurers Guild, the secretary thanks him for his work and says that now she can assess the level. However, it is still impossible to register the man as a 5th-rank adventurer. The girl reports this with a sad expression on her face. The hero asks what this impossibility is connected with. The secretary looks away and says that in order to increase your rank, in addition to confirming your level, you also need to contribute to the Quild. In fact, it is more like a test to see if the adventurer has the ability to complete requests equivalent to rank 5. She picks up a thick folder. The girl lays out several sheets of paper covered with writing on the table. She explains that she will offer to accept requests corresponding to rank 5, through the fulfillment of which the man will be able to prove to the Quildu that he is worthy of a new rank. The secretary pushes the request sheet closer to Yajin. She says that if he performs well enough and his contribution to the guild reaches the required level, he will receive the title of 5th-rank adventurer. The man carefully reads what is written on the sheets of paper. As he reads, he involuntarily mutters under his breath, noting moments of understanding. After careful examination, the hero understands that all these requests are made here. All of them are simply unprofitable, because either the reward is too small for the required work, or they are simply too difficult to complete. No adventurer would take on such a task voluntarily. It turns out that, using the promotion as a cover, the secretary wants to force the man to fulfill all the unprofitable requests that no one else wanted to solve. And since there is no explanation as to how many levels are awarded for each request, it is up to the guild to decide how many requests need to be completed to level up. However, Yajin decides that he won't worry about that for now. He'll just pick out a few and remember them. His attention is drawn to the task of collecting the Herb of Glory. The man has never heard of anything like this before. He asks the girl what properties the Herb of Glory has, what it looks like. The hero also explains that he would like to see an example or a book on botany with an illustration. The secretary replies that she is sorry, but there is no glory herb in stock. Illustrated books can be found in the library, but only nobles or people who have paid for access are allowed in. Yajin asks what he should do in that case. He cannot collect a plant he has not seen before. Smiling sweetly, the secretary replies that gathering information is an important skill for an adventurer. They look into each other's eyes for a few seconds. The man is the first to give in. He thinks that, sad as it may be, the girl is right. He really should work on his information gathering skills. Out loud, he replies that he understands everything and will take on this request when he has sorted out some of the others. Now, Yajin's path lies in the bar. Sitting inside and emptying another mug, the man begins to reason. There are many people around, but he sits alone. The hero goes out into the street, complaining about another failure. This is already the 5th establishment he has checked. Thoughts begin to creep into his head that he has tried enough for today, and it is time to give up. However, his legs carry the man to another bar. He takes a sip from his mug with pleasure and looks around. Yajin looks closely at the other visitors, and finally finds someone suitable. A man sits at a table all alone. The adventurer comes closer and says that he wants to buy some information from him. He sits down on the next chair. They sit in silence for a while. The potential informant looks thoughtfully into his mug. He says he doesn't understand what the man is talking about. He just told Yajin not to act like they were trading. The man replies that he is not here for idle chatter and wants to talk business. The informant looks at him attentively and laughs, after which he asks what the adventurer wants to know. Yajin places a coin on the table and, pushing it towards his interlocutor, says that in that case the matter is decided. The informant suddenly becomes frightened and, in a panic, asks not to put his gold on display. The hero notices that the others are too busy drinking and no one will see anything anyway. Yajin begins to explain what he wants to hear. At the request of the adventurer, he needs information about the characteristics of medicinal herbs, also about the power structure in the city, and also the unwritten rules. His interlocutor replies that this information can be found anywhere. The informant says that the adventurer must be a very rich man to pay gold for such information. The man asks if he really looks like he has money. The interlocutor hesitates, but admits that he does not. Yajin says that this coin is the money he risked his life for. He is not some rich nobleman who gives away coins for fun. The informant asks why, in that case, he would pay so much money for ordinary information. The hero replies that he does not want to die. This statement raises even more questions, and the interlocutor asks again about the meaning of the last phrase. The adventurer explains why his life depends on this knowledge. If you don't do what he asks, you can lose your freedom. If you can't read the city's power structure, you'll get into trouble and be killed. If you break the unwritten rules and people decide you're unpleasant, the underground guild will get rid of you. The informant notes that, in this case, the man understands the importance of the information. Yajin replies that this is precisely why he pays so much money for it. The informant answers humorously that he will do everything possible to live up to expectations. The man is angry at this and sternly says that this is not some trifle at all. The hero dictates the terms of the deal. He pays in advance and receives equivalent information in exchange. And if it turns out to be completely or partially false, then his hand tightens unequivocally on the handle of the knife. The informant fearfully asks him to calm down and promises to do everything he asks. The man thinks that this attack has wiped the inappropriate smirk off the interlocutor's face, so he can hope to receive more precise information. The informant says that he will tell everything that is required right now. It's getting late in the evening, but the lights are still on in the bar windows. The party continues inside, and the sounds of joy can be clearly heard outside. Yajin stands up and says that this conversation can end here. The informant agrees and thanks him for the payment. He silently finishes the contents of his mug, and immediately after that he hurries to leave the establishment. It looks like he's coming home. The man is watching him, hiding around the corner. The hero thinks about remembering where he lives. Since informants are usually disliked, there are sometimes organizations behind them that support them. The man understands that such a person will not pass on information that would be disadvantageous to his defenders. Therefore, to verify the data received, it will be necessary to hire a person from another organization. Eugene yawns. He says that's enough for today and is going to go home and get a good night's sleep. Morning has come. Birds are singing loudly outside. Yajin and Puppy are fast asleep in their beds. A bright light illuminates the room. Finally, the man stands up. At the well, he washes himself with cold water from a bucket, and then does a good warm-up. It's time to go out. The man looks at the table where his equipment is, and now he is standing again at the doors of the Adventurers Guild. The hero pushes the door with his hand. The secretary recognizes him immediately. The man says decisively that he has obtained the information, and now he's ready to raise his rank. The secretary lays out requests in front of Yajin that will increase his contribution to the guild. She asks which one the man would like to take. The hero reads them and thinks that he has already collected all the information to complete the task, and now he can use his knowledge to create the most convenient strategy. The man decides to clarify one point. The request to find herbs requires that they be delivered within 5 days of receipt. Yajin wonders what this unusual restriction is connected with. Why set a restriction from the moment of receipt of the request if this request has not been accepted for so long? The secretary explains that it is very important that the herb of glory be as fresh as possible, and as soon as the application is accepted, the guild will notify the pharmacy. There, in turn, they will prepare to begin producing the medicine immediately after the herbs arrive. Therefore, she asks to hurry with the search. The man mentally considers the pitfalls of the request. If it is not fulfilled, a fine will obviously be imposed. Before giving consent, it is worth asking if it is possible to collect herbs first, so that in case of failure, a fine will not have to be paid. But the girl will definitely say that the pharmacist needs time to prepare. So the answer is obvious. Yajin does not know whether it is really necessary to prepare for this in advance, or if the guild is trying to discourage adventurers from this request by threatening them with sanctions. So it seems they have already provided for this possibility. The man wonders if other adventurers have had similar ideas, but out loud he only agrees to accept 2 requests. The hero needs to become a rank 5 adventurer, and to increase his contribution to the guild, he will have to take a certain risk. In order to gain the guild's trust, he will have to work. The secretary squints slyly and asks the man with a smile to take care of himself. The man confidently moves deeper into the forest. The first request he took was to collect the glory grass, which is needed to make a cure for a disease called 10-day fever, and the second was to find geo mushrooms, which are used as a magical ingredient. The natural habitat of both plants is in the deepest part of the forest. Yajin feels that the deeper he goes into the forest, the denser the mana becomes, and as the mana density increases, so does the level of the monsters inhabiting the area. This is quite dangerous. The man stops and looks at the trunks of giant trees. Then he turns his gaze to the roots and grass under his feet. Based on what he saw, the hero concludes that there is a dense forest ahead. And although there is no visible boundary, the feeling of danger seems to press on him. Darkness awaits the adventurers ahead. A puppy sticks its head out from under the hood. The man asks his companion if he feels the same way. It's getting close to evening, and Yajin decides to set up camp, and at the same time make sure he's fully prepared for the further campaign. In the gathering twilight, the already unfriendly forest begins to look even more frightening. A man climbs a tree and ties himself tightly to the trunk with a rope. In this way, he hopes to get some sleep at night. The hero understands that this is better than staying on the ground, but even in the trees, he is not safe. It looks like he and Puppy will have to sleep in turns. After settling down, the man begins to discuss his current goal. The glory herb, when used in medicine, is a consumable ingredient. It is in high demand, but the reason it took so long to fill the request is because there were no brave souls. According to the information received from the informant, the place where the glory grass can be collected is also the habitat of wild wolves. Normal wild wolves are rank 3 monsters, and their pack leader is rank 4. Since Yajin is level 20, he might be able to compete with a rank 4 monster. However, this gradation is only valid as long as the wolves are encountered individually, and monsters that move in packs are considered one rank more dangerous. In other words, the danger level of the wild wolves, including the leader of the pack, corresponds to the 5th rank. The man understands that he won't win this battle if anything happens. You can earn a decent amount of money on the Grass of Glory, but considering the risk of encountering a rank 5 monster, it's not worth it. However, the presence of wild wolves is not the only reason why adventurers do not venture deep into the forest. In a sense, there is a creature that is even more feared than wild wolves. These creatures are ants. They use a strong poison. You wouldn't wish to receive a dose of poison and then, in a weakened state, run into a pack of wild wolves even on your enemy. That's why this type of request wasn't popular. And yet, even so, Yajin knew he could handle it. He had not chosen this request out of arrogance or in the hope of luck. He had a plan. First, to protect himself from ant bites, the man will smear himself with mud and tree sap. They will act as an insect repellent. Then, he will use his presence sensing skills to avoid the forest wolves. And finally, he will gather both the glory grass and geo mushrooms as quickly as possible. The hero has found a safe way to move through the dense forest. He is used to living in the forest, but now the familiar landscapes look somehow creepy. And yet, the man has every chance to emerge victorious. Without letting go of the knife, Yajin tries to rest at least a little. The morning comes into its own, dispersing the darkness of the forest with its warm rays. The man began to carry out his plan and diligently smear himself with mud. The protective mixture covers not only the body, but also the hair and face. Against the background of a single lump of dirt into which a person is rapidly turning, only the eyes are clearly visible. Yajin is determined to return alive, and the depths of the dense forest will not be able to stop him. The forest greets the traveler as an impassable thicket, a tangle of roots, rotten stumps, and mossy snags, and also quite cozy, bright meadows. The man climbs the tree again. He carefully examines the area below. The hero decided that if he had to, he would take a longer but safer route. He would move along the tree branches, using the skill of present sense to avoid monsters. Only someone who is familiar with the forest can take this route, someone like Yajin. Fortunately, in the dense forest, the tree branches are so close that they almost form roads. True, you will have to sweat to navigate some of the intricacies. Following his plan, the man climbs up another tree trunk. He settles down more comfortably and begins to look around. Then something interesting catches his attention. It seems as if there is a clearing in the middle of the forest. The view that opens up looks enchanting. The hero says it looks like crimson paint spilled on the ground. He is sure. Here it is, the place where the geo mushroom grows, and the ants are also in place. There's a whole anthill of them here. Yajin carefully descends from the tree. He stands at the edge of an open area. Along the opposite side, at almost equal distances from each other, there are many anthills. However, other than the ants, there is no other threat. The man estimates the distance between the edges of the free plot and concludes that, alas, there is no other way to get to the neighboring side, only by land. But the ground is teeming with poisonous ants. They are literally everywhere. The hero notes to himself that the informant did not lie. The ants are indeed of normal size. As long as he does not disturb them himself, the insects will not attack. The adventurer begins to move carefully and slowly towards the trees on the opposite side. The ants go about their business as if they don't notice the man, at least for now. Some of them are going in the opposite direction, or are busy with their own affairs at a distance. Yajin continues walking. He sees a whole line of ants passing by. And one more. Nasty insects are literally everywhere, sometimes much closer than you would like. Sometimes it seems too easy to step on them. Finally, the end of the route is indicated. The saving trees are very close. The man stops near one of the trunks. He breathes out in relief. A small area of nervous tension has drained all the strength from the hero. However, the dangerous place has been crossed. Yajin managed to cross to the other side, and now he is going to continue his journey, moving along the trees according to the old scheme. On this side, they are completely different, with almost no resemblance to their brethren on the other side. The adventurer wonders if such a sharp contrast is normal here in this strange world. He remembers that the geo mushroom must be growing somewhere at the base of the trees and looks around carefully. A little further away, the hero notices what he was looking for. The mushroom has settled right at the base of one of the trees, as expected. This is just what I needed. Now you need to check carefully if there are any ants around. After making sure that the surroundings are safe, the man picks the mushroom. Now all that remains is to find enough to complete the request. Yajin climbs the tree again and stands up to his full height on a branch, spreading his arms wide to the sides. The adventurer turns his head in all directions, carefully examining the ground below, and notices another mushroom. He rips it off, and then another, and another, and another. The man continues to collect mushrooms until he fills his entire bag with them. He thinks that this should be enough. Yajin hangs the bag on his belt and says that now is the time to collect the grass of glory. Still following the same path, along the branches, he slowly makes his way through the forest towards the gap between the trees, closer and closer, until finally it comes out into free space. It is a light, round-shaped clearing. Here the trees rustle their leaves soothingly and are not at all frightening. The grass sways rhythmically in a light breeze. Butterflies circle above a cluster of white flowers. The place looks extremely peaceful. Still relatively safe, the adventurer looks around the clearing from a safe distance. The appearance of an open meadow full of flowers inspires confidence. It seems to the hero that this is where the grass of glory should grow. Yajin tells himself that he did it, he did it, he did it. He climbs down from the tree and looks around warily. Since there is no visible threat, the man moves away from the saving trunks and takes his first cautious steps across the clearing. He approaches a thicket of white flowers. Their incredible appearance is enchanting. It is literally impossible to take your eyes off them. The hero notes that their aroma is truly sweet, calm, and nostalgic. The flowers seem to devour him with the gaze of their black cores. The man freezes in place, his mouth slightly open. Calmness overtakes him. His eyes become glassy and at the same time lose all signs of meaningfulness in their gaze. After some time of aimless staring, his body begins to tremble. Thousands of threads penetrate his consciousness. It seems like Puppy wants to tell him something. Yajin suddenly comes to his senses and realizes that something is very wrong here. He had just been enjoying the scent of flowers, and his head felt unhealthily empty. A man looks at beautiful plants in a new light. He makes a guess that they might be poisonous. The adventurer pours water generously from a flask onto a piece of cloth, and he puts it on like a mask, tightly covering his nose and mouth. In this way, he can at least partially protect himself from the dangerous aroma. He tells himself that this forest is dangerous. He needs to gather grass and get out of here as quickly as possible. The man finds the right plant and begins to collect it, extracting it from the ground along with its roots. Step by step, they manage to collect 2 almost full bags. The last bunch remains. Yajin is nervous. While searching for the right plant, he found the remains of adventurers' equipment nearby, rusty weapons and pieces of cloth through which grass had already grown. Apparently, these flowers feed on the remains of adventurers. It can be assumed that while the flowers' poison was putting the hooked adventurers into a stupor, someone else attacked them and took their lives. In light of these reflections, the beauty of the flowers faded more and more against the backdrop of their terrible properties. Finally manages to find the last sprout of the desired grass. Now it should definitely be enough to close the request. The man was about to run, but does not have time. The skill of sensing presence tells him that several unknown figures are moving towards him from behind. The hero turns towards the forest. Silhouettes of some animals appear between the trees in the shadows. Upon closer inspection, they can easily be recognized as wild wolves. There are 5 of them here. One can already consider that a whole pack. It looks like they've picked up Yajin's trail. The grass rustles under the quick steps of dense wolves. The flock rushes furiously towards potential prey. Yajin still has some time, but the distance between him and the monsters is rapidly closing. Without thinking for another second, the man, following his original plan, climbs the tree. Meanwhile, the wolves had almost reached the trunk. The hero stands on a tree, leaning against the trunk for stability, and watches the wolves, and the wolves watch him. The man asks himself with fear what to do now. They will hardly be able to climb the tree, of course. Does it make sense in this case to wait until they give up and leave themselves? Or is it better to attack them from above with a dart? Now the main question. One of the wolves barks furiously, his eyes burning with a mad fire. Eugene raises his hand with a dart clutched between his fingers, fully concentrated and ready to use the weapon at any moment. The monster runs and jumps. Despite the gigantic size of the trees, the wolf almost reaches them, thus destroying the hope of sitting at the top without a fight. But the man immediately launches a dart towards him. The projectile hits the monster right in the eye. With a dull thud, the wolf falls back onto the grass and rolls over on its side. The hero notes that the jump was really good. However, alas, it will not be possible to dodge the dart in the air. The 4 remaining wolves begin to circle around the trunk. At first, the man does not understand what they want to do and simply watches their movements. And then, at one moment, all 4 of them take a running start. The next moment, they are all on the same level as the man, threatening to knock him down and tear him to shreds. Yajin calmly makes a swing, but such an attempt to take in a ring surprises and frightens him at the same time. He wonders if they really decided to attack from all sides at once. Another well-aimed throw knocks another monster out of the game, sending it flying backwards. The puppy in the cap opens his mouth, full of small, sharp teeth, and then he bites the wolf, who was attacking the Horo from behind, on the throat. So, there are 2 wolves left. A man needs to do something to avoid being squeezed between 2 jaws, and it is advisable to do it quickly, because every second counts. With incredible speed, he strikes the first one in the throat, and, throwing him away, instantly turns to the second one. The last one gets hit on the top of the head with a heavy fist. The monster flies down. Yajin looks at it with disdain. He goes down and sees the result of his labors. All 5 of the dense wolves are sprawled out on the grass like lifeless carcasses. Finally, the man can exhale. A small, clawed paw steps onto his shoulder. The hero thanks the animal for saving him and also notes that the dragon seems to have become stronger. He says the job is done and the plants are collected, so it's time to go home, and they better be careful. Later at the Adventurers Guild, the secretary confirms the collection of the glory grass and geo mushrooms. She says that the quest was successfully completed, and it was a good job. The man thanks her for the praise, and mentally rejoices that he has finally completed this unpopular request. Of course, he is also interested in the progress of the task to increase his rank. The girl is thoughtfully silent. Eugene notes to himself that this is some kind of strange reaction. He fulfilled all the conditions. On the other hand, the pretty face does not lose its attractiveness even with such an expression. The secretary carefully notes that he sees no injuries on the adventurer and asks if he is able to fulfill this request regularly. The man is stunned, but replies that he can do it. The girl falls silent again, apparently doing some complex mathematical calculations in her head. Finally, she sums it up. If the request is completed 10 more times, she'll be able to raise Yajin's rank to 5th. The man asks himself what kind of strange proposal this is. However, it is still quite profitable. It is not worth thinking about it too much. Even though the ants have caused trouble, the offer is still tempting. No one knows how many other tasks will need to be completed, and how difficult and dangerous they will be. It is necessary to accept. The secretary asks what the answer to this proposal will be. The man feels that his position in these negotiations is stronger. That is why he should try to achieve better conditions. He says that in order to make requests more secure and reliable, he wants to ask the Adventurers Guild for something. There is a beautiful stone bridge across the river. People walk along it leisurely. The guard says dismissively that Yajin has clearly mixed up the direction of travel. After all, there are workshops on the other bank, and all sorts of ragamuffins are not allowed there. So it would be better for the man to go away himself, before he has to be thrown out by force. However, the authenticated letter of recommendation from the Adventurers Guild makes the stubborn warrior change his mind and straighten his back. He apologizes for taking up so much of their time and suggests they move on. The hero passes. He thinks about how access to the crafting zone is strictly limited to prevent theft of trade secrets. But, as expected, the guild has incredible influence here. The man notes that this side of the river is quite clean. Eugene approaches a 2-story building with a sign for a forge. The sign says that this is Benjamin's workshop. It is the best workshop in Toulon, and the hero thought that given the circumstances, it should obviously be bigger. The man pushes the door and asks if anyone is home. In complete silence, he walks around the workshop and finds no one. Suddenly, the door on the opposite wall opens with a nasty creak. Someone in a plague doctor mask looks at Yajin. The mysterious master looks at the hero through small eye windows in a mask with a bird's beak. He points a strange instrument at the man and asks what he is doing there. Yajin tries to understand what he sees in front of him. A man in a plague mask, as if there is an epidemic in the city, and some strange instrument, at first resembling a knife, although it is not a weapon at all, but rather a tool with two wooden handles and a curved blade. The mysterious man smells strongly of tanning solution. This means that the hero is dealing with a leather craftsman. The man hands the man a folded piece of paper and says that he has come with an order, and this is his letter from the Adventurers Guild. The man carefully reads what is written. The letter seems genuine to him, and the mysterious master removes the mask. Yajin looks closely, as if trying to guess in advance what kind of face is hidden behind it. From behind the scary bird key, a rather pretty face of a short-haired blonde appears. The master says that she is glad to meet you and gives her name. Her name is Emma. The girl and the guest of her workshop are sitting at the table opposite each other. Emma tells that there is a monster named Serenia. It is a 5th-rank monster that lives in the ocean. He is so huge and his skin is so tough that no one can handle this monster. Meeting him will most likely end in death. Sirenia sinks ships and his enemies, taking them with him into the depths of the sea. Sirenia leather is a rare material that is not easy to find on the market. This leather has 2 layers. The first layer is as strong as steel, and the second, on the contrary, is very elastic. In addition, Sirenia leather has the property of allowing moisture to pass from the inside out. Yajin is amazed at the incredible specimens that the world of fantastic materials sometimes offers to the picky buyer. The properties of this leather sound like a real cheat code. The man asks how much a set of armor made from this material will cost. It was probably foolish to expect it to cost a few coins, but the price of 50 gold, as quoted by the master, was shocking. The hero covers his face with his hands. 50 gold pieces is almost all the money he managed to save up through hard work. However, this is the only chance to get a custom set made by such a skilled craftsman. Having overcome his emotions, the man says that he understands everything and asks to do everything possible. Emma says she needs to take measurements. She spends the next few minutes carefully measuring Yajin's body parameters that are important for creating the armor. The girl tells me that her brother is the best blacksmith in town. She promises that they will make the best equipment, so I should worry she and her brother can be trusted. The man thinks that it is quite cute, a brother and sister working in the same workshop. With the skill, he senses the presence of another person, so it must be Emma's brother. Yajin wonders what the best blacksmith in town looks like. Such a master must have a huge hammer and strong muscles to wield it. The man stops at the idea that a blacksmith is someone like a dwarf who looks like a Daruma, only with muscles. A question about dinner is heard from behind the door. The girl is surprised at how quickly her brother reminded her of himself. The door creaks open. The blacksmith asks if a client has dropped in. Emma answers affirmatively and clarifies that she has already checked his letter of recommendation. A young guy appears in the doorway, not at all like the image just presented, but very similar to his sister. He calls himself Ben and says that he's glad to meet her. There is a cheerful laugh outside. It seems that there is a lively discussion going on in the house. Emma asks if there are any ideas for voluminous bundles. Ben says that maybe they could do it with alchemical reagents. The hero asks in amazement what these alchemical reagents are. Casual conversation flows naturally. The night has passed. A new morning has come. The man awkwardly scratches the back of his head and says that the dinner was very tasty. Besides, he even spent the night with the masters afterwards. Emma says that there is no need to worry. Leaving the workshop area at night is prohibited, and this cannot be avoided. Ben is also hopeless. He just wants to chat with the guest a little longer. The blacksmith is a little embarrassed and says that it is just that Yajin's stories are very interesting. The craftsman promised to let us know when the prototype is ready. The man is about to leave. As he moves away, he waves goodbye to his new acquaintances. They wave back. The way back lies through the market. The hero is going to buy a souvenir for Puppy on the way home. He's called out with a question. Someone asks if he is the adventurer Yajin. The man turns around and sees 2 young guys. One of them says that they represent the Guild of Healers and asks if Yajin could join them. The man wonders what the Healers Guild has to do with it. He is not a healer, but an adventurer. Why would he be needed there? Meanwhile, the guy, without waiting for an answer, says that he will show the way, and asks to follow him. It is impossible to deceive the hero with feigned politeness. He understands perfectly well that this is coercion and not an invitation at all, but he follows anyway. They walk down the street, and it looks as if the guards are leading the prisoner. The one who is conducting the dialogue is walking in front, and his partner is behind. The man senses the presence of 4 more people who keep their distance but still surround him. They move in the shadows in a very coordinated manner, indicating great skill. It is just unclear why they organize everything so seriously. The forced companions will push him into the guild building and lead him through some corridor. They stop in front of the doors, and the guy who was initially conducting the conversation invites them in. He says that Vice Guild Master William is waiting for a guest inside. The man thinks that after the Adventurers Guild, the next largest guild in the city is the Healers Guild, and the Vice Guild Master is quite a rare position. The hero wonders what kind of person he is. The doors open with a creak. The guest is met by an elderly man whose face is covered with wrinkles. William has an extremely unpleasant look. You would hardly want to trust him. He asks the newcomer if he is Yajin, and then he suggests getting down to business. The Vice Guild Master says that he heard the adventurer collecting the grass of glory and the geo mushroom. He asks the man to tell him what method he uses to collect the plants. Now their purpose is clear. William says that the hero would be better off saying what he knows. Otherwise, instead of answering, the 2 guys who accompanied the man to the office came closer, non-verbally completing the phrase. Yajin begins to understand that his achievement seems to have been much more significant than he imagined, and this should have been clear from the secretary's face when he submitted the request. The man scolds himself for his short-sightedness. He didn't want to reveal the secret of collecting the grass of glory, at least because it was his only source of income right now. And even if Yajin did tell, it was unlikely that they would just let him leave. It would be great if it was an official offer. If not, then everything was bad. The man thinks that he will have to take a risk and break through a wall or floor to escape. The silent confrontation is interrupted by a question from outside. The unknown asks what all this means. Yajin turns around. A man in noble clothes stands in the wide-open doors. Knights stand frozen on either side of him. The nobleman asks what kind of meeting William has arranged here. The Vice Guildmaster jumps up from his chair. His face expresses horror. He addresses the newcomer as Lord Astor and begins to fawn, asking about a possible inspection. The adventurer knows something about the name. The informant had previously described him as the head of the Healers Guild. He is from a distinguished noble family, ancient as the kingdom of Aslat, the 3rd son of Count Astor. William begins to cry and beg for mercy. He swears that he will never do anything like that again, and even when the knights begin to drag him across the floor outside, he continues to beg for mercy. Yajin and Lord Astor remain alone in the office. The Lord says that the man is a good man, and this is an annoying burden for him. The hero looks down and asks not to worry about it. The Lord takes a pause. Using all the tricks of flattering etiquette, the man tries to leave the room. Lord Astor replies that he is forced to detain him. He asks to talk to him for a moment, smiling perhaps the kindest smile in his arsenal. Now the exit for Yajin is blocked not by healers, but by knights. He finds himself in an even worse situation than he was just a few minutes ago. The nobleman sits down at the table in William's place and places his hands clasped in front of him. He smiles. He also apologizes for the delay caused by the official introduction. Now the man introduces himself. As the hero already knew, before him is the guildmaster of the Healers Guild, Edward Astor. Yajin says that he should rather apologize for the late introduction. He also introduces himself. Lord Astor, like William, wants to get straight to the point. However, his offer is both more astonishing and more advantageous. He says that the Guild of Physicians would like to accept the man as an official member. Now it is clear to the hero that they are trying to lure him away. He used to think that only doctors and apothecaries could join, but if the man stopped thinking about it, they could get the materials themselves. Lord Astor adds that, naturally, the new member of the guild will be offered a salary higher than the current one. Yajin asks what kind of duties he will be expected to perform. Various thoughts swirl in his head. Membership in the Doctors Guild would bring a certain level of respect and authority in the city, and having a strong patron would make his life more stable. The guildmaster adds that the man's life would be largely unchanged from the current state of affairs. His main task would be to ensure regular supplies of the Grass of Glory within the set time frame. But Yajin would also no longer be able to work with other guilds. The man thinks that they are trying to force him to become their personal adventurer, and something tells him that the Adventurers Guild will not like this. Lord Aster asks the hero what he thinks about this, and immediately adds that this is quite an attractive offer for him. Then again, the Healers Guild could simply appropriate the knowledge of how to gather the Herb of Glory and then abandon the adventurer. Then he would definitely be finished. After weighing the pros and cons, Yajin says that he appreciates the offer, but he has to refuse it. One of the knights starts cursing and apparently tries to say that this offer is too good for such a man. But he doesn't have time to finish. Lord Aster loudly slams his palm on the table and demands that he be quiet. The guildmaster even jumps up from his seat and extends his hand towards the offender. The man looks at him with wide eyes. Lord Astor apologizes for his guard's enthusiasm. He bows his head in apology. Yajin is incredibly frightened by this gesture. It is unthinkable that one of the highest-ranking and noblest people in this world could do something like this to an ordinary commoner. And even an adventurer can see how shocking and unusual this seems from the outside. To everyone present here, such an attitude may seem disgusting. Lord Aster says that he understands the hero's motives. It is obvious that he does not want to betray the Adventurers Guild, which has trusted him. In that case, the Healers Guild will simply withdraw its offer. However, there is still something that needs to be discussed. The guildmaster explains that, while acting in the interests of the Healers Guild, he cannot overlook the fact that the man is the sole supplier of the Herb of Glory. That is why he asks to instruct the guild members on the method of collecting herbs. Of course, they would like to express their gratitude to the adventurer for this as much as possible. Lord Aster pauses, waiting for an answer, and then fixes Yajin with a piercing gaze. After a short silence, the man answers that he understands, and therefore he will do everything as told. Unfortunately, he already clearly realizes that he will not be able to refuse. Yajin thinks about the consequences of this. The nobleman bowed his head, and if he refused now, it would be a desecration of honor. It is possible that for such a thing he will be dealt with on the spot, or kidnapped later, to use more serious methods. Having received the desired answer, the guildmaster immediately loses interest in the interlocutor. He thanks the man for his time and is about to leave. Because he has other things to do that need time, the hero mentally admits his defeat. He is told that they will contact him again to discuss the details. The man goes outside and sits down on the ground. He is upset because he understands that once the secret of collecting the herb is revealed, his task will be completed. In the worst case, Yajin may even be removed so that he does not reveal the secret to anyone else. The man looks at the sky and thinks that he needs to kill time until the equipment is ready, and once it is all over, he will have to leave the city. Yajin enters Benjamin's workshop. Emma apologizes to him for calling him out of the blue. The man replies that his mood has been getting worse lately. So he was happy when he heard that the craftsman had finished working on the prototype, and he immediately hurried to come. Emma winks playfully and says that as soon as he sees what she and her brother have come up with, he will immediately be speechless. Ben enters the room and greets the hero. The man says he is glad to see him. He is led to a table where a prototype design is lying. The girl says that she used the method that Yajin spoke about. She adds that she makes gear according to request. All that is needed is to work out the details. The man shows that he wants to mark 2 pockets on the sides for bow shurikens. He explains his choice by saying that it will be difficult to notice them in such a place because they will blend in with the layers of clothing. Emma says that instead of just adding more armor to the chest, they could add more armor to the knee area. A hard striking surface there wouldn't impede movement too much. Ben takes up his sister's idea and adds that they could do the same with the shoulders and elbows. Yajin does not share their zeal and replies that he would like to maintain as much ease in his movements as possible. The masters continue their discussion. The guy asks what to do with the gloves in this case. The girl replies that if you want to keep it light, you could leave only the knuckles and the back of the hands. The discussion again drags on until late at night. The group sits around the table, continuing to argue about production. Yajin tells the craftsman about drum dyeing, and the idea captivates them. Emma wonders how much time they can save this way. The man replies that with the right solution, it could be done in a day. Emma says that this must be a joke, because it is impossible to finish the tanning in just one day. Yajin smiles and says that then, if it is possible, the craftsman could reduce the price of his order by exactly the amount saved. Ben asks his sister if they shouldn't at least listen to what is being offered. The girl categorically replies that this is just nonsense. The guy thoughtfully agrees. Taking a sip from his mug, the man remembers that this is just some random fact he accidentally learned from a TV show. On the other hand, this is the first time he has used his knowledge since coming into this world. After only a few seconds, the brother and sister demand details of the method as vehemently as they had just denied its usefulness. Night gave way to morning, and the sun's rays began to penetrate through the windows into the houses. Yajin yawns and lifts his head from the countertop. He realizes that he fell asleep in the same place where he sat the day before. He hears some clanking noise. Still a little sleepy, the man follows the sound and, entering the right room, asks what the craftsmen are doing here. Ben greets him. The craftsmen are standing with their tools near some wooden vat. The guy replies that he thought about Yajin's story from yesterday and decided that he would try to create a prototype of drum dyeing. The man smiles and thinks that these two are, after all, natural-born engineers at heart. The hero is asked if he has any plans for today. He replies that he needs to return to his inn, and then to settle some small matters at the Healers Guild. At the Healers Guild, the man was met by the treasurer, Roger Wilde. According to him, the guildmaster had entrusted him with negotiations with the adventurer. Roger says that we need to clarify all the details regarding the instructions on how to collect the glory grass. He hands Yajin a sheet with detailed information about the schedule. The hero is walking down the street. He plans his actions for the near future. The man decides that he will start by making forays to gather every 5 days to secure the route, and only after that will he begin training the guild's healers. Yajin is grateful to fate that everything does not happen so quickly. The man thinks that if the doctors start complaining, he will teach them the method of collecting the herb of glory. Besides, this will give him a chance to learn where to find the rare herbs that the guild uses. Now the only question is how long it will take to complete the equipment. A heavy figure of a very large man suddenly appears next to the hero. This man asks if he is the adventurer, Yajin. Of course, this does not bode well. The man angrily wonders who called his name this time, and what will happen next. The hero examines his forced new acquaintance. He makes an extremely oppressive impression. Broad shoulders, sharp facial features, and deep expression wrinkles do not add friendliness to his appearance. And this man also has an extremely heavy look. A young boy is kneeling in front of him. The thug and the forced guest are standing at a distance and watching what is happening. The man immediately realized who he was dealing with. This unpleasant person's name is Emden. He is a moneylender. As far as the hero remembers, he tops the list of people with whom he should not contact under any circumstances. I immediately remember that conversation in the bar and the informant's story. He said that there are organizations in Tolton known as the Guilds of the Underworld, and they have a lot of power. There are two main factions, the Reds and the Greens. Emden is a big shot among the latter. He is cruel and makes sure that no one ever gets in his way. Meanwhile, the boy begs Emden for mercy. He first promises to pay double the amount, and then triple it. It seems he borrowed the money and did not manage to return it on time. Suddenly, there is a terrible crunch. Emden is holding something in his hands that is causing a thin thread of saliva to flow towards the boy's head. The man lets go of the object and it hits the floor with a wet thud. It's a jaw. The mutilated boy is shaking, his eyes rolled back in his head, and only inarticulate sounds and wheezing come from the remains of his mouth. Emden picks up some metal object from the table and swings it wide. This blow ends the earthly path of the unsuccessful debtor. The moneylender stands silently nearby, his face expressionless. Small drops of blood froze on his face and shirt. The assistant reminds him that he has brought a visitor. The moneylender turns to Yajin and addresses him by name. He expresses joy at the man's arrival. The hero, however, remains tensely silent. Emden demands that the man kneel before him. In Yajin, he is afraid of the moneylender. And even the fact that he foresaw this development does not help to calm him down. He understands all too well that the horrific scene was personal to him, as a demonstration of what can happen if the wrong choice is made. In particular, any choice that differs from the preferred one will be wrong. What's worse, this cruelty had no other purpose. The hero thinks that this is too harsh for a recruitment attempt, and that it needs to be avoided somehow. He concludes that he needs to draw up a battle plan, come up with escape routes, but time is limited, he can't delay with an answer. and now all that occupies Yajin's thoughts is fear. The man tries to bow and politely says that he is very sorry, but he cannot join their organization. Emden is not satisfied with this answer, and he asks again, and he does this clearly not because of his hearing loss. This pressure is felt on a physical level. The moneylender looms over the hero as if he is about to send him after the debtor right now. The man's panic increases many times over. Under Emden's heavy gaze, he begins to stutter. The adventurer says he will cooperate. He notes to himself that the moneylender's interest in the grass of glory is unlikely to be related to money. More likely, he wants to use Yajin to gain leverage over the Healers Guild. The man thinks that once he joins such a large criminal organization, it will not be so easy to leave it. In order to decline the requirement to join, he must convince Emden that there are more advantages in this situation. There is no other choice. This must be done. The hero says that if he were to infiltrate the Healers Guild, he would be much less suspicious if he were not also part of a criminal organization. The man gave all his explanations in complete silence. The moneylender was silent. He seemed to be thinking, but with each passing moment, the wait for his decision became more and more difficult. Finally, Emden says that Yajin at least has a modicum of brains, and as long as he remains obedient and diligently fulfills his duties as a partner of the organization, he will live. In Tolton, the first is the Adventurers Guild. The second is the Guild of Healers. There are also two guilds of the criminal world. The first is the Greens, and their rivals, who, fortunately, have just become Yajin's enemies, the Reds. The adventurer feels as if he is caught in a turf war between giant monsters. One careless movement and a small, inconspicuous person will simply be crushed. Only a wet spot will remain. The hero lies on the grass, arms outstretched, tree branches hang over him. The man wonders if he can even survive the trials that have befallen him. A puppy climbs onto his chest. The adventurer apologizes and says he got a little distracted. He suggests ending the break, and then he notices something. The dragon stares at him unblinkingly, tears streaming from his small eyes. These tears embrace the adventurer with thousands of threads already familiar to him. Puppy's emotions overwhelm the hero. Yajin experiences the feelings of a small companion, when she was alone and humbly awaiting her fate, but then a big and strong man appeared in his life. When I slept, curled up in my arms, when she looked with sad eyes through the bars of the cage, Yajin looked in and smiled at her. The man understands that, from Puppy's point of view, he was an incredibly strong and reliable comrade. They settled in a picturesque place on a cliff surrounded by dense thickets of trees. The hero thanks the dragon for giving him back his self-confidence. He warmly says that the little animal always comes to his aid. Yajin gently strokes Puppy's head. The man smiles. It seems that his good mood is gradually returning to him. Finally, the hero cheerfully says that he cannot forever be sad about what happened. He says that he is ready and calls his companion to get down to business. The adventurer walks briskly into the forest. The dragon, spreading its wings, proudly sits on his head. They will definitely survive, no matter what stands in their way.